the key to business success is having an advantage, plain and simple. And as a business broker with our network, there can be no greater advantage that you can give your business. Now, this is our business broker opportunity. Is not just for people thinking of starting a business. You could be someone looking for a business to begin, and becoming a business broker with us would be, perfect for you and wonderful. But also, the business broker program is the best option for any established business or business person to really get an unfair advantage, really, in your city over everyone else. You can be even a salesman. You could be selling some product to businesses, for example, and starting this business brokerage as a side business would give you an unfair advantage over anyone else, all your competitors, for the product that you are selling, as well as making your side business really become your main business. There's no way it's not going to be. So I suggest that you take a look at our business brokerage program and look at all the things that you'll control and that will empower your profits as you begin your journey as a business broker in our network. It's a fantastic program, and it really will make you stand out in the community. And your business services, if you have a business already, even your sales career, if you're a salesman for a B2B product, it's really going to be a perfect union and a perfect way, masterful way really, to dominate the market in your neck of the woods. Take a look at it right now. Did you ever have like things that you needed and you couldn't get because you just don't make enough money? That's the reason you need to start your own business. Some people think, the only thing about starting a business like to make money, to, instead of having a job, or to quit your job, etc., etc. But one thing that a lot of people don't think about, and you should, is that you should start a business just to pay for things you couldn't afford otherwise. So you don't have to be a big success. All you have to make enough money to pay for X, Y, Z, maybe to pay for a vacation every year. It could be just enough money to pay for medical health insurance, something like that. So a lot of people need that. So revisit starting a business. Everyone can start a business. You'll be surprised things that you can do that you can build a business around. One of the easiest ones and the most profitable right now is the business broker opportunity that we offer. You'll be seeing, if you're watching this on our broadcast channels, you'll be able to see those videos about a business brokering opportunity. And the reason for that is that for most of the work, so-called, that you'll need to do, all you have to do is transfer the client or the phone call to us, and we'll handle those clients. We'll do the consulting for you. We'll do the heavy lifting. You don't have to worry about anything like that. And what that does is that it frees you up to stay at your 9-to-5 job, to live your life, the way you're living it now, not make any significant changes at all, and increase your income. And like I said, maybe you're not interested in a 6-figure income or a 7-figure income. You don't need to get that. If you don't want that, you don't need to build it to that degree. Maybe you need some medical insurance. Maybe you want to invest in real estate. You want to be able to have a cushion to do some project or some real estate development or something else like that, or have just to put away for retirement or for a rainy day. These things you can do by starting a business like our business broker, because the business broker, you don't really have to invest in land or equipment or buying a building. You don't have to buy an established business. This is something that you can start and work from home, and you get the tax benefit. You get that money back in your tax refund at the end of the year. Anything that's involved in the licensing and getting it started with our network. But outside of that, everything's positive with that. You get the benefits that, you make money. You get what you want. If you need the medical insurance, you want to pay, even if you want your rent paid. You just live rent-free because the business is paying for your rent. Things like that. And all those, again, exactly what you do with that income, you have to check with your tax accountant. I'm not giving you tax advice. Just ask your tax people how to handle that income and how to handle the things that you get for yourself in the business or from the business. That's something for them to work out with you. But it is definitely an easy option for most of you. Instead of waiting for a salary raise, waiting for something else to help to play, you guys playing lotto. You guys, come on. Right now, this is your lotto. You can decide to make 7 figures, period. Just make the decision and become a business broker in our network. Plus the fact that at least if you join up and you're the only one in that city, you'll have exclusivity and you have no way of losing, because actually you're the one and only person that other businesses will be able to depend on to get the services that we provide, to get the benefits from our network. And there are so many businesses that you'll be able to help. You'll be the most connected individual in your city once you get up and rolling. So consider those things and those benefits. What would that mean to your bottom line? These are the things you have to consider. And look at our video, the broker business broker, at mycbh.com/LP/BB. That's it. Okay. You're waiting for the kids, a bus coming by, and that's our daily thing. Okay? Right now, I'm still making money, even though I'm walking out here. I could go yesterday we were at Animal Kingdom and still making money, because everything goes on even when I'm not there, not around. That's a sweet and beautiful thing. Take care.
Extreme Real Estate Investing Workshop, now an online webinar experience. Learn how to turn any property, even raw land or teardowns, into cash cows in a few simple steps. We've shown students last year how to turn as little as $300 into $60,000. In fact, we're teaching you to do this with just $25. But the opportunity is quickly fading away. Hundreds of unique strategies jam-packed into our online webinar, ready right now for you to watch. Start your extreme profit real estate investing experience now at classifolio.com today.
I've been driving a truck for 40 years now. If people knew what I know, lives could be saved. Like that trucks can't stop quickly. It takes my 80,000-pound truck 200 yards to come to a complete stop. So I always do my best to give a lot of cushion. It helps when other drivers realize that and do the same. Please give trucks the space we need so we can all stay safe. It's our roads, it's our safety.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for watching Mycbh-Tv. What we are doing today, we're basically have certain topics that we focus on a day-to-day basis as we're getting ready to do a as close to a 24/7 broadcast schedule for 2021. So we are building behind the scenes. We are building the resources, the videos behind the scenes. These are videos on the topic of each day that we have produced, and there are going to be some off-topic videos also as we continue to expand. And what we're trying to do is create a more TV-like experience, even though each day will have some type of focus. And I'm sure in the future it will be less and less noticeable as we expand the resources, we create more content, and things of that nature. So that being said, this is what you're seeing today. Um, uh, Sometimes I'll come in live and do something live again, adding more content to our resources, and we'll be creating obviously some commercial messaging and things like that. Although a lot of the videos we show are commercial in nature, they're based on the activities of our network, not just the TV network, just one of our companies, but we also have other things that we're doing, and they are business related, commercial related, some sort. I'm always doing business, even with the gaming. I mean, I have my own gaming development venture going on. So again, it's very hard for me to talk about a subject that I'm not financially involved with in one way or another. But this is an attempt to develop the TV part. It's going to be play a major role moving forward in everything that we're doing. So bear with us. If you see repetitive content, this is mostly what you'll see today is things that were already broadcast. Not that everybody in the world saw it, but in any case, these are replays mostly, unless I come in live and I'll probably say that I'm live, and that will be content that will be only viewable really for people who are watching live or will be watching the replays. And there could be some material that I will record and it will show up in future um, daily schedules. So that's it. Just wanted to give you that update. What's happening? Why? It seems because most people are used to just seeing me pop in once in a while with some video, some one of these videos once in a while. But now you'll be seeing us broadcasting more and more on a daily basis. And I just wanted to let you guys know why that is happening and what we're doing in the background. We are working. You guys who have chat, uh, most likely, if you're seeing this video, if you're seeing this now, and if you're watching, us broadcasting, it's very likely, not all the time, but very likely that I am watching the chat room. So you can put in a comment in the chat. If I don't respond right away, understand I may be away for a while. Maybe have to go run to the store or pick up the kids at the bus stop. You can look at the time. You can standard time, pretty much know if you're gonna catch me or not. But you'll have when I get back, I'll see your messages. So hold on, wait, for a while, or come back, and I will respond to all messages. And so thank you for commenting. I really do appreciate that you do interact with our channel and make a comment, and even whatever it is, it's still appreciated, really. And I thank you for that, obviously. And also, if anyone has any question, you want to leave your contact information in the comment, if that's allowed, or you know how to do that, and you needed to ask a question about any of the programs that you're watching, the videos that you watch, you can do that as well. I will answer. If you're seeing the broadcast, I'm around. I'll either get here before we end the day of broadcasting or whatever. I'll be answering you, so you don't worry about that. So that's enough for now. Let's enjoy the rest of the programming for today. Thank you for watching. Test it. Okay, so basically, I'm sorry about that. Let me start over again. Basically, what we'll be discussing a very important development in real estate and an exclusive opportunity that only 12 of you will be able to take advantage of. But I'm sorry about the technical issue we had on mic. We didn't get the mic set up, and I can see the mic is having an issue already. It needs to be batteries need to be changed in it, so we're going to do that after this presentation. Anyway, enough of the hassles of life. Let's get on to another hassle of life and how we've solved that for you. Before you do that, if you take to classiforium.com and look for our events section, you can see the upcoming events that we have in real estate investing and car flipping as well, and other things. So you can always check to see if we're near you, if we have an event scheduled within 1 hour driving distance of you where you live, which will qualify you to partake in that particular city's event. Take a look there. The prices are as low as they're ever going to be, and reserve your seat immediately. Things are going to change and flip around, so you need to act quickly. If you're interested in our exclusive extreme real estate investing workshop, read about it, look at it, make your good decisions based on that. Okay. Today we're going to talk about something that affects really everyone, because most of you who are renting or paying a mortgage, most of you are missing out on something that really should be a priority for everyone. Now, most of you are doing things in a standard way, and most people react to the things you do in a standard way as well. It doesn't mean that that's the only way things can be done. So do not mistake standard ways that most people do things with possible ways that it could be done. So that's the thinking you have to have. You can't just go by, just commonplace activity or commonplace notions. You should really be looking at what you can do as opposed to what is being done by most people, because simply they don't do their homework. And in today's discussion, there's one of those things. We're going to be discussing one of those very things in real estate, by the way. Another thing, this presentation is a presentation that will be for two groups of people. One is someone who has followed the link to find out about this information on the landing page. You're going to see this put together presentation, but also those people who are late to it. There's only 12 that will be able to actually do this. And if there is an alternative, a different program available, you will still see this in presentation, and the button to go and to do something will actually inform you that it's too late for this particular program, but this other program is available. Will give you those details, and then you can go through with that if you so choose. Again, this is something that has to be acted on quickly. Only 12 people can do this, and so that's the bottom line. Everyone else who's listening to this, it's going to be a fantastic education for you. So again, that's the third group, group of people, type of person that's going to be watching this, and it's intended to help you to start getting your thinking in the correct way instead of the wrong way that most people are doing it these days. Also, most of what I'm going to talk about today is not part of the Extreme Real Estate program at all, so don't try to connect dots or that. I don't do that. The Extreme Real Estate Investing program is a separate thing altogether, and I'm not divulging any information, so don't try to make any ties, because there's really none to be had. So let's get into this issue today. Now, there's certain things that I'm going to tell you, certain details I'm going to let you in on. and there's others that I cannot by law disclose to you, so I won't. So if you find something that seems to be not disclosed to you, it's only because the law will prohibit me to do that. In this case, there's certain scenarios where that is, I have to be careful what I say and how I say it. So you'll forgive me if something is not just blah out there. It's really cannot be disclosed in certain ways. So simply, they won't be. What I'm going to talk about is giving you this details about the program that you only 12 of you will have an opportunity to do, and simply the way I present it is the way it is. Okay, so let's get into the presentation. At this point, let's go to our screen, and let's get into this today. Let me fix that camera for you guys up there, and we will continue. This is an exclusive real estate investing opportunity. Now, it's one of the only ones that you're going to see that have to do with rentals. Now, of course, I'm not talking about rentals in terms of what standard real estate investors do, which they buy properties and they rent it out. That's not what I'm talking about. And here, I'm actually talking about actually being a renter, being an investor, but renting. So we're going to talk about a missing perspective that most people will never hear about in their lives. Now, when we're talking about renting, we're also talking about making monthly payments. So this includes mortgages. So if you're paying a mortgage and you're not doing what I'm going to talk about in this program today, then you're missing out and you're doing it the wrong way. If you're renting any place, then also if you're not doing what I'm talking about here, then obviously you're missing out. And again, as I repeat, there's only a limited opportunity to do this program with us. So that you have to pay attention to and stick with us throughout the entire presentation. This is about land, lease, and profit. Land, lease, and profit. It's an exclusive program, as I said before, and it's due to a unique relationship with a special project that's separate, but we have a relationship with that project, and you can now earn income without owning real estate. I'll repeat that. You can now earn income without owning real estate. You need only to rent or lease. And as I said in the beginning, and I'll be repeating it throughout, there's only 12 spots. That's why only 12 of you in 2020 will be the lucky ones. You'll be the lucky ones in 2020 hindsight. Okay? So that's again is the catchphrase, I guess, for this year. Now, wait a minute, you'll ask. It can't be legal for a renter to profit from renting, right? I mean, we all would say that. It can't be legal for a renter to profit from renting, right? So that's what everyone would figure and everyone would tell you. But in actuality, the truth is different from that thinking. So you will be wrong in thinking that you cannot grow financially independent by renting. Okay, so renting is a great opportunity if you know how to capitalize on it. Now, I'm going to show you examples of renters profiting from their renting. Now, in the residential setting where most of you are situated in, I think everybody's situated. If you're not buying, if you haven't purchased and you're paying a mortgage, because everyone's going to pay a mortgage unless you pay cash or you finish paying, but everyone's paying something. They're paying either a mortgage or rent in most cases. So in most of these cases, you are spending money every month. And the question is, are you making a profit from that expense? And this is a very key question because most people who are paying rent or mortgage, most of you are in danger. You're at risk, at great risk, because if anything happens to your source of income, of course, because since it's not tied to your expense, it's separate, and if any, so that source of income is separate from the expense that you have or your obligations, then you have a problem if your source of income fades away or disappears, or you get sick and you cannot engage in your source of income, therefore you lose income. So then your expenses continue because, again, they're not tied into your source of income, right? It would be a great thing if your expenses were tied into your income so that if your income lowers, slows, then also your expenses can lower and slow, in comparison, or stop altogether. But that's not what's happening. Well, how you are set up to function is that you have this great expense, which is shelter, and that's going out, and it has nothing to do with your income. And so then you have that disconnection, and you have then possible a lot of room and space for failure, for having something happen and reduces your income, or you have loss of income. And then of course now your investment or your payments into a shelter, to your home where you live, is put at risk, and you can lose it, and many people have because of that system. So it's all about the thinking that you're using to do things in life. And basically we've been taught to do things a certain way. We've been shown models of doing it a certain way, and also the because of that we have certain structures and customs or patterns of behavior, even from professionals in the real estate business, landlords, etc. All the key players, all the stakeholders also succumb to standardized behaviors and expectations and whatnot. And so it kind of like freezes everyone into a set pattern of behavior, which for certain aspects or parts of the industry is good, but for you as an individual is very bad and negative. It doesn't work in your favor. And so what we're going to talk about is actually turning that around so that even this that's all set up against you, because it really actually is, it will benefit you instead of uh, making it difficult for you to survive, and also difficult for you to get ahead and to overcome and to therefore become wealthy or grow in financial independence, even if you are renting. So, what do some people do to, and again, people do this to one degree or another. So, that has nothing to do with the fact that these are potential income, that these are possible, that people are actually doing this as we speak right now to one degree or another. And simply, these are things that you as a renter or you as a mortgage payer can also do. So, you have to understand this. Now, there's people who have home offices. I'm not going to get into tax benefits or things like that. There's a tax deduction if you have a home office, etc., etc. Those are things for you to discuss with your lawyers, to discuss with your tax accountants. I'm not giving you any financial advice. All I'm doing is showing you, telling you, or reminding you, or opening your eyes that these are things that people do, and you can do it as well. And I'm going to show you how these things can be done. But people have their own home offices. You can do that. You're allowed to do that. In most places, even with an HOA, a homeowners association, you can run a business from your home, from inside. It in some the homeowners association tells you that you can't, but in actuality, what they're saying is that you cannot have an outside appearance that you're running a business. So you cannot have like people advertising that people come there You can't have like a shingle out of the door, outside on the lawn. I do taxes or in the window. You can't have a sign on the door above the house. So obviously you can't park a truck, a commercial truck or car, have it parked outside, things like that. In other words, they want to discourage the look that someone is running a business and within the community. So that's perfectly fine. But that doesn't mean that inside your bedroom, one of the rooms inside your home, you cannot be in effect running a business or parts of your business. uh, that's obviously something that can be done. The second thing is the home workshop. You can actually have, if your business or the way you make money is building something or working on something, you need a workshop to do that. You can do that within a garage, if you have a garage, or garage, whichever way you pronounce that. And there's other places on a property that can serve as a workshop. Like if you have a barn on your property, that can be turned into a workshop. If you have horse stables on your property, that can be turned into a workshop. A lot of things, a simple shed can be turned into a workshop, obviously. So this is things that people do. They have it already. They're making money. They're paying their rent. They're paying their mortgage, and they're making money on the property they're paying rent and mortgage on, and they're making it work for them. People in their kitchen. There's people who know how to bake cakes. There's people who know how to cook up some good food. In both of those cases, if you're great in the kitchen, you can have a kitchen that's making money for you. There's a lot of things that you can do with your kitchen to make it work for you, to make profit and pay your rent and pay your mortgage, and have your rent and mortgage pay you, you know, because you're paying for these facilities that you can turn into something that's creating income. If you're really good in the kitchen, you can also start a cooking school. Now you don't have to make it all official in that, but if you're part of a church, and you're the only one that knows how to make certain type of food and whatnot, and you can give classes and have people come in during the summer months, during the evenings, whatever, the weekends, and take that class with you, and pay you every week for them to get another lesson for you to see how they do and watch. That's a really good idea. And I'll give you another hint out there. If you're having problems making ends meet, but you know how to cook up something, you can teach somebody, you can have them come to your kitchen. They have to bring the food, and you tell them what to bring and all of that. And this is a food, and you can have them contribute to the home as well. The food, a little, you bring this for the class, and this extra is just to help out along with your fee. And so you can do a lot of things like that, and also help you and your family have a little extra grub in the cupboard and some money in the pocket. And that's another way for you to make this work for yourself. Baking cookies, cakes. You can post this stuff up on Facebook, in the marketplace, Craigslist. And we're going to make some particular type of ethnic foods, especially really good, especially if you're in an area that's just now growing in the ethnicity, and there's not a lot of options for people, and you can help people make this kind of stuff and have it to eat if it's complicated, normally. That's just a perfect scenario for you to. I know in the Spanish there's pasteles that we enjoy a lot, and so it's a lot of work to do that. So if someone can go and they're expert at doing that and it's easy for them, well, then they can make it for everyone else who's too busy to start making that complex of a dish. And so, yeah, and that's a money making opportunity. You guys can pay your mortgage, pay your rent, and make your rent and mortgage pay for itself in that sense for you. Now, home crafts and sales is another thing. We have a lot of people know how to do things. These are old traditional. I think these are called carriage. I believe the name was a cottage. These are cottage industries. What are cottage industries? They're trades or businesses, little micro businesses that people traditionally have done from the home. So they're called cottage because when we had cottages, what did they do? They made candles, they made their own, jams, right? And stuff like that. They jarred, they did a lot of putting into jars, a lot of preserving of foods, and they put them in jars. They made their own clothes. They made bedspreads. They made the quilts, So all of these different little crafts and things, these are referred to legally, actually, as cottage industries. Now, cottage industries are, I believe, they can't be ever illegal. Um, and I'll look this up for another program that I do in the future, but I think it's actually against the law to call any cottage industry illegal. I'll look that up. I came across something one day in my memory that pretty much protected cottage industries forever. But in any case, these are things that people have been doing for eons and eons. I mean, this is like the basic humanity. And just as a little side to that, and we'll get to that in a moment, farming as well is one of those things that you really can't, you got some soil outside, you can't really and shouldn't really restrict someone from, growing things, especially in the environmental issues that we're having this day and age. It should be a no-brainer to let people grow things, okay? But anyway, we won't go into that detail yet. But doing things from home, making things, fabricating stuff from your home, and putting it for sale, trading it for things. These are age-old practices, and I think that in today's modern age, we really just forgot about doing it. And I think it's something that really should be returned to. We should return to that and encourage that because the financial situation, it gets tougher and tougher and tougher the more we separate ourselves from the traditional way of doing things. I think we're getting disconnected and getting too far away from the earth. So we need to get back to that, and also in our thinking. It's a general philosophy that I have, and I'm sure a lot of you guys can agree with that. The fifth thing here is computer work. Computer work of all types that you can do, virtual assistant type of work, video studios. I'm doing my video from my home office here. So I'm using where I pay my monthly payments, like you would be doing for mortgages, for your rental. So I'm using it to make money from my computer and the space that I'm paying for. So again, it's making the space you're paying for pay you an income, make you an income so that you can prosper. And so this is the main idea. Not just looking at a home as just home. This is just a home, just a home. In the old days, it was never just a home. It was always the home. It was always work. It was the family business. It was always the family legacy. And I think that in modern days, we're slowly drifting off into a wilderness and not understanding that the tools and the resources you need to succeed is right there. You're already paying for it, except you're not profiting from it. Printing, you get a printer. Which type of printer you should get for your computer is a big question people have. And the bottom line is get the printer that makes you money. That should be the answer. It should be a no-brainer. Get the printer that makes you money. So there's printers that do graphic work. There's printers that do 3D printing. Again, you can sell things on the 3D. You can make things for other people, charge them on the 3D. These are not big businesses, but these are things that you can do to make money from the resources and the space that you're already spending on. There's engravers that you can get and do engraving for people. Now, there's engraving services around and things like that. There's 3D services around, things like that. What you want to concentrate on is not just offering services to other people, but actually creating your own products. Of course, trying to, if someone needed something done on a 3D, it's not a business for you to really go trying to get. But you can always make your own stuff and sell your own stuff. There's no competition there. Who can compete? It's your design. You created it. Something someone said to you, when you were a little kid. You remember it. Put that, make that into a 3D out, whatever. Um, and there's other types of printing also, like t-shirt printers, right? And things like that. You can make your own worded t-shirts and things of phrases that you heard, things that you thought of in your own mind. And no one can compete against that. This is your own creation. That's your own t-shirt. They can only get it from you, etc., etc. So these are things that will always have a market for them because they are unique and they're exclusive to you. Then there's home-based services. One of the most common home-based service is daycare. It's very common all over the United States. Daycare is something you don't have to. There's laws in your areas. Different states have different laws. Okay, but to one degree or another, most people could run a daycare from their home. And again, there's other restrictions. If you look here in the impacts, this list here are the things that affect your ability to do these ideas and to what degree and to what extent. The impact is what determines what you can do or cannot do. And the first thing that impacts that is zoning. What is the zoning, right? That's an overall impact of what you can do. And overall, that is what is legal. First of all, that's the big one, right? So you have to start from the federal government, go down to your state statutes, etc. What is legal to be done in your state, particularly, but also you want to worry about the federal laws, right? Then the zoning within your area, of course, is very important for you to know what your options are. Two is the homeowners association, because the homeowners association, they can add to the zoning more restriction, but you have to also you have to be a little smart about these homeowners association and zoning issues, because really you have to see what it is that is not allowed. So just don't go by when people say, oh, you can't have a business in your home. Don't go by that simply. Make sure you read what the homeowners association actually says, and actually what they can have authority over, because like I said, there's certain cottage industries that no one can interfere with. And basically, who can tell if you're making candles in your bathroom? I mean, it's you're making candles and then you're putting them up for sale on eBay. What does that have to do with any homeowners association? It really doesn't impact. Most of the homeowners association, they're concerned with the appearance of the neighborhood. They're concerned with quality of life in the neighborhood, in the community. So anything that leaves your house, even smells, that is a concern of the homeowners association. So you have to be aware that anything that escapes your home, that comes out of your house to where a neighbor and someone walking by the street can see it, then that begins to be a homeowners association concern, and it also becomes a zoning issue as well. Although the zoning issue really is more encompassing than that, it could and should, and most accounts dictate what happens inside the home to some level of degree. Again, you have to look at the zoning and see how that affects whatever you're trying to do here. And all in all, you have to check the laws and make sure you're in conformity with the laws. Many laws allow you to do things in a small way in your home without need for licensing, without need for any certification or anything like that. So you need to do your homework. Every place is very different. So you have to do your homework wherever you are. But I've never seen any property in which you couldn't do something, okay, other than what's normal for that property otherwise. So there's always a way
to get more money out of a rental or a mortgage type of situation. Again, like I mentioned before with the cooking, is home. The other thing about daycare, I want to say also that the landlords can restrict what you're doing. What happens is that the landlord, the owner of the property, if you're renting, is the first place that the government or the zoning people, the homeowners association deals with. They're the first line. So, and the final line actually also. So they're the ones most concerned with what goes on in the property. So the landlord is really the first person that you deal with. You usually don't deal with the homeowners association unless you're the owner. And they're usually the last person you deal with because they're the ones really that own the property. They're the ones responsible for what happens on the property. So in your lease with the landlord, it's going to specify what you can do and what you can't do in that. But we're going to talk more about that later on when we get there. You can also sublet, again, if it's permitted in your lease agreement, a bedroom. You can make money from renting out a bedroom, from a garage, or a shed. These things can be sublet if you're allowed to, and then you can make income from this subletting activity. This was one common one. I'm going to be a little tongue in cheek here, but actually, in the old days in the projects, this was one that usually got the rent paid, no matter what. In these housing authority project apartments. Not saying that everyone does that. Not saying that, but that's quite a bit of the oldest profession going on, and these people pay the rent. Now, the honest folks, and not to put down people who need to do this. I'm not putting you guys down, but I'm just doing basic social, moral type of things and whatnot. People doing the moral thing, people trying to do things in a moral fashion and whatnot. You guys most often get into rent problems and delays, and things happen with the checks, coming in and stuff like that, banking issues. So you guys, and then you trying to make ends meet and whatnot, but there's a group of people who are using the rent that they're paying and making a lot of money from their day-to-day old profession, and they can pay the rent and they have no money problems other than working to get it. Then we have the garden, as I mentioned a little bit before. I mean, you got the garden space. That's a really good spot. There's people, there's backyards. I know that there are some farmers that will rent your backyard. If you have a good sized backyard, you can rent it to a farmer, a local farmer who does this type of thing, who uses other people's backyards to do his farming. There are people who do that, and you can sublet your backyard to a farmer. He'll come in, he'll take care, he'll cut the rest of your grass for you, and he'll go and he'll grow half of your yard or whichever part of your yard you're going to let him use, and he'll grow his vegetables there and whatnot, and he'll pay you a rent for every month that he's there using that and reserving that space for himself. So that's a way. Also, they'll do. You can sublet for food. I mean, they'll do food, and there's ornamental. You can have garden, and you can actually do your own and um, sell what you grow. There. Let me give you an example of a zoning that is prohibits certain activities. Yet you can get away with doing this now. There's a certain type of plant. I'm going to give you all the secret details. That I won't give you here. That is something that really it's for another program or for a course that I would give, or for some special people that I really, really like and giving the great ideas. But there's certain types of plants that you can grow that can make you great money if you know what to do with the plants. If you process the plants in a certain way, you can make money from the things you sell with that plant. The good thing about that is even though that would be typically done as a farm or on a big scale, you can do that in any garden, actually. And the places that restrict how you use your land to a small garden or only gardening. They don't allow any crops or any commercial enterprise and this and that. Um, okay, so that's what the zoning is. That's what the homeowners association says. Fine, but there's certain plants that like they go below the radar. So that means that it's not really something that the homeowners association can point to and say, well, that you shouldn't be growing here. Why? It's a beautiful plant. So again, but again, they can't stop you really or say that you're doing anything with those plants when they are perfectly great garden plants. So here's the situation where you can have a beautiful garden, you can just create a wonderful garden and actually make good money and great income from just that. And the homeowners association and the zoning would have no way and no idea that you are actually making a lot of money from that garden, but actually you can. So there's ways of doing this. You just have to know what you're doing. Knowledge is power, is key. Okay, so you have to know what you're doing, what to do, and what to take care of. Sorry about that. Now, the last thing is livestock. Livestock falls into the same type of categories, and we'll tell you why. There's a certain types of animals that are livestock. So whenever you see livestock, don't assume that that's all animals. It isn't. Livestock is a particular range of animals, okay? Anything that falls out of that's not considered livestock is not livestock. So if you have any zoning restrictions that say livestock that you can or you cannot, understand that there's a whole group of other animals that are not livestock. Okay, so that opens up some avenues. Okay, so you have to understand that. So livestock, small animals, can always be done depending on the restrictions you have. The restrictions again being zoning, homeowners association, the lease, and the landlord. Okay, so everyone can grow fish. You can all breed fish, so you can have fish. There's people who grow fish, who breed, who create certain strains, or you're able to do certain types of fish. You should show them, especially their variety types of fish, and you were able to produce a very nice, distinctful design or color from breeding, and you got that pretty much set. That's a pretty good thing. You can do that out of your home. This you can, you just you got your fish tank. The people do this with dogs, and you all know who you are. They got a pit bull. I know a lot of guys in the housing project. They got their pit bull. That's an income stream. When you see these pit bulls, people with these pit bull or some, and the white folk, they have their breeds. The other type of dog, the fancy dogs, the sissy dogs. And but the hood dogs are the tough ones, right? The pit bull, yeah. So anyway, that's just the funny part of this video. You guys breed dogs, and they give birth, and you just put it up there in your Facebook. Hey, I got that. And the dog gave birth this week. I got some nice puppies, pit bull puppies. You got the colors. Here they are. Anybody want? Just hit me up, and you guys make some business. And so there's people who do this different places, different ways. You got dogs. You can do this with cats and with any other animal that you're allowed, obviously, to have within your zone, within the homeowners association, within the lease agreement, and your landlord. All right, so that's just a few things that people do in the residential. The only difference between residential property and commercial property is that in commercial property, you can do anything that's business. Business. That's what it's there for. So that land is designated commercial. So you can do most business activities on commercial property. That's what it is. So you don't have the problem of the zoning, and necessarily the zoning and the homeowners association and all these restrictions to deal with. This is a commercial property. It's pretty much more easier to do business in a commercial property. The lease agreements tend to be very open in many different ways, and so that's a better opportunity, of course. You can scale your business according to space that you have. The location also will determine more or less how you engage a commercial property, how, if you buy it, if you rent it only, many considerations that you have to have with that. And then it makes, but usually a successful business in a commercial property will make more money for the renter than it is for the owner simply just owning the property outright. So you can make more money by making the rental work for you, because the rental is less money outlay, less debt that you add to your business, and the profits as you go along day to day are higher, and most it should be mostly very high multiples than the landlord is ever going to make from that property itself. So that's the way it's supposed to be. And the and also you need to look at the short-term benefits over the long term, right? Which will make the difference if you rent or if you apply for a mortgage and pay a mortgage as you go along. Okay. So then you have the farm. A farm is another type of land, and I put here is this a special type of residential land, because usually the farm will is tied to a farmhouse. Usually, it doesn't have to have a farmhouse. So farmland does not have to have a farmhouse, but it can have, and it's allowed. You're allowed to have at least one farmhouse on a deeded property that's a farmland or agriculturally zoned. So, but realize that it's just another type of residential. It has any size lot can be farmed. It doesn't mean that it's zoned for agriculture. One of the things they do with agriculturally zoned areas is that it has a larger acreage minimum to it. So it's usually, well, at least around here in Florida, mostly you have 5 acres, I think is a minimum. And so obviously you can have one farmhouse and 5 acres, in the center or at the edge of 5 acres of farmland. That's basically how it goes here. So that's what you have. There are certain instances where land has been grandfathered in. There's certain instances where you can have your land rezoned as farmland, but that again goes by place to place because every place is different. Then we have your trees. You can have food trees, ornamental trees. You can have plants that are also food plants and ornamental plants again, and livestock, as we said before, and not livestock, living animals that aren't livestock on the farm. Okay, so that pretty much gives you a full range of activities, of produce, of livestock or not livestock designated animals, and a whole bunch of things that can most probably be done by someone who's renting or someone who is paying a mortgage. Um, for those things that need permissions, I've seen landlords give people, I've seen landlords, let me talk about lease for a second. A lease is an agreement between the owner and the renter, okay? So if you're an owner, you don't have this issue. You just decide what you want to do on your property, and then you only have to deal with the homeowners association, neighbors, and zoning, okay? So that's your business. But if you're a renter, you have to deal with the lease agreement, with the renter agreement, and what does that mean for you, right? So you have to consider those things. But you have to also understand something. Never forget this. When you're dealing with a landlord, remember that this is an agreement between two people. There's no such thing as a legal, let's say, a legally determined lease. In other words, there's no such thing as this is the official lease of the United States of America. There's no such thing as that. There's no such thing as an official lease agreement for the state that you're in or for even the city that you're in. There's no such animal because people make agreements. You can make any agreement you want. Again, the people, parties in the agreement have to submit to laws, what the laws allow, obviously. But just because something is, you go to Staples or another place and get a lease, the lease has options that people can use or don't use. You're not required to agree with everything on a lease. And there's things on the lease that can be negotiated between you and the owner. Again, don't look at contracts and leases as these are written in stone. They are not written in stone. They remember there's one key to remember in anything in real estate and in business in general, and that is that most people are lazy. When you're dealing with real estate salespeople and brokers, they're lazy. In owners, landlords, they're lazy. And people renting, they're even lazier still. Okay? So with lazy, meeting with lazy, let's do this quick and simple. What you have is a standard agreement. So what landlords do is they go and they buy a standardized lease agreement and they come to you and this is the lease and we can sign that and that'll be it. This is lazy. Okay? And that's the lazy way to do that. And what happens is that this will restrict you needlessly when there's things that the landlord is able to give you permission to do, and you can do them, and it'll make it easier for you to do the things that you need to do or you want to do to make it more profitable for you to rent. So I've seen it many times, I'm sure some of you have as well, where the landlord has something written on the lease, and and if you talk to the landlord, say, listen, this is the things I have, this is my experience. Sometimes my job, they quit like for 2 months, they close down the shop, and I'm out of work for 2 months, and we're going, I could be able to pay without stopping your rent if you let me sublet, because if I sublet one of the rooms, I can have help during those months that we go dry. And if you're an entrepreneur and whatnot, and that's your situation, you can talk to the landlord and say, I would really appreciate if you allow me to sublet, or I can sublet so that I can use some of these spaces that I won't be using, and I can use that to make sure that your rent is paid on time and fully. We won't have any issues. So the landlord, the one thing that the owner wants, they want their rent. They want their rent on time. They don't want to have any issues. So, and if you came across to the landlord very amicably, he likes you, they like that feeling they get with you, and your seriousness and your frankness, you know, they may come, okay, you can sublet. Let me cross this out in the contract, and you can sublet and get somebody in. I have to check them out. Let me check them out first for you to make sure you ain't getting no bum in here or someone who has a history of sticking people up for unpaid rent or anything like that. But I'll accept if I approve them. I'll accept them so you can sublet, and that'll be fine. You can do that also with commercial more easily. You can get the subletting done. Again, you have to ask for it. You have to negotiate. with the landlord. But these are things that can be done, and the landlord is all within their power to grant you these things. So always negotiate. If you know that you can first find a good sublease partnership or agreement, and you can convince the landlord that this is something that you need to do, and you appreciate if they can make that accommodation. That holds true with other things. The dogs and cats, fish, the gardening, and I garden, I can plant anything. Yeah, or get these things agreed to, so they know that that's what you're going to be doing while you're renting. You're going to make that those little 3 or 4 plants they have there. You're going to turn that into a garden space. You have to let them know what you need and agree to that, and put that. You agree to let them do gardening, however they see fit, and sublet. They need that. You can look for that, and that's something that you can be looking for also while you're looking for a place to move to or a place to live, that you can get some concessions from your landlord in various items. Usually, again, the home cottage thing, the cottage industries, you don't have to worry about mainly, but at certain areas you want to ask for certain permissions, and you just tell them, listen, I got the printing equipment, but it needs to have a vent. I need to have it venting. I need to put it in the garage. Can I put a vent in? It'd be my cost, my expense to have the vent in, and at least the garage can breathe, and the printer can have its way of exhausting any fumes and things like that. So if you have that, and you just mention it like that, sometimes the landlord would say, "Oh yeah, okay, that's not a problem. You can do that. Um, I'll come by to check up on the work as it's being done, but that's okay. That's all right." And then you can do it. You see, so the whole point is being able to get as much leeway as you can. Don't be afraid of contracts. Don't be afraid of asking for permissions to be added, or restrictions in the lease to be taken away, stricken, and noted that the landlord is giving you permission to do X, Y, or Z. So that's what you have to look for. These are the things that are being done anyway. People are doing these things. They're growing, they're raising fish in their garages. They're raising livestock or not livestock, other animals, and they're doing that, selling those. A lot of things people are doing to make their rent pay, bring in income for themselves, and make a difference. Now, why do people choose to rent? People choose to rent simply because it's affordable and or convenient. I mean, when you think about buying the house, you have to put up so much down payment. You have to deal with credit issues, etc. Even if you're doing this for real estate investing, you still have to deal with getting some loans, getting mortgages, paying for a mortgage, etc., etc. And so, again, it is substantial if you're wanting to build up a portfolio, a significant portfolio. It does become very costly, very front end loaded on the front end. So most people will opt to rent. I know that I rented because we were waiting for a particular piece of property that was held by a foundation, and didn't look like, after a few years we've been waiting, it doesn't look like they'll be letting that go, because foundations are foundations after all. So we're looking for properties that we're going to be then considering. But the case is that at times it is actually convenient to rent, more convenient. And again, it depends on the situation. Everyone's situation is different. Rent is either affordable or convenient in many cases, and so that's why people do it. But again, it doesn't matter if someone is renting or if someone is paying a mortgage or owning. If you're not making money from your rental or your mortgage, you are missing the whole game. You're really not doing the right thing or things that you could be doing. What's the negative in renting? It's just what I just said. Simply, most renters don't profit from their expended 33% of their income, and which are rent payments, right? Think about this. You're spending 33%. Usually, when you're being approved or considered for a house rental or an apartment rental for that matter, they go by guidelines, income to rent guidelines, and it usually falls to about the 33 percentile mark, which means that a whole big third of your income goes out just for the rent payment. And doing it like everyone else does at the standard fare is that's really money that is not making money for you. It doesn't make any money for you. If you're not doing anything, then that money is not making any money for you. So it's money that's given away. And you can say, yeah, but I have a roof over my head. It's for something. It's an expense, and you're making no profit from it. You may have sweated that at your job, at your work, your business. You sweated for it, you got it, and a whole third of that just goes boom out to cover your home life, your home experience, your family's shelter, and it's gone. It's forever gone. And you didn't do anything with it. You don't have any returns from it, and that's the saddest part. It's a third of your life. If you think about it, a third of your life is going away. Okay, and this is the reason that you'll hear people say that buying is better, because at least you own you're still throwing it out away from you, but at least it's going into your own property that you can then later resell and regain value, more value than just that you lived in. So the renter doesn't gain value, right? See how the thinking works out there? The thinking is that if you're renting, you're not making any money from this money that you're spending every month. Now, if you're buying, you're paying a mortgage, you're paying the property, well, then you're doing better only because you're still spending the money every month, but only because when you sell, you're able to regain some of that money back. The money that you put into it's not necessarily regained. And it's not regained, and I'm going to tell you why. Because when you take a mortgage out, the mortgage bank is trying to get like 3 times the value of that home. So if you're buying a $250,000 home, your mortgage bank is trying to make 3 times the value of that home over the lifespan of the mortgage. Not that you're going to spend all that time paying for that mortgage and whatnot, but that's the thing. When you sell, if you sell earlier than paying for it all, which is what most people recommend that you do, what happens is that you are making some profit. Hopefully the market goes up. The higher the market goes up, that's the profit margin you're hoping to make, right? You're hoping to make that profit margin. That's the only salvation, if you will, for buying your house. If you're renting, you have nothing, because of course you did nothing while you were renting to make money. But the owner makes nothing either, except that as the values go up in the neighborhood, that money, that extra padding, is what they take home with them, with probably some equity, if they can get it out from what they paid into, but not all of it, because again, you're paying the mortgage interest. They're gaining that money just because they lent the money for you to live in that house. It's basically loaning you money to rent the house. Basically, is what's happening, and to own the right to make whatever profit when you sell the house later. Basically, it's what it boils down to. Okay. So now the question remains, though, if you could profit up through $40,000 a year plus while renting, That means because you are renting a piece of property, you're able to profit $40,000 from you renting that, and obviously doing some other things with it. Which would you choose? Would you choose to buy then a house or property, or would you then rent? See? So buying, again, what does buying do? It gives you the asset, control of the asset. You decide when to sell, and basically you're waiting for the market to go up a little bit and get that padding is really what you're looking for. And that can take anywhere from 10 years or more. So let's go by the 10-year mark. 10 years, you hold on to a piece of property you're paying a monthly rent on, a monthly payment, and you're paying most of that 10 years is interest. So it's not really the principal, but you're paying that interest there, and paying part and part, whatnot. But you have then in 10 years, let's say the property goes up, let's just put a figure there, 50,000, or what, 100,000 maybe, 10 years. Okay, just go by 100,000. And you figure that when you sell it, if this buyer isn't knocking you down, which they're always trying to do that, you're looking at walking away from that house with, up to $100,000 as a profit or gain from the house that you purchased. Again, you got to take away from that the down payment you put in. You got to take away from that the payments you made, really, which it can easily 10 years could be another $8,000 or so. Let's just say 20,000 just to be comprehend the different credit rates and all that. So you're looking at what did I say? 60. You're looking at 100, and you spent in the house 100,000. You practically spent 100,000, if not more, in between the mortgage payments and between the mortgage payments uh, and having what you paid and the profit. So again, you're going to looking at 100,000, give or take away what you're going. If you can see, it's not a lot of money for 10 years of paying the mortgage in the house. Now, let's go to the guy who's renting, then and making 40,000 a year from the rental. He may have his still job. Still has a job. He could still have his own business, XYZ. But from the rental itself, he's doing more than the guy with the mortgage, because the guy with the mortgage, all he did was do what everyone else does, just live in the house. But this guy who's renting, he's making 40,000 a year from the rental of his house. And so what happens, or from the property, and what happens that after 10 years, how much money did he make? He walks away after 10 years, assuming he put everything in a bank or in some other investment. He walks away with $400,000. Right? He leaves the property to the owner. The owner keeps the property, and the owner gets his 100,000, and the owner thinks it's a great day. It's happy day. Oh, happy day, right? They sold my house. I got 100,000 in my pocket. Yeah, I'm smart. But the renter walks away with $400,000. So again, which one is better, buying or renting? Now the best thing is to buy and do and be able to do what the renter is able to do here, right? Again, but you don't. The whole point is that you don't have to buy to do what the renter is now able to do, and therefore you spent less money to do it, and you made more profits. So I'm going to talk to you now about what you're getting in this particular offer that I'm talking about today. What we're talking about is an opportunity to rent my land and for you to profit from it. So what you're going to get with this, again, in this limited offer is the following. Number one, we're going to have a rental lease agreement for a portion of my land. Number two, you're going to guarantee a renewal as long as you're a tenant and you make your tenant efforts maintained throughout all the years that you are doing this with us, you are guaranteed renewal. Okay, so you're not going to lose any standing. The only thing that qualifies you to remain as a tenant on my property is for you to maintain your effort. Now, the effort is explained to you in a PDF, which I talk about later. It explains to you how you're going to profit from my land, and you have to maintain the effort. That's the requirement. Okay, so as long as you do that, there's no issue with renewing the lease time and time again, and there's no increase, by the way, in your rental payments. None. You just stay with it. That's the way it stays that way for good. Okay. The third thing you get today is a full PDF detailing each profit program, and right now there's 4, and there will be 5 by the time most of you see this video, so that you can immediately begin to develop your land lease into significant income streams. So that's what you're getting with the land rental. The agreement is you get the land, you get the space allotment, you pay the rent, and you are able to profit from that rental. You're able to profit from that rental as long as you maintain the effort. Okay, that's outlined in the PDF, and that's it. Okay, you have number 4, rights to use one or all of the profit strategies detailed with the renter's profit from land PDF, which is the PDF you get. It's the name of it. The renter's profit from land PDF. You can use 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or all 5 of the profit strategies that are in there. You're not restricted to how many or how few you want to do. Okay, but remember, what is the qualification? What is the maintenance of the efforts? Whatever you do and how many you do, you have to maintain the effort. So that's the key. And lifetime updates are included with addendums to your rental lease, adding more strategies whenever available, because more things will come down the line as years progress, whenever available and applicable to your rented lot space. And then you'll get weekly live training providing, and that's as long as the weekly live training is needed for each program. And when new programs come, of course, you will get those live trainings as well. So if this applies to each program, and any new program that comes down the line and applies to your lease, you will get that training. Again, there's no extra cost, there's no extra fees, there's nothing extra. This is part of this parcel, plain and simple. Weekly live training providing Q&A, questions and answers, and practical help and guidance. So you're going to get help and guidance along the way of making sure, because you'll understand why I'm interested in making sure you know what to do and that you actually go and do it. Okay, so there's a reason for that. Now, number 7, you get also is a flexible rental payment. Because some of you are asking right now, how much is this going to cost? Some of you, you're worried about what your budget is, because again, the whole issue is having enough money, isn't it? Okay, so the answer to that is that you decide how much. I'm going to give you that decision, how much you want or you can put into this rental every month. That's your decision, but you're going to have to make one decision today, and you have to stick with it for the rest of your life. That's it. Okay. And I'll explain something later to you also. And the final benefit right now with this is that you get a survival benefit, which means that you are able to transfer this rental agreement to your spouse, to your children. If something happens to you or whenever you decide to do that, again, you can transfer it only to your survivors, only. They have to be your spouse or your children, okay? There's no other transfer allowed. simply you to your family as long as you are alive, as long as one of them are living, and you have made that transfer, they will get that transfer. At least put it in our agreement that you want to transfer to your spouse, and if your spouse is not alive either, then it goes to your surviving children or heirs, and that's the way that works. That is something you have to make sure you leave in place before anything happens. Of course, that is can be done at any time while you are in the agreement. It becomes part of the agreement, and stipulating who gets what and when, that's up to you at any time. Now, how is this offer limited? It's limited because there's only 12 people. The acreage of land is already divided into 12 lots, and these lots have been predetermined by one of the modules, one of the programs that you will have the authority and the right to do, which uses the most amount of space. And so it's based on that. And then there's only 12 who, not everyone will want to do that particular program, but we need to have the space in case they do and whenever they want to do it. So obviously that the control is to have the space for everyone to do all of the programs, even though not everyone will be doing all the programs, but you should actually do all the programs. So this land offer is only limited to 12 people right now. That's it. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity. Only 12 of the fast action takers are going to be able to do this, and that's it. Okay, so it's a limited opportunity. As always, the good things are it's very limited. The first 12 that click the button, you decide how much you're going to pay, and we're going to talk about that as a monthly rent. We're going to talk about that right after that. But know that you don't have a lot of time to waste. You have to move on this right away. What are the different rental payment levels? You choose the plan best for you. The first plan is the lowest. It's $100 a month. That's the lowest rental. Now, the size of your space does not reduce, but the percentage of the profits do. Okay? So that's the way this works for you. So if you choose the lowest amount, $100, you'll get 10% of the realized profits. You can do all of the 5 different programs, the same as everyone else, but 10% of the profits from your programs will be your profit, will come to you. Okay? And then if you do $200 a month, 20% of the profits will go to you, and it continues in like manner. $300 a month, $400 a month, 40%, $500 a month, 50%, $600 a month, 60%, $700 a month, 70%, $800 a month, 80%, $900 a month, 90%, and $1,000 a month is 100%. All the profits go to your pocket. Now, you have to realize what we're talking about here. So, given one of the programs, the smallest program, produces the 40,000 plus per year. So let's just use that figure, 40,000. Now, 40,000, 10% of 40,000 is what? Is 4,000. But you're only paying $1,200 in a year, and you're making 4,000. So that's pretty good. That's like 3-4 times return on your money. So that works. It's okay, right? So it's not like $100. You're getting your money worth with $100, so that's still good. At 200, you'll be making twice that, and 30% of 40, then 40% at 400, 50% of stuff. And again, this is just one of the programs. One of the programs. You have 5. And there's some of the programs make way more money than that 40,000. So doing the 100, if that's all you can afford, it's okay. It's good. You're doing good. If you can do the 200, you're doing better. It's just as simple as that. There can be nothing more simpler than this possible. This is very good. It's very reasonable. And again, the only problem with this program is that there are only 12 people will be able to do this. There's no refunds, of course, ever. You are renting every month. You have a lease and all that, but basically every month you're renting, and that is it. You're using it to within the guidelines of the PDF that you get, and that's it. You make it work for yourself. You have to maintain the effort. This is your effort. Nothing happens if you don't do anything. Nothing happens. This is simple rental. This is a rental agreement. I'm just giving you also a guide of how to make this money with this rental. Simple. That's all that's happening. You have to do the work that's involved. And what is the effort that you have to do? It's mainly placing announcements. It's the same thing as if you own the property yourself. And look at what I'm doing. I'm letting people know I am renting this. If you own a four apartment building, real estate, you would advertise in Craigslist. Hey, I got an apartment ready to rent. This is the rent. This is the way it is. There's a picture of the kitchen of the. So you people who are landlords, people involved in real estate and any type of land or real estate, they're putting up pictures and saying, hey, I got something for rent. This is something that is available. So basically, you are doing the same type of thing, not exactly the same, but it's the same type of thing. You're just putting an announcement that, hey, this is something that we're doing, this is something that's going on. This is the information. You want more information, go here, call this number, blah, blah, blah. That's all. It's the same type of thing if you own the building and you were renting an apartment. Same type of thing. You see it all the time even on Facebook, the marketplace. You see people, landlords, posting a room for rent or a horse stable. Rent the horse stable. There's people with boat docks. Rent the boat docks. I got this boat dock. You can rent your dock. There's people with RV spaces. Hey, I got this RV space available. It measures so and so. This and this. This is that. And that's it. And that's what people do when you're in real estate. When you're dealing with property and you're dealing with something of value, that's what people do. Normal people do that. It's regular things that people do. And this program, same idea, same type of concept. You're just posting an announcement. This is what's available. This is something that you can get. And you like this. You're interested in that. Here, go to this place, this URL, or call this number, blah, 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 and get more information. And that's basically all you have to do. You have to maintain the effort, though. You have to be maintaining the effort, and that means that you have to do it as something you're working on. If you had the land and you were farming apples on it, for example, you would announce, "Hey, I got the new apples have started ripening. We got basketfuls, $1, $5." You would put an ad because you got so many apples and oranges or whatever it is you could grow on your land, and you need to get rid of it. You need to make a profit from it. So it's the same sort of thing. This is real estate. This has to deal with property. It has to deal with uh, all the different things that a property can do. You would have to be announcing about it and letting people know that this and that is available. Look into it. Here's the number. Here's the address. Whatever. So there's nothing strange or foreign in this concept at all. It's just, hey, if you're renting, you're dealing with properties. This is what the five or one of the programs involved with this property, and then this is what you need to post, and that's simple as can be. Okay, so for many of you, it's the closest thing to real estate investor you're ever going to do in your life, and this one is actually the best one. Okay, we got frequently asked questions. What are they? What is your refund policy? No refund. This how can you get a refund? You're paying rent. Simply, you have a month and month and month. You have access to the programs that we gave you, access to making money in relation to this land allotment that you get as part of your rent. Simple. You just do what you need to do. If you choose 1 month not to do anything, 2 months not to do anything, that's your issue, your prerogative. The only problem with that is that we are always checking that you are maintaining an effort to to announce the programs and to do them. So that's the only thing. So you're risking, if you don't do anything at all, you're risking losing your rental agreement. Of course, I'm a human being. If you get sick, you're definitely sick in the hospital, you just can't do anything, you had a car accident, just call. I mean, we're people. I'm the landlord like any other landlord. Let me know. Okay, what's happening, and we'll make an arrangement, and that's fine. But again, just don't. You have to show that you're doing an effort, making an effort, and that's really the main qualification for you. But did I say? Did I mention something? I didn't. Let me get back to that. I'm sorry. Let me get back to that here in a second. Let me. There's something I had to show you, which I didn't. So I'm gonna go back to something in here that I forgot to mention. And that was this thing. It says realize profits and bonus. Now, when you see that bonus thing there, that's something that again is also affected by your rental rate. In other words, your return on the rent rate. So if you have, because everyone's getting the same bonus here, it's the same thing, but it doesn't mean the same thing for each of you because it depends on which plan, which level of rent you're going to be paying every month. So if you're only paying the 10%, the $100 a month, you're only getting 10% of the realized profits and 10% of the bonus. The guy that put in 100% of the rental payment here, he gets 100. He or she gets 100% of the profit plus 100% of the bonus. So understand that they're all getting the same thing, but you receive, you get out of it in the percentage that you put in. So if you're only doing the 10% option, you're only getting 10% of the bonus, and if you're getting doing the 100%, you get 100% of the bonus. That becomes important in the following, in the question, one of the questions that come up here following this. So just remember that. Is this a regular land lease? And the answer to that is yes, it is. It's absolutely a regular land lease. It has a restriction in terms of what you can do on the property, and it's basically restricted to the 5 programs that we discuss and anything else that I allow into it that will be added as an addendum. That's the only thing. So you're renting the property plus the right to do the exclusive right and the limited use of the programs that we have. So that explains where that is. Number 3, will I be able to visit the lot and stay on my leased space? The answer to that question is in 4 of the 5 programs, no. But in one of them, yes. So one of them actually is like a vacation rental type of thing. So yes, in that program, if you have chosen to do that program, then you will be able to visit the lot and stay on that space. In some of the others, you will be able to visit the lot actually and go on the property. But there's really, there's not going to be anything there necessarily unless you have done that particular program, which is a basic improvement or development on the property itself. And there's another one that there is something actually physically on the property. Yes. So there's actually two that you can actually go and see. You'll actually know what's going on and how it develops, and you'll be able to go visit and see it for whatever reason you want to. Just that you feel, hey, you're paying rent on this is fine. So that's beautiful. That's okay. Yes. But usually that's not necessary. But we do encourage you to go to the property and stay on it when you do that other program that's like the vacation rental thing, because you will be the first one. We want you to be the first one to stay on there and to experience it, and usually I will be able to be there in person, and to have meetings with you one or twice, and allow you just to explore after that. But I'll try to do as long as I can fit it into my schedule, where I will be there with you when you go. So that's the answer to that. Normally, no. In the first few months, no. There's no point in going. But and and you can always visit. All you're going to see is land, but there's no place to stay unless you did that one program that actually develops your space into a living area. Okay, so that answers that question. Now, if you now the question is, if I'm sorry, how long does it take to start seeing profits from my efforts? That is a good question. It will take a few months, at least, and you should expect at least to looking at an anniversary, a year or so before it really starts kicking in big time for you. But it does depend. Again, I'm going to say this again. The real answer to this is how soon are you going to get the announcements done and keep them up and make things happen, because really it is up to you. The answer to this question is really up to you, but I'm just telling you realistically and humanistically, in terms of human efforts and things like that, it'll take quite a few months, if not a good part of your first year with us, to get the steam rolling and for there to be some action. Of course the interaction and the what they call that, the no the not the gestalt, but the synergy. That's the word. The synergy with all the other activities that are happening. It will produce more and more as time goes on, and you will see more and more results from what you're doing. So yeah, you again, this is like anything else. It's like any other business. It's really up to you. Absolutely. There's nothing here that anyone is doing for you. Okay, because I'm providing everything, my brainchild, everything, what you need to do, the strategies I've already provided to you in the PDF that you'll get. And the land is there, you're renting it, so you have the license to use it according to the strategies, and to make your efforts, and your efforts will pay off in the ways that we've already discussed. Simple is clean, it's simple, it's straightforward. Simply, according to your efforts, that's what you'll get out from your experience. So if you make more properties available, I guess it's in the future, will I be able to rent those? And the answer to that is no. if, and that's a big if, because again, I'm really limiting this. This is a particular opportunity because of the particular relationships with other programs that have been done. We have just this little space here for 12 to get involved in this project right now. If something else comes along the way, as I mentioned before, that may occur if someone waits too long and the 12 spaces have already been claimed. There maybe, it's not guaranteed. There may be another program, not the same, but something else that maybe can be the same to this, but I'm not claiming that it will be or that it will be available. But if something would develop later on that allows for more availability of something similar, you will not be able to rent those simply because you don't need to. You will not need to. This is again what you're looking at right now is better than anyone would need. So really, between the profits, the realized profits from the strategies, and the bonus, you don't need anything else. I'm going to tell you right off the bat. I can't tell you what the bonus is, but I can tell you that once you get the PDF and you start reading and you use your brain, you will know what the bonus is, and you will realize what I'm telling you now. You don't need to do anything other than this. You don't need to get any other properties, rental property situations like that. You don't need to do it. You don't absolutely don't need to do it. Just simply all you need to do is maintain your effort. Maintain your effort, and all of that will be clear to you when you have the PDF in hand. Now, so are there any other fees or monies I have to worry about? For 4 of the 5 programs, let's see here. For 4 of the 5 programs, no. For the one with the with that I compare to the vacation rental type of thing, yes. So if you're going to do the vacation rental type of program, you will have to it's significantly, not significantly, but it's going to be an investment in the rental units. You will have to have that paid for having that installed and set up for you. So that, yes, that you will have to do if you want to do that, and when you're able to do that. If you're unable to do that at the beginning, that's fine. You can do it at any time. The smart thing to do is wait till you start making the money from the other programs, right? And then take that money and put in the unit. This is like Monopoly. You ever played Monopoly? So when you made a little money for the hotel, then you put the hotel in. So this is the same thing. If you don't have the money to do the 5th one with the vacation rental, a unit, then don't worry about it till you make the money, and then you install it, and then you start making that. Again, each program needs what? Effort. It needs the effort. So you need to do that effort, because without it, you don't have anything. You're not doing anything. Okay. Now, and other than that, for the lifetime, your lifetime, the guaranteed rental renews. It survives to your survivor's spouse or children as long as the rental is maintained, as long as the efforts are maintained. No one has anything to worry about. Simple as that. Okay, it's very simple, very straightforward. The only thing is the rental unit. Once you do the rental unit, it involves getting the rental unit, installing the rental unit, and also maintenance. Now, the maintenance, we can work it out through the profits. But understand that it has to be maintained. It's physical things. They have to be maintained. So you have to use your hand. Of course, it's going to cost a little bit more. But you'll be making a lot more, right? So this is the way it works in real estate. Can I sublet, number 7, can I sublet my land lease or sell my participation in this project? And the answer to that is absolutely not. You don't own anything to sell it, so you cannot do that. You can only rent it, and you profit while you're using it. So, that's very key. So especially if you put a rental unit, you have to understand you have to satisfy yourself with the money you got out of it. Okay? Because other than that, you don't own anything. So you gotta understand that. um, and you're doing it just for the money you're making. So it really shouldn't matter to you in that sense. You're making the money, so what does it matter? You got your money back, and you made it many times over and over. So it doesn't matter. Again, this will be obvious to you as you go along in it. So no, you cannot sublet your land. There is a program that may involve something that appears to be a sublet. It isn't really, because it doesn't accrue to your benefit in financially in that sense. It accrues to your benefit in another sense, but not directly like that. So it's not really a sublet. But in any case, that's the answer to that is no. You can only make money from your land in the ways that we have specified, and that's it. That's the only way you're making money from your rental of this land. Okay? Can I use the strategies learned anywhere else? And the question to that, right on the face of it, is no. You can't use it anywhere else for reasons of they're proprietary. Number two, there's a non-disclosure statement. Part of this issue, you cannot disclose the ways that we are making money off of it. But the real big reason that you wouldn't be able to do it anyplace else is because you need so much other things in place for you to do this anyplace else. This is not something that you can just do on any piece of land. Like anybody can go and get a piece of land and do this on it. No. So the answer to that is no. Again, this is because, as I started the presentation, it's only because of the special relationship with other projects that we are able to do this. If you don't have this special relationship with these other projects, which are my own, by the way, you can't do it. No one else can do it. I mean, it would take them a very long time, a lot of other details, and what do you call that? Good and lucky coincidences to be able to duplicate what we're doing. So it's really not feasible that it can be done outside of this project. And that's why the lucky 12 are the really lucky ones, because no one else can actually do what you'll be doing and making the money you'll be making from the project. So that is where you're very lucky. So can I get moving? Can I use so that was done. Number 9, will I be doing any more physical work other than announcing, or what you call marketing, promoting? And the answer to that is, I'm just giving a quick through on the 5 methods. No, there should be nothing else that you're physically required to do in any. You're just simply promoting the business, the income creation generation programs that are focused or centered on the lot that you've rented, and that's all you need to do. You're acting like any other landlord, any other, well, not any other landlord, actually. Yeah, but landlords do this too. But anyone who has the right to use a space, a rented property, facility, etc., you're doing the same type of promoting, the income generation using that space. You're doing the same thing. So that's all. That's really all you have to do, is just keep promoting, announcing, and just keep that going, and build up a rate and a what you call a habit. We'll cover all of that during the training, so that every day you are making sure that you're doing an effort every day, and you will see results from that, and you'll see the profits and the bonus react to that as you go along. So what is the bonus is the last question here. And again, the bonus, I can't tell you what it is. It simply is going to make you happy. That's all I can say. Something that'll make you happy. It'll make you scratch your head and really feel good about yourself. That, you know what, I did the right thing. I I I I I joined this program, and I'm really happy. I'm part of one of the lucky 12, and that's it. We're good to go. The only thing affecting the bonus, of course, is the rate of rent that you've chosen to participate in. And as I told you before, listen, 10% of something, even if you're paying $100 a month, 10% of something is better than 10% of nothing. Okay, that's all I can say about it. Now, so that's it. So those are the frequently asked questions. Um, how to rent yours today? You start today by paying the initial payment. You have to choose 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, 1,000. Now, another question that wasn't there, it just came to me concerning that, is how about if I can afford, 350 or 150 or 950, or I can't afford the 100 period. Maybe I can afford $90 or $50. Okay, so let's deal with the low one. Anything below 100, I can't help you. Move on, do something. I have other programs that are like $25 a week. So look for those. Sometimes I do videos on them. Look for that. Those will be mostly available for a longer period of time than this. This is simply $100 is the minimum. $1,000 is the maximum monthly rent. Now, can you pay 125, 150, 166? Yes, you can. And your percentage will be exactly in line with whatever your monthly payment is going to be. So yes, even though I say 100, 200, 300, that's just for example to show you that 100 is 10%, 200 is 20%. But if you do 250, 200 if you do 250, it will be 25%, right? So you figure out it's really based on how much you want to put into this securing this rental for yourself, and that will affect your bonus level as well as your income level. Again, more the better, but don't do more than you can. Simply stay within your limits, for goodness sakes. The whole point of this is for you to make money, not for you to go broke. Okay, so that's the whole point of this whole thing. Okay, so let me try to get over to the other camera. Hold on for that. Sorry about that, but obviously it's still holding on to that screen over there. So give me a second here. This one needs a transition mode as well. So I'm just going to give this a transition thing to do. All right, so that pretty much answers all the questions. That's pretty much it for now. Simply, this is the best opportunity for 12 people. You guys you're the lucky ones to take action on this right away. Only 12, and that's all we have. And that'll be it. Now, anyone seeing this after the 12 have filled up their properties, or at least my property, then I will probably transfer you guys to that $25 a week program. Is probably what will happen, because that's an ongoing program. It's different than this, and it's only closely related to this on one of the programs that you guys, the 12, will have in this thing. But yeah, that's the only option that you guys will have in that sense. So I'll probably transfer you guys to that. But the first 12 to respond to this and claim their spot, you guys are the lucky ones for 2020. Really, really lucky. And I would say blessed, because I believe in blessings more than luck. But hey, listen, you had to find me first, right? That was the lucky part. Okay, or the blessed part, depending how you look at it. So that's it for me now. Thank you for watching. Congratulations to your 12. 12 that are going to be very happy in this program. I welcome you. 2020 was a great year for you. It is a great year, and we welcome you. And for everyone else, listen, just because you don't get into this, you're not able to, that other program that I'll probably send you to is good. You can still make it happen. It's a little more slower, a little more drudgery into it, but you can still do it with that. So I encourage you to do that. And everyone else, look into my real estate investment workshop. That's open to, well, it is limited also that in your city. It'll be only 100 people in your city, but at least you have more chances of getting into that. So look into that. There's a few ways for you to get into this, even after these 12 have been called. I was going to say chosen. Those 12 have signed up and filled up. There's other ways for you to still get involved in real estate and make it happen, even affordably. So I would not quit with that. I would just continue and look in for that. Again, I'll see you later. Go basically what you need to do, and I forgot to get this ready for you guys, but I won't take the time to set it up for you now, is go to mycbh.com. If this is something that interests you, you want to get involved with it, go to mycbh.com/LP, or small letters, everything, another / and then you put in rent land, and that should take you to the landing page where you can click on the button, and really that takes you to a PayPal me. You need to type in the amount that you're willing to pay every month for the program that you just saw, and that will set in what the lease agreement will stay. So if you put in $168, for example, that will be what the lease agreement will say. It's $168 a month for you, and you will make that 16 or 17% of whatever comes in terms of your profits and the bonus. So that sets up what's going to happen every month, what's going to be your return, and what's going to be your bonus as well. Okay, the bonus, I can only tell you also about the bonus. Another detail, I can't say anything about the bonus actually. But it is part of the lease agreement. So the bonus is not, I can tell you, it's not a one-time thing. That's all I can say. All right. So again, you get the returns and the bonus, okay, throughout the term of your rental with us and with renting my property in my land. Okay. So that's it. Head on over there, click the button, put in the amount, and that's that. If you're one of the early ones, because this is going live right now, so I have to upload this to the landing page actually. So right now there's another video about some other program that I have, but so ignore that. But if you're watching this actually on the landing page, well, then you're in the right place, and pressing the button is the right thing to do. And particularly when you press that button, it should go to a PayPal me. If it doesn't, it'll go to a landing page which tells you, sorry, but the spots have all been taken. But you can click on here and go to this other offer that is a little different, but in the same vein, and you can join that. And we welcome you there. Okay, so that's it. Good luck to all of you. Again, and to the 12, way to go. Great decision and great move for 2020. Take care and see you guys next time.
I used to drive an ambulance as an EMT, and I've always tried to be a safe driver. If people knew what I know, lives could be saved. In my car, if I see a truck or bus taking a turn, I know to take my time. When big vehicles turn right, they may swing wide to make the turn. If you try to sneak in, well, it's a lesson you'd rather not learn the hard way. When trucks and buses turn, let's you and I wait. It's our roads, it's our safety.
Okay, friends, we're going to talk about the car business. I know a lot of you are interested in starting your own used car business, and I'm going to talk about that. A PFI car business. PFI stands for Pays for Itself. So let's get into that today. Of course, if you have anyone who's into or thinking about starting flipping cars, this is basically a car flipping type of business. Again, we're not dealing with licenses or anything that requires certification or licensing in any of the states. You can do that. That's always an option for you. Again, you can do it with or without. You can start without it, and then because there are qualifiers, there's certain amounts of cars that you can sell on your own without needing a license and things of that nature. But all of that you can learn during the training program that we have. We also have, if you go to classiforium.com, we also have under the events section, we have a series of car flipping seminars, crash courses actually, which will get you get up and going in about 4 evenings, just 4 evenings, 6 to 10, Monday through Thursday. And so, there's more coming up. I'm doing the top 100 cities also during my 2020 through 2022 tour. I'll be doing that with the real estate one as well. So again, I'll be in your city for a whole week. I'll be I'll be teaching the real estate and be doing the car flipping. So look out for those. Keep checking on classiforium.com in the events section for your city, but make sure you're in the top 100 cities, because if not, I won't be in your city. And there's a very tight restriction how many people can attend the car seminar. So you really need to get in. If you can travel, if you're an hour away, you can get involved in the seminar, by the way. So you have to be in a top 100 city or within an hour's ride, which is about 60 miles away, and even 80. Okay, so yeah, even if you were 100 miles, you could probably sneak in. So look for it on classiforium.com and come in. So basically, what is this all about? It's about, listen, people are paying it's getting like the online marketing, because I'm in online marketing, if you couldn't tell. And I'm sorry, that URL is wrong. Let me put the right URL. I just realized it. Oh my! I just did the other real estate one, so I'll be fixing that. On one of our broadcasts, we were wrong. I have two going on at the same time. Okay, so that's the corrected one here for you guys. Everywhere else except YouTube. YouTube had it right. Woo! Okay, so what's happening is that just like in internet marketing, where everybody wants money, every little thing. This is how it's getting out there. Listen, they want to charge you for doing this. Look, see that? So for this, they want X amount of dollars, and sometimes it's monthly, right? So now, if you want to do this, that's another few, tens of hundreds of dollars, $10, $30, $70, whatever. And then, God forbid, you want to do this, because then that'll. So it's like every little thing. They want you to pay for every little thing, everything. And this is like life, right? You guys have to pay for the rent. Then you got to pay your car payment. Then you got insurances, right? You need with the car life. You need the car insurance, and then with the home, you need mortgage insurance, and then life insurance and fire insurance, and all just that. Every little thing that you need to do, you has to come out of your pocket. It's getting overwhelming, and then some. God forbid something happens to your car. Let's get into the car, and that's another car payment. Yeah, you got to go back into debt. The other day, one of our family members said they're trying to get ready to retire and all that, and then all of a sudden the car breaks down. It's no good at all. It died. They have to get into debt now. Right before, they were planning to retire and just take all the money they had collected to, settle and into their retirement mode. And then all of a sudden, now something comes to draw that out. And I've done many videos already about health issues. All you have to do is get sick. Just get sick. And my goodness, they will drain the swamp. Maybe Trump isn't able to drain the swamp in Washington, but if you get sick, they will drain your swamp of finances, whatever it is you put together. Believe me, I know that. And forget it. If you get terminally ill, that's it. You are done. Okay, I know people who had to sell off all their real estate just to pay for the spouse's medical bills that died. They died. The bills still have to be paid, and he had to get rid of all his possessions just because he's an honorable guy. He wants to pay the bills and all that. He paid it, man. He paid it, but he was left with nothing. So this is the issue. Listen, no matter. We talk about people with pensions, people with they worked all their lives, hoping and resting assured that the union will take care of everything. Great unions, okay. I have personal family experience, and in the end, okay, the union did do some things, but the bottom line is that excuse me. The bottom line is that the member, that union worker, is done financially, just done. So anything you were able to do throughout life, you will lose it in the end. So dealing with what we're dealing with now with the car issue, cars are expensive. And I'm not just talking about new cars. I'm talking about just getting a car. Because it's not just getting a car, is it? It's getting a mechanic, isn't it? You know what I'm talking about? Can I hear an amen? Of course not. Of course you can. You have to understand that the cars break down. That's more money out of your pocket. That's a misery. I've seen a lot of people having misery. Now, you guys, you know what I'm talking about. So basically what PFI Cars are is a car business that helps people, brings people together with cars in a program that helps them helps the car. In other words, the car pays for itself. They drive around in nice cars, but the car is paying for itself. And then some. Like in our program, there's people who are actually earning a living just with the car. The car itself is helping them make money. And let me tell you, when things go bad, you don't have the job closes or you're excused from employment because business goes down, although that shouldn't be happening these days. But it can and most definitely will happen eventually. It'll be good if you have income coming in from the car that you drive. And so, and then we're not talking about Uber here. We're not talking about Lyft or anything like that. It's not like that at all. It is simply just the car helping you to make ends meet, especially to cover its own expenses, because you'll always have mechanical problems and issues and things like that. But I remind myself, I'm not trying to sell you a car. Again, this is the message of the PFI car business to your clients. I'm talking to you about starting your own PFI car flipping business. And if you go to this URL, you can get a lot more information. I mean, people are going and getting cars with nothing, and they're coming out with a car that's going to be paying for itself and paying them as well. That's outrageous, isn't it? But it will sell your cars. Your cars will be sold, and you will make a lot of money, because you're not just selling a used car and that's that. Giving them more car bills, mechanic bills, gasoline bills, etc., etc. Not that they should be getting those bills, but if they pay with a credit card, then obviously they will. So again, these cars pay for themselves. Wouldn't you be? Can you imagine? And you're making more than if you were selling the car normally. How can that be? Take a look at the video. It gives you the details. Now, how many cars do you think you would sell if people could just come to you and they drive out with a car that's producing money for them? It'll pay for their car. That means you're getting paid, right? But also they're earning income. How many cars do you think you would sell under that agreement? A whole lot. So this is a definite thing for you to look at. And the only caveat is this: there's a limit in each city. The larger cities have more PFI licensed businesses with us. But the majority of cities in the United States can only have one of you. So you need to act fast. So why don't you go over to this URL, look into it. I think you'll be greatly impressed and excited about pressing that button before your neighbor does. Because somebody in your city, they're going to do this. It should be you. Take care, and thanks for watching.
I drive 65,000 miles each year in my bus. If people knew what I know, lives could be saved. You don't want to be in the blind spot of a 40,000-pound bus when I have less than a second to react. I do what I can by changing lanes and taking turns slowly. It really helps when people look out for me too. Give me room to operate safely. It's our roads, it's our safety.
And welcome. Another overcast day over here in the neighborhood. Very rare for Florida, but hey, listen, I appreciate it. And if it rains, even better. But, you know, it's always been incredible to me how many people just don't realize that you're slaving every day to pay bills. Incredible. Paying bills, and one of the biggest bills you have is your rent, right? You're paying that rent. Then comes the car payment, right? You're paying for the car, and then you got to pay the mechanic. It's not like the car doesn't break down or anything like that. So, and if you're paying a mortgage, you know, good for you, but still, you're paying a mortgage. You know you're going to pay like 3 times the house, right? By the time you finish on a 30-year. It's incredible. I don't think people really sit down and look at what you're actually doing. So I'm going to talk to you how to stop that. You're living a pay everyone else lifestyle, and you're working every day just to pay someone else. You got to stop that. At the end of the time, a period, whatever, the week, months, years, what do you have? You know, and if you lose a job and you miss a payment or two, they were already taken away after you've been working and slaving over years to pay the house, and then they're coming to take your house away. How can we live like that? I don't know about you, but that's horrible. Refuse to do that. You know that? Refuse that. So, why don't you change your mentality and adopt a pay-for-itself lifestyle? And ever since I've been living a pay-for-itself lifestyle, I don't have any of those worries. Even during the COVID-19 thing and people losing their jobs and their income, I paid my bills without an issue. Had no problem at all maintaining the things I want and need paid without a single problem and without a worry, in fact. And that's really good. It's good to see your children every morning and know that they don't have anything to worry about, because daddy took care of it, okay? It's time for you guys to take care of things. You guys can start changing your life around by simply changing, I have been over my usual walking distance, by simply changing your thinking, changing the way you do things, okay? And especially changing those bills. Those bills, after you reduce those bills really should be making money for you. You really shouldn't be paying large amounts of money on something that's not making money for you. You really have to change that mindset. It's totally dumb. And can you imagine if the mortgage you're paying, just the other day, a friend of mine, old friend, calls me up because he's having, like everyone else, a little difficulty getting over a previous delay in paying the mortgage. And though he's up to in terms of paying the mortgage every month, he still can't make up those 3-4 months that he fell behind. You're behind the 8 ball. This is happening all across America. This is happening to many people, good people. And it's just because of the mindset that you get trapped in. They do it on purpose. It's on purpose. Remember about those 40 acres and a mule? What happened? Sherman gave the field order to give the slaves 40 acres and a mule. And they started giving out these slaves 40 acres and a mule. You know what the bankers did? They started coming in and started making deals. Hey, you need some money to get things going here. You got to get this and get that. So let's give you a loan on the property. You can use this money to do whatever you want to do. And so they started mortgaging, putting loans, using their property as collateral. And these guys took their property away. That's what happened to the 40 acres and a mule. 40 acres and a mule was mortgaged and they then got lost. It's not a winning deal. What you need to do is do like I did. and that is to turn your bills into profit centers. You're going to pay for mortgage. You're going to pay a third of your income. So some of you even a half of your income to pay rent. You need that rent to pay for itself. You need to make it pay you money, not just the landlord and not just the bank who holds your mortgage. You need to make money. Make money from what you're paying. Even years ago in New York, I had a mortgage, and we made that mortgage pay. We made that mortgage pay us. As a matter of fact, we used that money to come into Florida and to buy here and to get control of property here, and that's what started everything for us. But it wasn't until we changed the mentality of struggling and slavery, paying other people money and other institutions money to keep us enslaved. When we changed that mentality into a pay for itself mentality, then we were able to become financially independent and turn things around. And that's what you can do. You have to change your mind, change your mentality, and turn these big bills into profit centers. So most people have the mortgage or the rental as their big bill. Both of those you can change into paying you money. Now, whatever your situation and whatever you're renting, you can probably turn that into add in some type of profit center, and at least the things that we're promoting, at least bring in an income of $60,000 per year. $60,000 on just one of our programs that you start. You can be adding $60,000 in income to your household, and obviously that's something that you can use to pay off your home, pay off that mortgage, and pay the rent if you're paying rent. Doesn't matter. Rental, by the way, is not a bad idea. Very smart. People used to say it's not smart to pay rent. You never have any, sometimes the rental is better than doing the mortgage. So that's not an issue. Both of y'all are doing the wrong thing if you're not making money from the money you're spending. So that's the way people who live the pay-for-itself lifestyle look at it. So it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter if you're paying $1,800 in rent or $1,200 in the mortgage. Oh, I'm saving $600. You're losing money because you're not making anything. All right. So that's it. That's it in a nutshell. And also the car. If you're paying a car payment, then you got the bill, the mechanical bills, upkeep, maintenance. Again, not too bright. You have to make that car pay for itself. Get that money coming in for you having the car, for you going out, driving up and down the road. Have it pay off for you. Even myself right now, I'm walking back and forth waiting for the kids' school bus. I'm taking advantage of the time. I'm not going to stand and do nothing at the corner waiting for a school bus. I'm going to walk and get some exercise, otherwise I wouldn't do. And then also, I'm making a video talking to you. That rhymed, didn't it? I might as well add rhyming to what I'm doing. Okay, so you get the idea. You have to turn the things that you're doing into benefits for yourself. So think about that, mull it over, and when you get a chance, or if it's continuing after this video, look at the programs we have. We have real estate programs, pay for itself. You can turn, and these are things that you're not going to buy real estate right now. You don't need to. You're just turning where you live, what you have right now, and turning it into a profit center. And then the car as well. We have the car workshops that you can start turning your car. And if you're interested in purchasing a car with a profit center connected to that car purchase, then also that's something you need to look into, and we're able to provide that networking and that service for you. So I would really look into that. You know what it is for your car to be producing 60,000. That's just an example. It's just one example of many that we have, but it is real. 60,000 from your car, that your car's paying you $60,000. Okay, then add to that in your home, having your rented property or your mortgage property paying you $60,000. Okay, these are real numbers of real programs that we have available that you really should be implementing. There ain't no reason. I mean, everyone listening to me right now should be able to turn their car into $60,000 a year. Of driving age could be making every year, and that's without a job. Okay, without a job. So look into our programs. They are very, you say, how can that be? How can that be? Well, the number one reason it can be is that everyone can't do it. We just don't have the ability to just let everyone come in and to join it. So there is a very tight limit. Okay, it goes by area, but it's very, very limited. So that means that the people who jump in on it right now, right away, they're the ones that are lucky, and they'll live the life, the pay for itself lifestyle, and have nothing to worry about. So that's the plain, simple. It wasn't that short, but as short as I can make it. So have a good day, do something, look at the other programs that we have, and take some action, because the spots are limited. Take care. In a pay-for-itself lifestyle, I'm going to start doing a series of examples. And we're going to start with the high-ticket items, the expensive stuff, okay? And we'll do some cheap stuff. So I'll do both sides. I'll do a video on expensive stuff, and I'll do one on very regular day-to-day things and how to make money from your regular stuff right in your house, actually, that you already have. All right, so let's talk about expensive things. Let's say, let's use, for example, Liberace. Liberace, he used to, and if those of you who don't know who Liberace, he was a flamboyant entertainer, pianist, which one is a pianist, isn't it? Anyway, he would dress up in fancy clothes. He had the biggest rings on every single finger, diamonds and glittery stuff. The guy, he said, was a very flamboyant musician. He would play the piano there and entertain the crowd, have a show. Something like, something like you would, maybe you've seen on a cruise. You wouldn't see something like his show, but like we have a pianist that would talk and every once in a while say something funny and then bring it into talk about the piece he's gonna play and whatever, something like that. Full show, just a musician, and then he would have special effects and all that. Now, I bring up Liberace because he would buy expensive things, his rings, had the clothing and whatnot. Now the thing is this, he used those things for his livelihood, for his business. He was an entertainer. He wore that on stage. He would wear it, when he goes to attend functions, events. I mean, after all, he has to look like Liberace all the time. So, of course, you look at a person like that and you figure, well, he had to do that, you know. He was rich, so, you know, he played the part, and he had to show it, you know, his flamboyance to the crowd and all that. But think about this for a second. How about if you would also be able to buy expensive things? Liberace, he would get that off his taxes, number one. So his income was offset. The money he made was offset in terms of how much tax he would have to pay by buying actually these expensive items. Because of course they were used for his business, his livelihood, and that's a tax deduction. Or at least it was at the time. So he actually made money by buying these things. See, that's intelligence. That's buying things that pay for itself. So actuality, every time Liberace would pay or buy an expensive piece of jewelry, he's making money with it. Simple as that. He not only uses it for his performances, but he also uses it to reduce the taxes he would owe otherwise. So in both instances, this thing he's buying is making money for him. See? And we can go down the road of all the things he would get. I mean, you know, conceivably, he could get a car. He could have incorporated a jet plane into his performance and his public, you know, movement from here to there. And we can see, can you imagine, we can see Liberace in the air coming towards the airport. I'm sure like you saw with Trump when he did with the campaign, if that was Liberace, he would write that off on his taxes. I use the plane for my livelihood, for my business. Everybody knows Liberace's coming to town. I'm sure that the circus, the Barnum and Bailey, when they were in functioning, in operation, they could have used that train. I don't know their business, but I would have made that train a tax deduction. Because of course it's promoting, all the cars are promoting as the train moves from city to city. And number two, as the train comes in, pulls into another city, I mean, they could have made, I'm sure they did, but they could have made it a big social media event, public release, you know, have public press release, have people, media come and welcome the circus train into the town. Well, that's a tax deduction right there. You know, bringing it down, their tax burden from the profits they're making, plus it's advertising, marketing, etc. Then that's also other tax deductions. There's many ways a business can reduce its tax burden through these things. And yet, you have your own train, you have your own plane, you have your own expensive car. So it really isn't that difficult to start fashioning your lifestyle as a pay-for-itself lifestyle. You just have to start incorporating certain things into your life and turning that into a business. What do you like? You know, what things do you like that cost money and that you would like to incorporate into your life? And so start making a list of those things that you would like to have, you know, and then Look for a way, a business, an idea, a concept that you can create a business around, and then justify having those things and getting those things. Now, once you do that, you say, well, I still have to buy it first, right? You don't have to buy them first. They could be part of your planning to buy them as you make a profit. But remember, the more essential those items are to you doing your business, actually, the more easier it becomes to actually get money from other people, from banks, from venture capitalists, investors who would want to invest and see that your business gets started and make some return of investment money from that. So it isn't really, it isn't really that hard to go from step to step and actually attain your heart's desires in a pay-for-itself lifestyle and philosophy. So that's an example of big ticket items. Whole train, whole plane, and we'll explore more of these things. A brand new expensive car, Rolls Royce or Lamborghinis, whatever you young guys like to drive these days, doesn't matter. Just getting these things just as a symbol is ridiculous. It's better to gain these things as part of your business and deducting the costs or some of the costs from your taxes, and making more money because you're using it for your business. So again, you just have to think creatively. And of course, everybody's not going to get a Lamborghini. This is a, for most of you, it's just a dumb thing to do, basically. But I'm talking in terms of you exploring your creative juices and manifesting things that are inside of you, and which I believe is your personal success, your natural success, and then fashioning a pay-for-itself lifestyle around that. Always remember that these things should pay for themselves. You shouldn't be paying for them. They should pay for themselves. And that is the best way to wealth. As after all, why should you sink all your money into the things when the things can add to the money you make? And that's really important. It's really big. Reduce your taxes, create more income, make you more popular, make you more spectacular, advertise your business, market your business, build brand recognition, and all those good things through the acquisition of things that make your business and your lifestyle prosper. And they pay for themselves. Pay for itself lifestyle started now. The business lifestyle I'm living right now, it's very interesting. And you see, I don't waste a minute. I get everything done. I got a few things that I gotta do every day. I'm doing my exercise now. Same time I'm waiting for the school bus to get here. Hey, making videos. You have to stay productive. Anyway, I want to say that I'm operating a couple of businesses, right? I have businesses for a suit and tie, for when I wear a suit and tie. I have business behind the computer desk. I got businesses running. You're just everywhere. I got websites around the world, whatever, servicing people around the world. And I even have and operate a small farm. Can you believe that? That's absolutely right. I got my hand in everything that can be done to make some money. And it takes talent. It takes some knowledge. I've invested a lot of time investigating, researching, But overall, it takes stick-to-itness. Because there's so many people who just give up, It's not easy. No business is easy. No endeavor is easy. Can you imagine? Discovering the U.S., the American continent, opening it up, right? Those explorers that came and explored. Without them, at least things wouldn't have happened the way they did. But it takes effort. Somebody has to make the effort. Right now, we're thinking of going to Mars, colonizing the Mars and the moon for that matter. It needs effort. Without effort, and that could have been done years ago, but there was no effort made, there was no interest. Now everyone's all of a sudden interested. So I guess they have so much technology sitting around they don't know what to do with, so they might as well just start reaching out to the stars. But in any case, what are you doing? It's a struggle. It's not really a good time. I'm speaking these words while the COVID pandemic is on its second wave. So a lot of people still have in their mind, shutdowns, and it's happening. We might have some other problems. Store up your toilet paper, folks, and other things. But, is this the right time to do business, to start a business? And I'm going to tell you, yes, absolutely. Because this thing is not going to last forever. And right now you have an opportunity, $1 million opportunity. What would cost, and I'm speaking figuratively, but what would cost someone regular when things were normal, $1 million to promote and position a product, a business out there and get it, well distributed and making sales. Right now, obviously one of the most important things was competing against others, right? Taking over market segments and out-competing the competition. But right now, with this COVID thing, the competition is decimated. It is decimated. Let me tell you, there's a lot of business space now open again. Okay, and it really, the ones who are going to win now, there's a big bonanza coming. Once this pandemic thing is done with, those that are in the right position, those who are ready to grab up and get into the space that's been left by other businesses, unfortunately, that could not survive, that did not prepare, you guys are going to be big winners. So you really have to move on this now. Now is the time to start a new business. Now is the time to expand your business, to prepare, to get things ready to open into new markets. Really, now's the time to start thinking, we have to be ready to hit the floor running once everything is okay. So you really need to start planning that right now. That's the best business advice you're going to hear from anyone. You need to plan to move at a quick pace. Be ready to start opening new business, acquiring new markets now. You have to get it ready because this thing is almost over. The vaccines are there. People are going to start turning around. It's just this election. The election issue is still, playing games with people's mind. But this is the perfect time. This is what strategy is all about. Winning strategy is taking advantage when other people are still asleep. Other people are still not realizing, what's going on. It's time to move on it, folks. You have to move on it. This is strategy. This is business. This is a winning strategy. You have to make your move while people don't know what's going on. They're still wondering who's going to be president. You're planning to take over and dominate in your market. This is what you need to be doing. And this is what winning businessmen do. While we don't get worried, and I do politics, I do a lot of politics, I'm telling you right now. But I don't let those politics deter or defer my thinking, my business mind. My business mind is on the money. It's on the money. I'm always looking and always sharp to see the opportunity. And right now is that opportunity. Right now, while people are distracted and other businesses are routed, now's the time to start moving and getting your business on tap. Now, for those of you who haven't had any business experience, you really need to start thinking about those easy to do businesses. And I'm talking about like landscaping and mowing the lawn, things like that. And I'll give you just another little clue. I mean, the best bet for you is to join our business brokering program. It's the best thing. But I know that most of you can't afford it. That's fine. And you won't be able to get into it anyway if it's already full. If you have the money, look into it. You'll see it in other programmings where you're seeing this message now. But not to fret if that opportunity is taken, because what you want to do, and I'll give you this little tidbit, is that you want to start your business, an easy thing that you can get started, easy entry. There's like for the lawn thing, I mean, there's places that'll rent to you the equipment. You can start without having to buy equipment. You can rent the equipment, get a few, and before you do that, talk to a few neighbors, get a few accounts. Oh, you're thinking of starting? I am, but I need some steady customer. I need somebody who's gonna say, listen, we'll hire you. Just come and do this, and I'm willing to give those guys a break in price. Let's say the regular price is $80. So you want to get a few customers at $60, have them pay you $60, something like that, 20% off, something like that. And you need to get started with a handful of clients. That's all. Handful of clients. You take care of those handful of clients one day a week in the afternoon or in the morning, whichever day you choose, depending on your schedule. And you've started your business, okay? And and that's how you get started. But I'm also going to advise you to add something special. Add something special to that business. Don't just do the same old business everybody else is doing. So if the pandemic wasn't bad enough for you, now, and the unknown presidential outcome of the election, that wasn't worded right, but you know what I'm talking about. If that wasn't bad enough, now that apparently that solar activity on the sun is getting ready to potentially knock our power out. That's it. So you all with your crypto, you better lock that bad boy up someplace. wrapped in lead, and everyone else, you've got some issues. I've been telling you guys, you know, even if it doesn't happen, I'm not gonna frighten you guys, but you should be ready by now, aren't you? Don't tell me. I don't want to hear it. That you are watching this and you are not ready for an emergency. After all this already, come on. Okay. So listen. I mean, we have our programs, our Emergency Owners Association program. We have our farm owners program. I mean, if you're not farming right now, you don't have a farm, that's another thing. You're really, really risking it. Even if you live in a studio apartment in a big city, you can have a farm. Our program shows you how you can do that, and you can be receiving. If there's, even if when there's no food in the supermarket, you can be receiving food in your home. Okay? Receiving food, staying alive. All right, while other people are scavenging and whatever to survive and dying, you will survive, you and your family. Again, if you don't have these things in place, there are just a few spots available, especially for that emergency program. Don't fool around with it. A lot of people like to troll my videos and say negative things and call me a grifter and scam artist and all this, you know, all these false accusations. But the bottom line, when the sun solar flare hits the fan, that's going to be the end of all of that BS. Okay, and those people who took my advice, those are the ones that are going to survive. Make it you and your families. Stop the silliness, stop your stupid thinking, and take some action. So, I'm gonna give you guys, and I'm praying that this solar thing is nothing right now, but one of these days it's going to be. One of these days something's gonna happen, and you know that. You guys gotta feel it in your gut, but then it'll be too late. You gotta get started now. So, okay, this video is for the pay-for-itself lifestyle, and what we're going to talk about today is a low-ticket item, just out of the blue, that you may have already in your kitchen or in your home. So what could something be? I'll just pick up something, maybe cookie molds. You have a bunch of cookie molds in your home. How can we use that for the pay-for-itself lifestyle? Well, you just simply make some cookies. Now, you can get some recipes from online very easily, and you can get some old-fashioned recipes, because that would be actually new tastes to people, and it will give you some way to compete against all the others who are doing new recipes or the new flavors and whatnot. So you can take and start perfecting your recipe, make it different, make it old-fashioned, this and that. And maybe in those days there was no such thing as old-fashioned, let's just say, I don't know, macadamia nuts. I don't know if that was a thing back in the old days, but maybe it's something you can do. Make it a change, bring in something new to an old recipe, and get those cookie dishes, cookie molds to the task. Okay, and you can start making that. Now, you're gonna say, oh, but you're gonna have to start baking, and then how are you gonna get customers and this and that and blah blah blah? Well, the secret to that one is to develop your market. You know, a lot of people gripe that they don't have the money, you know, to start a business. And then even when they start a business, then you don't have the money to market, to get it known by people, etc., etc. So why don't you use this time, the time where you're researching, getting your recipes together, figuring out a schedule, how you're going to do this and that and blah, blah, blah. But at the same token, at the same time, why don't you locate your future customers? Why don't you join the groups they're in already? Make yourself known. You know, talk about, you know, I'm thinking of doing a new type of, bringing back some old recipe with new ideas on that. Some cookies and this and that, which, you know, I'm looking for tasters. That's another thing. While you're going and looking for other groups to join, why don't you start your own? Start a group. Entice them with free samples, you know? And you can start getting a meeting together once the COVID thing is over with. But even without it, you know, people need a place to go. And if you offer them a place to come, you know, COVID safe, in other words, 6 feet apart, everyone, you know, don't pack them in. They have to reserve a spot, and you're going to give them a nice 1 hour presentation and eating, testing a taste, recipe taste, recipe polling. The people can taste a few ideas of yours and actually vote and participate. It gives them an evening out doing something different, novelty of something that has never been or hasn't been, at least they haven't tasted or known about before. And it also exposes your service, your future business to your future customers, their potential customers. And if they've tried what you have, you say, you know, I really like that. I can't wait till you get the final product. If you take their lists, you can send them newsletter and let them know when the orders will be, when your recipe is ready for ordering. And that's that. You can use that with any type of food, not just the one I gave you. But these are things you can do now and build up your business now without baking one thing yet. So that's the idea. Take care. Pay for itself lifestyle. Really, think about it. It's a great philosophy. If you're into real estate, or you wanted to do real estate, you haven't gone into it yet, or you started, or if you're a person that likes flipping cars, you know, you like to sell cars, and you figure that's a good business for you, maybe you're thinking about opening a dealership in the future, you know, because you really like cars and stuff like that. So I want to motivate you to look into our pay-for-itself car flipping and pay-for-itself real estate business, because that is really a great option for you. And like the name says, pay for itself. I mean, who wouldn't want their rental apartment or their rented home or even their mortgaged home to pay for itself? That means that it frees up all the money that you're making. You otherwise would be slaving to pay for the home. Now you don't have to worry about paying for the home. All that money you're slaving over now becomes to, you know, you can buy the latest game equipment and entertainment center and stuff like that. Go on vacations more. That's a great lifestyle. But if you don't turn your big bills into profit centers, then you're just a slave, and you're slaving over something where if you lose your job, somebody's going to come and take it away. That's a sad thing. So what you want to look at is being able to make money with what you have control over. And that's real estate, an apartment, a rental unit, and or a car. And so that's what the pay for itself lifestyle is all about. So I want to encourage you to look into it as soon as possible. Pay for itself lifestyle is the lifestyle to have. It's the best thing. So if you're interested in flipping cars, for example, as I started, you have an option. There's a car flipping workshop that we have for those interested in becoming car flippers. I mean, really serious in the car flipping business. Again, when you flip one of these cars, we're going to show you something no one else can show you. And you know what that is? After you sold the car to somebody, you're going to keep making money. You're going to keep making money from that sold car. Now, what car dealer and what car flipping guru can show you that? None except me. So take that workshop. It's really worth the money. Take care. Hey friends, write this down. Very important message for you right now. Write this thing down. I'm going to give you a URL because you'll need it. All right. I'm making a special offer right now for those who are watching this video right now. This message. Write this down. You're going to go to a www.paypal.me, M-E, right? You know, PayPal and .me /MYCBH. That's my CBH, right? MYCBH. And / that, and then put 50, 50, okay, 50. Of course, you're going to need $50 for this. I'm going to tell you what it is. I'm making a one-time offer to you. You have to be in the United States for this. If you reside in the United States of America, okay, and you've been trying to have a business, to start a business, you probably tried MLM, network marketing, whatever it is. Maybe you haven't quit yet. Maybe you're still trying. Maybe you're thinking of starting something. What you want to do is you want to start something that's going to make you some money. Now, if you've seen my videos, you realize that the business offers that I have, they're basically recurring offers. In other words, they bill you recurring every month. Okay? But I'm going to make you an offer right now. You got to jump on it because once someone in your town takes this offer up, and I'm going to limit it just like I do the other business offers I have, in the same fashion. That means obviously if you live in New York City, I'm going to have a few positions open. But any other type of regular city, it's only one. So if you have this, you reside in any city, send me the $50 right now. And you're not going to pay any monthly fee for anything. I'm going to put you on a special membership. You're going to pay one time $50. That's it. One time. And we're going to have consultation, you and I. I'm going to look for, when we have our interview with you, I'm going to look for your strengths, look for the things you enjoy, you like, and I'm going to set you up in a business of your own, and you're not going to have to worry about monthly payments. You will be automatically within our network, and I'm going to help you with your business. It's only going to cost you $50. Okay? That's it. $50, you're going to be in business. All right? You have to do what I tell you, and nothing's going to cost you more money. $50. That's it. That's the offer. Right here, right now. Okay? You won't be sorry. That's all I have to say. Now, if you watch all the videos I got, all the business opportunities I'm offering out there, all of that will be open to you. All of it. Without reservation. But you have to act now. $50 right now. Send it and get started. But you have to be ready to get to work. Okay? That's it. $50. PayPal.me/MYCBH/50. Take your step of faith and make your move right now. You have no excuse. If you don't have the 50, bum it off of somebody. But don't steal it. No good. Take care. I've talked to you in terms of the pay-for-itself lifestyle about things that you have or that you desire and how to obtain these things by the pay-for-itself lifestyle. There's things that you already have that you should also be paying for itself, that should be paying for itself. Something that everybody has is experience in many things. You know, there's things that you've experienced in your life. You don't even have to pay for it. You already lived it. You went through it. You know what? And listen, there's a lot of people out there that are either going through or they fear going through things that you already went through. And, you know, there's thousands of them. Just think about it for a second. You know, do a search on Google and look at how many people suffer from XYZ, or how many people will face XYZ in the following year, stuff like that. And notice, you know, the quantity of people, folks, that really should be concerned about having to deal with this or that. It could be a disease, it could be some accident that you suffered, it could be something that happened in the family, just regular like life, you know. And depending on the gravity, on the uniqueness of the experience that you have, you know, you can put it up, make some videos like I do these videos, and you can put it behind a paywall. What is a paywall? It's simply an asking for some money for people to watch what you have. There's certain platforms, not YouTube, but certain other platforms where people can pay to see the content. You can make your own website, have someone make it for you. But there are other websites that have traffic. See, if you make your own website, then you got to worry about getting people to the website. You know, it's a whole malarkey there. There's a whole bunch of mess. What you want is easy ways of turning what you already know into some money. You don't have to break a sweat at it. So you go to other platforms that already have people. They have people looking for information. They have people who are used to or prepared mentally, you know, to drop $5 to watch a video, okay? So listen, and if there's thousands, 10,000s of people that would be interested in knowing something about what happened, I mean, there's people who read books after all. People who read books and, you know, maybe you have a story. You can make a story up. You don't have to write. You say, I'm not a writer, but are you a talker? Can you talk? Listen, I know some kids that can talk your head off. I'm surprised their head is still on their body. Simple. They should make millions of dollars. They talk. All right? I talk myself, but they really beat me to the money. Let me tell you. But in any case, make up a story. Be a storyteller and, you know, and do that. You know, some of you could put some slides and get some, common, what do you call that? The commons. copyright free type of images. Go to Pixabay, go to some other places. There's videos there also on other places, and even on Pixabay, there's videos you can use. There's no royalty free, and you simply make your story and just tell it and put it behind a paywall. Make it really good, and there's different niches, different genres. There's already stuff. If you need an idea, just go to Amazon, look at their books, look at the titles, look what's selling, what are the hot sellers out there, and you know what? Make your own version. You don't have to copy. Just get the idea from their book title, and you know what? You know enough to make a story about that. Then go for it, man. Go for it. And another idea you guys can do also is there's a royalty-free works of writing, the things that you can actually even reprint and sell because there's no copyright on them. They're public domain. But instead of doing that, use them to make your own stories. Just copy the storyline, change the names. You can do that easy in a word processor. You just change Bob to Bill and other things like that. Just change the name to something else instead of a white donkey. You change white to red, and you change the donkey to an alligator, and then you change it that way, and then you go around restructuring the story a little bit, blah blah blah. But it's so easy. It's very easy. And then obviously people don't like to read anymore, so you take these old stories, you rework it, and then you make videos, and you make them nice, and you can make them entertaining. Some of you have certain other skills, and maybe you like making jokes. So you can, and you ad-lib a lot. So you can take this story and just ad-lib it and make a series of videos and just name it something that tells people, what to expect. This is going to be funny. It's comedy. And so, let me go and watch that. $5, something cheap. Even $1.99, $2, where, if in a high traffic platform. And I'll get those for you. I forget the name of one that I have in my head. It's in the head, but it's like not out of the file cabinet, right? But anyway, you can charge anything you want. And, they get thousands and thousands of people that go watching other people's content and think, you got something there for 99 cents, for $1. But think about it. If you get 10,000 views, get 1,000. Listen, just look at it for every week. You get 100 views every week. That's $100 extra you didn't have yesterday. It's just as simple as that. And you can start developing an income from this. That's just one piece of work. Now, if you want to do a series that people subscribe to, there's other options. There's Patreon. People can subscribe to a series of work output or work throughput that you do, work product. And you can have a series every week or whatever the frequency is, and you can have people paying $2, each time, $2 a week, $2 a month, whatever, $5. And again, the more money it is, even $5, it has to be something. People are not gonna give up some deli coffee and bagel money for just any little thing. You gotta, it has to be something. You got to think about numbers, not about making money on 1 or 2 views. You understand? So you got to keep it low, keep the quality high. Whatever it is, make it really high quality in terms of content, and then just charge a little and just have the traffic. What you're doing is using the platform's traffic as far as it can go. That's all. You make whatever you do, and that's fine. Just keep making some more stuff. And you can pretty much adjust or regulate according to the response, the feedback, what the first 1 or 2 perform for you, how much is produced from that. You can then adjust your work product, your output, to increase that income, if you like, to something that you can practically live on, if you like. These are things you can do. YouTube is like a long wait. You have to be real lucky. I mean, there's a case, right, I've been watching just recently This guy, his channel was doing nothing. Then the elections came for Trump and Biden and all that mess, and his channel blew up because he started talking about Trump. He's pro-Trump. It doesn't matter, you know. I guess the pro-Trump has more fire to it than the anti-Trump. I'm just guessing, but in any case, his channel blew up. Now, but the thing is this: the YouTube started cutting his ad revenue. See that? So that's why I don't like YouTube. And YouTube, you shouldn't really develop using YouTube. You can be on YouTube. Matter of fact, you can talk about your paywall, the content you have on this other platform, but don't depend on YouTube for anything other than, you know, getting the word out there. You know, think of it as a Google. Be careful what you do on there. Try to attract attention and then point them in the direction of your paywall. That's what you want to use YouTube for. Really, don't rely heavily, because you can get you know, your account blocked or put down or whatever. Anyway, don't depend on that for money, folks. You know, those people out there, they're creators, that's fine. If you're really outrageous, you should be able to make money. Let's put it this way. If you're good to make a lot of money on YouTube, you should be making money on these other platforms first. You should be able to do that. And that shows you, well, maybe I can do some YouTube, but don't do the same stuff there. Just make a difference. I'm going to make an analysis on what works on YouTube as opposed to what works on these other platforms behind the paywall. And I'll do that review and analysis for you guys in another video. All right, that's it for now. Think about that. You know, take the old, change it a bit, and change the format, obviously. Make it into video. Video is where the thing is at. And put it behind a paywall. Use what you already have. Have it pay for itself. I mean, you're living, you're breathing, you're thinking, you know. Yeah, I thought about that. You might as well make money with your thoughts. Take care. Came in from one of my viewers. They asked this. They asked, how much money, you know, you say you're going to make a lot more money than you do in crypto and all of this. Well, how much money do I need to invest in order to make that happen for me? The answer to that is, do you have $25? That's my answer to you. Do you have $25? Because that's all you really need. If you have $25, you can control real estate, and you can build that real estate up to over $1 million of return on investment. These are the things I'm going to show you from just $25. So if you can muster $25, then you can grow rich in real estate and use money, the money that you get from our program, to grow rich in Bitcoin or any of the other coins, for that matter of fact, even commodities. It doesn't matter, because you have something that's solid, real estate, and you're just using some of the profit and buying whatever crypto you want to do. If the crypto goes down, it's lost. No sweat, because you have the real thing. You have real estate, and that's the big difference. So that answers that question. To join this private mentor club, send $25 to paypal.me/MYCBH/25. To join this private mentor club, send $25 to paypal.me/mycbh/25. Some people haven't thought about starting a business, but I'm going to talk to you about something you may not have considered. A lot of people, you have your 9 to 5, or you're retired, or you work, figure can't handle, having a business, and you don't want to take the risk because you don't want to lose, stop your job to take care of a business you're trying to do, and then the business doesn't work out, etc., etc. But, there's so many businesses that you can start without leaving your job. Right? One of the businesses we have available through our business broker network is the splash party business. Splash party business, basically it's a party for hire. It doesn't need a pool, but mainly a lot of our clients have pools, but the party can be had without a pool. It's not necessary the pool, but in either case, this is basically a party that comes to the client's home here in Florida, for example, and other places in the United States. There are vacation rentals, Airbnbs. So you want to have a party, they'll come and bring the party. This is a business that is perfect for someone who has a 9 to 5, doesn't want to leave their job, because basically all you need to do is hire the entertainer, hire the person that goes and brings the party to the client. Basically what you're doing, it's almost like what do you call that? Like being a broker. You have independent contractors who bring the party to the clients, and it's just a simple set up an ordering, a scheduling type of software. You can have a website that does that, and your associated independent contractor entertainers, they simply check the schedule, see what the schedule's like, and just perform the services. You still go on your 9 to 5, you still have your job, you're making money from your job, and you're making great money from your business as well. And that's just one of the quite a few types of businesses that you can have without stopping your 9 to 5 job, and doing without that income. So, and even the brokering business itself, that is also one of our business opportunities. The business broker opportunity, you don't need to leave your 9 to 5 either. And it's basically selling businesses from a website, and everything can happen quite automatically. You can do the consulting, I should say, or you can have that connected with us, and we'll handle the consulting, as we do for all of them. Actually, all of our business brokers have us handle the consulting part to one degree or another, and that frees you up to do your business, to do your job, your 9 to 5. So you don't have to quit your job to start a business, and it actually makes a lot of sense to do that. Now there's a thing called tax refunds, tax benefits for starting your business. Now, how much do you pay in taxes every year? You can do a Donald Trump. which means that you can get more money from your tax refund every year by adding a business that you're doing. If you show that you're doing a business and you have XYZ expenses for that business, you can get that money back from your personal taxes. That means your refund check will be bigger. So these are things to consider. I mean, you can get a lot more money back. You're making money during the year. You get more money back on your tax refund. Perfect. And there's other benefits, you know, business benefits, vehicles, vacations, things like that you get by having your own business and, you know, working with your tax accountant, making sure that you get all the benefits that you're entitled to. So I think that's something you need to think about when considering starting your own business, or you haven't thought about that, but you should. It's really good for you all around. It's the best decision you can make. So the best way to add more money to your bottom line is not bothering your boss for a raise and not hoping that the country adopts a standard minimum wage, but actually the best thing you can do is start your own business and without leaving your job, and you can do that. So connect with us, connect with your local business broker from Mycbh, and if you don't know about that, or see if that's available, because that would be, in my honest opinion, the best business for you to get started. Even if you have another thing in mind that you would like, if there's no business broker from our network in your city, then that would be the best thing for you to be. And then you can do the other business you're thinking about. You can do that. But being the business broker, that's a shoe-win. Not a shoe-in, a shoe-win for you business-wise all across the board. Look for those videos and take that opportunity. Take care. Pay for itself lifestyle, you know, requires that you use your thinking, your brain. Look for things that, you know, you may already know how to do or do. And then the new concept I'm going to talk about today is marrying things together, putting things together that you wouldn't have thought of putting it together to create new things and create content and something that you can sell. Speaking about videos behind the paywall, I just did that video beforehand. Another thing you can do is, like, let's say you like playing football, maybe you're on a football team or whatnot, you know, and you know what you can do, you get an old story in the public domain and it has a nice little storyline, and then you can incorporate that in, and you got all your videos when you're exercising and when you're playing the game, or playing, you know, trying out a few moves, a few plays. Let's say we're talking about football here, it could be any sport or any hobby really. And then you just use those videos and bring them in, and with the story and the narration, some videos, some public domain photography, some public domain videos as well, you know, that they have, some archived old black and whites as well. You know, you can, whatever fits with your story, you can just bring it in and create something that, you know, and get people to be interested in it. You know, you can call it your movie. It's your football movie. You give it a name, make it interesting, and make the obviously the story interesting. But you guys can do a lot of things, just putting two different things together. Something you already know how to do, something you've done. You probably have already some videos about it, and just bring it and marry it with something else. you can do that with anything. It's the same thing, the same football videos. I mean, you can combine it with some old public domain, positive thinking type of material. If there is anything like that, I'm pretty sure you can find something that talks about being positive and blah, 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 even some writings. And then just incorporate that, even ancient writings, where it would talk about, I guess, the way things prosper, even ancient philosophies. You can turn around and just turn that into a modern presentation, put in some of your videos that you incorporate. You got to keep fighting, keep trying at it, and you see yourself a video you took from one of the games, or from some running you did in your football uniform. You get the idea. You got content, and you can repurpose that content for these stories that you can create and put behind a paywall. There's a lot of things again that you can do. Then you have the technical people who know how to do things, and these are the famous how to do this and that you see on YouTube. But again, when it's something very particular like software, you don't want to put that on YouTube. You want to put that behind a paywall. If you're going to show people how to do a specific type of software, and that piece of software is very beneficial to somebody to want to code it in their way and whatnot. So that's a thing that you can do. And you put that behind a paywall, that is good. I mean, there's solutions to problems as well. Now you got YouTube. You need like 10,000 views to make any money on YouTube, but figure if you get 100 views this week on your own video explaining how to solve this XYZ problem on one of those platforms that people go to find out information, they'll pay 50 cents, they'll pay $1, they'll pay $5, what have you. Then you have something that you can do and put that on there and have that. It's almost as good as publishing a book. People, you really need to think about that these days. These days doing videos is practically like writing a book, how it was. We don't use a typewriter anymore. We're just talking to the camera. But you got to be thinking about that. I think video is like today's book publishing or tomorrow's book publishing. So video is very important. So I think it's time for you guys to think video and use video to your advantage. While you're doing the video, you can also be transcribing and create PDFs with it. Or I created a software, piece of software that actually has my book in it, and it also has references to video that you play within the software itself. So the book, you have the book, information in the book, and then you have a reference, like you see in a book, that it has a reference to a footnote, but instead of it being a reference to a footnote, it's a reference to a video that you can play on the one of the panels in the software. I mean, that's what I did, and some other things and neat little things that software does as well, and it enriches that book environment. So that's something I did myself. I coded myself and produced myself for, to entertain my creativity and to make money. So these are things that you can do. In other words, marry things together. Put things together that right now aren't together. See? So a book with a video together is something that's not really seen. And if you know video, you can marry the two together, bring it together. You can put in podcasts. You do a whole bunch of things like that. All right? So that's the idea that I'm sharing with you in the pay for itself. Again, if you have knowledge, you have experiences, they should pay for itself. These are easy things that everyone listening to me right now has. You already have a way to make hundreds of thousands of dollars already. You don't need a special course. You don't need to get this or that or get equipment or anything. You have it already right here. You just need to let your brain think. and put things together that maybe weren't together before, and it may click. Okay? You make a few dollars. But if you can make a few dollars a couple of times, then you're making yourself some money. Pay for itself. Let your life pay for itself, and you'll never have a need for money again in your life. Take care. God bless. It's important that you understand one thing moving forward. The world is changing. The United States is changing. Things are not going to be the same, folks, as they were before. And right now is the right time, and the best time, in fact, for you to get started in your own business. Now, not just any type of business, and not trying to do your business on your own. That would be a great mistake, because things are there's still too many variables, there's too many unknowns. But the right way to do your business is with our business network, because with our business network, we cover the bases for you and with you. You become part of a network. All our business partners are helping each other out, and when things occur like pandemics and lockdowns and things like that, which would normally shut down a business and knock you guys out for the count, our business network is a shield that helps you recover quickly. Some of our businesses are able to operate even through the pandemic, because we have other emergency systems built in. See, you can't do that on your own. You don't have it, you can't do it. So it's better for you to start a business, but start it within our network. Take a look at the video, see how your business can be benefited by our opportunity right now, or your business idea, and join our network. We have special business opportunities in the restaurant and food delivery business, food business, all different type food trucks, anything to do with food. And we have lawn and fertilizing services and a whole bunch of other business, just name it, the whole gambit is there. But the difference is that our business partners are connected, and they have great success. A lot of resources are made available that normally to a business starting out you would not have, and even a business that's established is still a resource and a burden on the profits, but not for our network members. Our network members enjoy having those resources without the expense. So in either case, come and join, watch the video, and check it out. The problem people have in trying to pay for itself and trying this philosophy of lifestyle is, is the issue is how do you, I put two and two together, I combine things, I refashion things. How then do I go ahead and make this work? How do I make it make an income? How do I make sales? How do I grow and prosper in this pay for itself product that I created? Let's say we talk about the cookies. I mentioned in an earlier video about making cookies from a cookie mold that you have in the house. So how do you turn that into, a real money maker? Um, do we have to struggle for a year, 2 years, and try marketing and this and that? And the answer to that is yes, you do. You always do that. You always do the traditional, and at this point, the modern traditional, which would be, putting it up on different platforms, Craigslist, that you have these cookies and make some nice product pictures of it, and put it on Craigslist and other classifieds, local classified. You go around to the laundromats, wherever they allow flyers, supermarkets, etc., and you put it up. You make some cards and stuff. You do the traditional thing. But also, I'm going to tell you that a lot of you, if you have good product and you're doing a great service, a lot of you would be benefited if you contact us. You contact me, look through these other videos on this channel, wherever you're watching. Try your best to contact me. I'm Gilberto Rosado, by the way. Maybe you can do a search online. You see my face, you see a way to contact me, then try it. And or get one of our other offers. That's the easiest way and the best way, because when you're looking at the offers that we have, look for something that you figure will help your business anyway, and get involved with that offer. And what that'll do is that will give you access to our whole network, to a whole lot of other people who are doing different things and other things. But you know what? They may want some cookies. They may be doing some meetings and they want a few hundred cookies, and the one thing about our network is this, that we are all committed. We all make a commitment to help each other. We're helping each other. So instead of getting cookies from someone else or doing something that doesn't include cookies in it, hey, you have cookies, we're going to order your cookies. So get me a batch of 1,000 cookies so that we can have it at our next meeting and stuff like that. So that's what happens when you join and become a participant of any of our networks. So that is a key strategy I'm going to share with you today. How to become successful even after you create your stuff, whatever that is. Join one of our networks, whatever will help your business, because in case maybe what you do, there's nothing we can do to promote it within our network. Maybe that's a fact. But at least the product you get involved with, the service you participate in from our network will help your business in any case. But it's the great added plus when members and the whole network, look at what you're offering, what you're doing, and we patronize you. We make sure that all of our members get patronized as much as possible. We have the preference. So instead of having a luncheon, have a cookie chin, and order those cookies from Susan or whoever it is that has that great recipe or a couple of recipes. And you know what? And that is the way we're going to do it. We insist that we help our members out. So that's a great key strategy for y'all. It will help you. Join one of our other programs. Even if you have a business already running, I always say that in my videos. Even if your business is already running, look at what we're offering and see if it can be incorporated in what you're doing. And then you have access to the network. All right? So that's our key for this session. And tune in for other offers and for great advice that'll make you successful, especially in the pay-for-itself lifestyle. The key to business success is having an advantage, plain and simple. And as a business broker with our network, there can be no greater advantage that you can give your business. Now, this is our business broker opportunity. Is not just for people thinking of starting a business. You could be someone looking for a business to begin, and becoming a business broker with us would be, perfect for you and wonderful. But also, the business broker program is the best option for any established business or business person to really get an unfair advantage, really, in your city over everyone else. You can be even a salesman. You could be selling some product to businesses, for example, and starting this business brokerage as a side business would give you an unfair advantage over anyone else or your competitors for the product that you are selling, as well as making your side business really become your main business. There's no way it's not going to be. So I suggest that you take a look at our business brokerage program and look at all the things that you'll control and that will empower your profits as you begin your journey as a business broker in our network. It's a fantastic program, and this really will make you stand out in the community. And your business services, if you have a business already, even your sales career, if you're a salesman for a B2B product, it's really going to be a perfect union and a perfect way, masterful way really, to dominate the market in your neck of the woods. Take a look at it right now. Did you ever have like things that you needed and you couldn't get because you just don't make enough money? That's the reason you need to start your own business. Some people think, the only thing about starting a business like to make money, to, instead of having a job, or to quit your job, etc., etc. But one thing that a lot of people don't think about, and you should, is that you should start a business just to pay for things you couldn't afford otherwise. So you don't have to be a big success. All you have to make enough money to pay for XYZ, maybe to pay for a vacation every year. It could be just enough money to pay for medical health insurance, something like that. So a lot of people need that. So revisit starting a business. Everyone can start a business. You'll be surprised things that you can do that you can build a business around. One of the easiest ones and the most profitable right now is the business broker opportunity that we offer. You'll be seeing, if you're watching this on our broadcast channels, you'll be able to see those videos about a business brokering opportunity. And the reason for that is that for most of the work, so-called, that you'll need to do, all you have to do is transfer the client or the phone call to us, and we'll handle those clients. We'll do the consulting for you. We'll do the heavy lifting. You don't have to worry about anything like that. And what that does is that it frees you up to stay at your 9-to-5 job, to live your life the way you're living it now, not make any significant changes at all, and increase your income. And like I said, maybe you're not interested in a 6-figure income or a 7-figure income. You don't need to get that. If you don't want that, you don't need to build it to that degree. Maybe you need some medical insurance. Maybe You want to invest in real estate. You know, you want to be able to have a cushion to do some project or some real estate development or something else like that, or have just to put away for retirement or for a rainy day. These things you can do by starting a business like our business broker, because the business broker, you don't really have to invest in land or equipment or
For too many people, this can be the gateway to opioid addiction.
My son was in pain. He needed something after surgery.
I was prescribed opioids. I didn't realize the risk.
Our family was changed forever by opioids.
Meet 3 everyday Americans whose lives were devastated by opioid addiction.
Everyone says, it can't happen to me.
It can't happen to me.
It can't happen to me.
Tell that to my son.
Tell that to the 3 million people who become long-term opioid users every year after surgery. The truth is, we didn't know we had options other than opioids after surgery, but now we do.
I never thought addiction would be part of my life story, but it is.
Visit planagainstpain.com/gateway to hear their full stories and learn about non-opioid options for managing pain after surgery.
All right, guys, my goodness, you know, I wasted like almost 5 minutes on this new phone trying to figure out how to flip the camera over. Okay. Anyway, what I want to talk to you about is the safest way to do real estate investing. The safest, the cheapest way. Okay, this is safe, cheap, no money lost. Okay, you heard it again. There's no money lost. Okay, so that's what you're hearing right now. Now, what we are doing, we've already started this in Florida, but it's going to go all over the nation. What it is that you're going to join our program. It's only going to cost you $25 a week. That's right. You don't need to leave your job. Don't need to save up a whole bunch of money. Okay, it's just $25 a week. And I mean, you got to look at it. It's less than $5 a day. Right? What is it? Less than $5 a day. Let's see. Right? It's, yeah, less than $4 a day even. and anyone can afford that. Okay, less than $4 a day. Okay, like $3.50. Okay, and you will be invested in real estate. That's all it takes. Now, so that's how cheap it is. Don't need a lot of money. Now, how is it safe? It's safe because what's going to happen is I'm going to put you in a land trust. Now, what is a land trust? The land trust is a document that is basically represents a piece of property or a package of properties. Could be many properties, but the best way is to have it attached to one property. And what happens is that the trust owns that piece of property. You, with your $25 per week, you are a beneficiary of that trust. Okay, now what are beneficiaries? Beneficiaries are the ones who get the profit from, in this case, the land, the property. You make the profit. So you get always a check every month from the trustee of the land trust. And in the case or in the event that the property is sold, you get your profit. Okay? Now, no matter what happens, this is sealed. I mean, there's no way for you not to get your money, your return of investment, using this system. This is the absolute safest way for you to do real estate investing, doing it cheaply, the cheapest way possible, and the safest way possible. Okay? So that is the latest program that we have. It's El Cheapo, we call it. Get in cheap, profit big. All right, you'll be realizing residual income. That means like a monthly income from it. And if and when, because we don't necessarily sell these properties, but if and when we do, you will be making a profit from this property. Okay, so that is the cheapest way for you to get into real estate investing. Now, when you start making your profits though, what we're going to tell you to do, because obviously you want to make more money, right? Is for you, and we'll help you do this, we'll be setting up another purchase of property where it will be a trust that you create, that you have, that we'll create for you. It's not that I'm giving you work to do or no, I have to learn how to do it. No. But at least that is something that is more exclusive for yourself. And on that property, we'll show you how to maximize the profits even greater. Okay, so the first one you do, that you're going to start today with your $25, and you send that to PayPal.me, paypal.me/MyCBH, MyCBH / and you just put the number 25 there, and you send that off to me right away, and you will reserve a spot as a beneficiary of that land trust. After you start making money, now that's weekly, you'll get a bill every week and you'll make the payment. But after you start making profits, then We're going to give you, included in that, it's a membership to our club, exclusive premium club, real estate investing club, where we'll give you information, prepare you for the next step as you're making profits from this first deal. We'll tell you and show you and prepare you for your exclusive second deal, land trust made for you, right? And then we'll show you how to maximize profit on that one. That one, we have set that second one up for you to make you at least a six-figure income. Okay, but the first one is your practice one. That's the one that you start turning your $25 per week into a sensible return of income, and then take that and turn that into your first exclusive personal land trust property. And that one will show you how to turn that into a yearly six-figure income. All right, so if you're interested in that program, simply take the initiative now and send the $25 to start off your first weekly $25 payment to join our exclusive club, Real Estate Investors Club. And you send that to paypal.me/mycbh, MYCBH/25. Okay, that's all you have to do, and get started right now. Well, you're looking for that perfect business, right? You're saying, what type of business could I start that and be successful at least know that you're going to make money? It's a trip I took to Panama a few years ago, and I stayed over at a friend's family's home. The mother had some businesses, very interesting. She talked to me about them. I asked about information, what she was doing, but they were interesting things. One of them was a little fishing company. It's basically 3-4 boats, small canoe-like boats, really. But she hired fishermen to go out on these boats, and they would go out, a day's worth of travel, little motors they had on them and whatnot, and they had nets, and they would go and throw out the nets, and they catch fish. They would catch fish. But what they did was interesting after that, which was that they would come back after a day or two out there, and they would go to, I guess it was called a cooperative, some type of association. And the thing about it was this, that association would buy all the fish, period. It's just, they would just buy all the fish they caught. And I said, well, that's great. Eliminates the need for marketing, the worries of stocking, and finding customers and things like that. I said, you just have to bring it to them, and they just buy it, period. No questions asked. The guys go, they get paid. The owner, of course, gets paid. He pays the fishermen. They take a break, sends them off their way for 2 or 3 days, see their family, do their business. Then they come back and do more fishing. And I was wondering, wouldn't it be great if we all could have a business opportunity that pretty much guaranteed that we were going to make that money and just rinse and repeat. Just rinse and repeat. Make the money, rinse and repeat. So that's the idea behind owning a farm. And they say, what do I have to do with owning a farm? I live in an apartment. You may live in the big city. You have no idea of farming or anything like that. But you know that farming, if you have a buyer, farming is like stupid easy and a good way to make money, especially if you're doing like, because plants reproduce, animals reproduce, right? So if you're growing anything like that, livestock, animals, or plants that have their seed in them, like biblical Genesis, right? The seed in them, they reproduce, or they produce a lot of fruit or vegetables, and this makes you a lot of profit, easy profit. It's like money-making machine. Okay. It's a money-making machine. Guys, this is about crypto right now. If you're into cryptocurrency or you've heard about it and you were thinking about it, I'm going to tell you, if you're not already a Bitcoin holder, forget about it. You missed the boat. What do I mean by that and why? I mean that, even if Bitcoin goes up to 100,000. Think of it. It's over 10,000 right now in that neighborhood. Whatever you put into it, if you put in $1, $1,000, $10,000. Think about it. The highest is going to go in the next relative amount of time. Realistically, folks, it's going to go to 100,000. If it takes 4 years, if it takes 7 years, whatever, it's going to hit 100,000, okay? And you know what? That's a great thing. 100,000, who would believe that, right? But if you invest today $1, $1,000, $100, realize that that's only 10 times the value that it has now. So if you invest $1, it means that the only thing you're going to get from it is $10. If you invested 1,000, then you're going to see a return of $10,000. And you say, well, hey, 10,000 is not bad from 1,000. But the thing is really that given 7 years, like from today, you could make a whole lot more money in something else, using that money in some other area. And you can make more money, way more money than that. It's ridiculous now. It's, the time to get into Bitcoin was when it was $1, when it was less than $1. Then that's good. You would have been good right now. You hear all these guys on the YouTube videos, buy Bitcoin, Bitcoin's gonna be hot, this and that. They've been in it since they had it, at $1 and less than $1. So yeah, they want you guys to put all your money in, because it's part of the formula to get Bitcoin higher and higher and higher, so they can have that big payday. But you're not going to have your big payday if you're not in it already. If you haven't invested in it, it's too late for you. You can get higher returns elsewhere. So I have in our programs, in our real estate program, by the way, it is much better for you to grow your crypto using one of our real estate programs. And I'll tell you why. Because using one of our real estate programs, you don't have to wait 7 years. You can, from that $100, from the $1,000 that you invest today, in a year, you can make that into 100,000. You don't have to wait for the 7 years. And by the time everyone else is happy to get $100,000 in their Bitcoin, you're already in the multi-million-dollar range with one of our real estate programs. And real estate, come on, Bitcoin and any crypto, that can disappear at any time, overnight, but real estate doesn't disappear. Got to use your head here. So either way, if you want to do Bitcoin, if you want to do any crypto, doesn't it make sense to put it into something that's going to make more money quicker for you? And then, yeah, you can have 1,000 Bitcoins. With real estate, if you're getting $100,000 from real estate, in the program that I'll show you, that's 10 Bitcoins. And if it goes up to 100,000 each Bitcoin, that's $1 million for you. Fantastic. But it's too late for you to do it without it. So I'm suggesting that you guys think about this very carefully. You're struggling so much to gather up your Bitcoin, and there's an easier way to increase your Bitcoin holdings, to get into Bitcoin in a bigger way, or to do any of the other cryptocurrencies or the next Bitcoin, because there's a few others that has the potential of really blowing up high, because they're still a quarter a piece, they're still 10 cents a piece, they're still a penny a piece. Things you got to think about, because when something that's a penny goes up to $1, that's 100 times. That beats out Bitcoin for your small dollars. So a lot of these things you got to really think about. Where are you going to get the best return, the most return in the shortest amount of time? So my recommendation for all of you who missed out on getting Bitcoin back in the day, don't look at it now. Do one of our real estate programs, and our real estate programs will pay you in cash or in Bitcoin or in any of the cryptos. Build up your portfolio with that. You'll build up by thousands and thousands, and then you can hold on to your crypto or just cash out whenever it hits 100,000, and it's just going to be a great payday. But you know what? Even if crypto disappears, your real estate doesn't, and you will still have your big payday. All those other guys who are putting everything on the crypto, they're risking it all. Don't risk it all. Do my real estate program. Be smart and have the best of both worlds. Digital, virtual, and real estate. Take care. Pay for itself lifestyle, requires that you use your thinking, your brain. Look for things that, you may already know how to do or do. And then the new concept I'm going to talk about today is marrying things together, putting things together. that you wouldn't have thought of putting it together to create new things and create content and some videos behind the paywall. I just did that video beforehand. Another thing you can do is, like, let's say you like playing football, maybe you're on a football team or whatnot, and what you can do, you get an old story in the public domain and it has a nice little storyline, and then you can incorporate that in, and you got all your videos when you're exercising and when you're playing the game or playing, trying out a few moves, a few plays. Let's say we're talking about football here. It could be any sport or any hobby, really. And then you just use those videos and bring them in, and with the story and the narration, some videos, some public domain photography, some public domain videos as well, that they have, some archived old black and whites as well. You can, whatever fits with your story, you can just bring it in and create something that, and get people to be interested in it. You can call it your movie. It's your football movie. You give it a name, make it interesting, and make obviously the story interesting. But you guys can do a lot of things, just putting two different things together. Something you already know how to do, something you've done. You probably have already some videos about it, and just bring it and marry it with something else. You can do that with anything. It's the same thing, the same football videos. I mean, you can combine it with some old public domain, positive thinking type of material. If there is anything like that, I'm pretty sure you can find something that talks about being positive and blah, 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 even some writings, and then just incorporate that, even ancient writings where it would talk about, the way things prosper, even ancient philosophies. You can turn around and just turn that into a modern presentation, put in some of your videos that you incorporate. You got to keep fighting, keep trying at it, and you see yourself a video you took from one of the games, or from some running you did in your football uniform. You get the idea. You got content, and you can repurpose that content for these stories that you can create and put behind a paywall. There's a lot of things again that you can do. Then you have the technical people who know how to do things, and these are the famous how to do this and that you see on YouTube, but again, when it's something very particular like software, you don't want to put that on YouTube. You want to put that behind a paywall. If you're going to show people how to do a specific type of software, and that piece of software is very beneficial to somebody to want to code it in their way and whatnot. So that's a thing that you can do. And you put that behind a paywall, that is good. I mean, there's solutions to problems as well. Now you got YouTube. You need like 10,000 views to make any money on YouTube, but figure if you get 100 views this week on your own video explaining how to solve this XYZ problem on one of those platforms that people go to find out information, they'll pay 50 cents, they'll pay $1, they'll pay $5, what have you. Then you have something that you can do and put that on there and have that. It's almost as good as publishing a book. People, you really need to think about that these days. These days, doing videos is practically like writing a book, how it was. We don't use a typewriter anymore. We're just talking to the camera. But you got to be thinking about that. I think video is like today's book publishing or tomorrow's book publishing. So video is very important. So I think it's time for you guys to think video and use video to your advantage. While you're doing the video, you can also be transcribing and create PDFs with it. what I did, I created a software, piece of software that actually has my book in it, and it also has references to video that you play within the software itself. So the book, you have the book, information in the book, and then you have a reference, like you see in a book, that it has a reference to a footnote, but instead of it being a reference to a footnote, it's a reference to a video that you can play on the one of the panels in the software. I mean, that's what I did, and some other things and neat little things that software does as well, and it enriches that book environment. So that's something I did myself. I coded myself and produced myself for, to entertain my creativity and to make money. So these are things that you can do. In other words, marry things together, put things together that right now aren't together. See, so a book with a video together is something that's not really seen. And if you know video, you can marry the two together, bring it together. You can put in podcasts. You do a whole bunch of things like that. All right, so that's the idea that I'm sharing with you in the pay for itself. Again, if you have knowledge, you have experiences, they should pay for itself. These are easy things that everyone listening to me right now has. You already have a way to make hundreds of thousands of dollars already. You don't need a special course. You don't need to get this or that or get equipment or anything. You have it already right here. You just need to let your brain think and put things together that maybe weren't together before, and it may click. Okay? You make a few dollars. But if you can make a few dollars a couple of times, then you're making yourself some money. Pay for itself. Let your life pay for itself, and you'll never have a need for money again in your life. Take care. God bless. In a pay for itself lifestyle, I'm going to start doing a series of examples. And we're going to start with the high ticket items, the expensive stuff, okay? And we'll do some cheap stuff. So I'll do both sides. I'll do a video on expensive stuff, and I'll do one on very, regular day-to-day things and how to make money from your regular stuff right in your house, actually, that you already have. All right. So let's talk about expensive things. Let's say, let's use, for example, Liberace. Liberace, he used to, and if those of you who don't know who Liberace, he was a flamboyant entertainer, pianist, which one is a pianist, isn't it? Anyway, he would dress up in fancy clothes. He had the biggest rings on every single finger, diamonds and glittery stuff. The guy, he said, was a very flamboyant musician. He would play the piano there and entertain the crowd, have a show. Something like, something like you would, maybe you've seen on a cruise. You wouldn't see something like his show, but like we have a pianist that would talk and every once in a while say something funny and then bring it into talk about the piece he's going to play and whatever, something like that. Full show, just a musician, and then he would have special effects and all that. Now, I bring up Liberace because he would buy expensive things, his rings, had the clothing and whatnot. Now the thing is this, he used those things for his livelihood, for his business. He was an entertainer. He wore that on stage. He would wear it, when he goes to attend functions, events. I mean, after all, he has to look like Liberace all the time. So Of course, you look at a person like that and you figure, well, he had to do that. You know, he was rich, so you know he played the part, and he had to show it. You know, his flamboyance to the crowd and all that. But think about this for a second. How about if you would also be able to buy expensive things? Liberace, he would get that off his taxes, number one. So his income was offset. The money he made was offset in terms of how much tax he would have to pay by buying actually these expensive items. Because of course they were used for his business, his livelihood, and that's a tax deduction. Or at least it was at the time. So he actually made money by buying these things. See, that's intelligence. That's buying things that pay for itself. So actuality, every time Liberace would pay or buy an expensive piece of jewelry, he's making money with it. Simple as that. He not only uses it for his performances, but he also uses it to reduce the taxes he would owe otherwise. So in both instances, this thing he's buying is making money for him. See? And we can go down the road of all the things he would get. I mean, you know, conceivably, he could get a car. He could have incorporated a jet plane into his performance and his public, you know, movement from here to there. And we can see, can you imagine? We can see Liberace in the air coming towards the airport. I'm sure like you saw with Trump when he did with the campaign, if that was Liberace, he would write that off on his taxes. I use the plane for my livelihood, for my business. Everybody knows Liberace's coming to town. I'm sure that the circus, the Barnum and Bailey, when they were in functioning, in operation, they could have used that train. I don't know their business, but I would have made that train a tax deduction. Because of course it's promoting, all the cars are promoting as the train moves from city to city. And number two, as the train comes in, pulls into another city, I mean, they could have made, I'm sure they did, but they could have made it a big social media event, public release, you know, have public press release, have people, media come and welcome the circus train into the town. Well, that's a tax deduction right there. You know, bringing it down their tax burden from the profits they're making, plus it's advertising, marketing, etc. And that's also other tax deductions. There's many ways a business can reduce its tax burden through these things. And yet, you have your own train, you have your own plane, you have your own expensive car. So it really isn't that difficult to start fashioning your lifestyle as a pay-for-itself lifestyle. You just have to start incorporating certain things into your life and turning that into a business. What do you like? You know, what things do you like that cost money and that you would like to incorporate into your life? And so start making a list of those things that you would like to have, you know, and then look for a way, a business, an idea, a concept that you can create a business around and then justify having those things and getting those things. Now, once you do that, you say, well, I still have to buy it first, right? You don't have to buy them first. They could be part of your planning to buy them as you make a profit. But remember, the more essential those items are to you doing your business, actually, the more easier it becomes to actually get money from other people, from banks, from venture capitalists, investors who would want to invest and see that your business gets started and make some return of investment money from that. So it isn't really, it isn't really that hard to go from step to step and actually attain your heart's desires in a pay-for-itself lifestyle and philosophy. So that's an example of big ticket items. Whole train, whole plane, and we'll explore more of these things. A brand new expensive car, Rolls Royce or Lamborghinis, whatever you young guys like to drive these days, doesn't matter. Just getting these things just as a symbol is ridiculous. It's better to gain these things as part of your business and deducting the costs or some of the costs from your taxes, and making more money because you're using it for your business. So again, you just have to think creatively. And of course, everybody's not going to get a Lamborghini. This is a, for most of you, it's just a dumb thing to do, basically. But I'm talking in terms of you exploring your creative juices and manifesting things that are inside of you, and which I believe is your personal success, your natural success, and then fashioning a pay-for-itself lifestyle around that. Always remember that these things should pay for themselves. You shouldn't be paying for them. They should pay for themselves. And that is the best way to wealth. As after all, why should you sink all your money into the things when the things can add to the money you make? And that's really important. It's really big. Reduce your taxes, create more income, make you more popular, make you more spectacular, advertise your business, market your business, build brand recognition, and all those good things through the acquisition of things that make your business and your lifestyle prosper. And they pay for themselves. Pay for itself lifestyle. Start it now. We're going to talk about the only pathway to becoming a Bitcoin millionaire for anyone who is still not yet invested in Bitcoin. Okay, now imagine if you have some Bitcoin, what you can do with what I'm going to tell you today. But even if you didn't get in and you really want to get into Bitcoin, I'm going to show you how you can become a millionaire, multi-millionaire in Bitcoin still today. The best way to do it. And it's safe. And if you don't become a millionaire in Bitcoin, and I'll show you why you may not, you'll still become a multimillionaire. So let me explain to you. In other words, you're going to become a millionaire with Bitcoin or without it. Okay, if Bitcoin doesn't do what it needs to do as soon enough, you'll still be a multimillionaire with the program that I'm going to talk to you about today. So listen up, get your pencil and pad ready. This is what's happening. If you get into Bitcoin now, Bitcoin right now while I'm doing this is about $23,000 right now each coin. Obviously, you're late for the party. You needed to get into Bitcoin when it was like $23, right? You know what I'm talking about. But it's now since the boat left, and it could be any time, between the next year from when I'm doing this, easily 50,000 in the next 12 months. Questionable if it could go to 100,000 in the next 3 years. And then something in the next 3 years, and actually between 3 to 7 years is the actual more real number. So that's basically what you're looking at. If you put $20 down, I always use it as my example, all you can afford is $20. That means for every $20 you invest today in Bitcoin, the best you can expect to do by next year, if it goes to 50,000, is about 2.5 times what you put in. So you figure you make $50 for every 20 you put in, you'll see to 50. So you're making like $35 in growth from a $20 input. So that's the best you're going to be looking at. But what you really want to do is you want to be able to invest enough in Bitcoin so that when it goes up high to 50, you can make $1 million. So based on that, what you'll need to do is to get yourself, 20,000 now. You should at least be looking at buying, at least right now, at least 5 Bitcoin. You should be looking at now to expect to be a millionaire with Bitcoin within the next 3 to 7 years. If it all goes well. Longer if not. Eventually, absolutely. Okay? So that's the bottom line. Now, do you have 20,000 times 5 on you right now? Okay? And are you wanting to wait 7+ years for that to be realized? And that's a lot of money to hold up in Bitcoin and also suffer ups and downs, which I do expect another crash even before it goes up to 50. I would expect another crash, but it gives you all an opportunity to buy at that point. Okay, so how are you? You're going to need at least 20 Bitcoin even for the next 3 years. Within the next 3 years, you need at least 20 Bitcoin. Okay? That means you have to have at least 400,000 right now to invest in Bitcoin. Do you have that? All right, so let's assume that you don't. You're not like all the rest of us, right? So what do you do? This is what we're doing. What I'm setting up for my member investors, I had done this before just for real estate though, so that you can, there's clarity. You may see my other videos on real estate investing, and one of the programs is that we created a land trust. And what I've done is I put interested investors into the land trust and into that program, and they're creating six-figure incomes from that program. And their money is secured. I shouldn't say invested, but it's secured in the land trust itself. Land trust is just another form of holding on to some property, and that's really all it's all about. The property produces income, and the investors get a beneficiary participation in the profits. Again, we're talking six-figure income. And so, like I said, now with a six-figure income, and that's within a 12-month period, with a six-figure income, how many Bitcoin do you think you can get? Right now at the price of 20, let's just use 20,000, you can get at least 5 Bitcoin minimum every year. Okay? So with 5 Bitcoin minimum, that makes it like you'll have 100,000 if you had it today. If you had started with us 12 months ago, today you would have 5 Bitcoin under your belt, and that would make you $100,000 right now, today. And then if it goes up to 50, that means that you would be up to $500,000. Okay, that's just, I'm sorry, you will be up to 350,000 more or less. Okay, I'm doing my math. I'm walking here, I'm waiting for the bus for my kids to get home from school. All right, so basically that's what you're looking at. You're looking at that starting this year. That's very realistic for this year. And then if it shoots to 100,000 a Bitcoin, then your 350,000 turns into $700,000. But that's of course assuming that you don't invest anymore, which you could, because again, every year you're adding another six-figure income stream is coming in from your beneficiary trust position that you started with, that will help you start with now. So that means that every year you can be making 6 figures, and those 6 figures, a minimum 100,000 minimum, and those 6 figures can be given to you in form of Bitcoin. So right now, if we were sending you a payment, you would have 5 Bitcoin that will be sent to your Bitcoin wallet. That's how it works. Again, secured in the trust, and it's secured by real estate. Real estate is real estate, okay? So you know that's as safe as you can possibly imagine. So it doesn't matter. Let me tell you something though. Let's just imagine another thing happens to Bitcoin. Instead of it going sky high, let's just throw the monkey wrench into it and just imagine an incredible situation that it all goes down the drain. Bitcoin goes down to zero, right? It's ridiculous. Most of you would realize that, but let's just say that it does. It does go down to zero. Where does that leave you? It leaves you with a 6-figure income every year. Not the other Bitcoin investors, because they just were holding on to Bitcoin. That's the only thing they had under their belt was Bitcoin. That's the only thing they had to position and hope with. But if you join our program, and it's a very limited program, so don't think don't think there's a lot of room and time to make your decision. But if you were one of those lucky few in our program, Bitcoin went down the hill, you would still be making 6 figures from the real estate trust program. And that's not the end of it. Realize this. That's phase 1 of our program. In other words, that's the money you can make at the first level. Once you start making money at the first level at our real estate trust program, you get invited to get to the second level. What's the second level? The second level, the first level, you're in my land trust. You're taking part of my land trust as a beneficiary of my land trust, okay? But the second level, it's your land trust, okay? And in that level, you're going to break into the 7-figure mark. That's when you really get into the big numbers. And what does that do for you Bitcoin-wise? Same thing, except in the bigger area, multi-million-dollar to multi-million-dollar. That's what happens. Now, let's say the same thing occurs. The incredible situation where Bitcoin goes down to 0. Where would that leave you? As opposed, where would all the other Bitcoin holders be? In the trash can. All of them would be broke. Dead broke. Where would you be? You will be in a 6 to 7 figure real estate trust income producing situation. That's where you would be. That's the difference. So what is the smartest thing to do? Is it to go and try your best to get into Bitcoin with whatever few dollars you have every week and put it into Bitcoin? Or is the smartest thing to do is to put it into something where it'll make enough income for you to get Bitcoin the way you want to. You want to get coins. You just don't want to get shavings and fractions of a coin. You want to be able to own some coin, because that's the thing that's going to go up in value big time, right? So you want to invest in something that's going to get you 5 to 10 coins every year, and on top of that, give you the security of real estate and income. Even if Bitcoin goes down the drain, you're still looking at 6 figures on your first level and up to 7 figures on your second level. How is it that that's not a good thing to do? It's the most incredible and safest way right now for anyone who missed out on getting Bitcoin for $23 to get Bitcoin now. Now you can get it, okay? And now you can become a millionaire. It's the only chance now, because you can't afford the $20,000. Come on, you can't do it. But this way, it's safe. You do it safely. And now comes the best part of it all, affordably. How much is this going to cost you? Get ready, fasten your seatbelt. You ready? Make sure you're breathing. Okay, those of you that the hot stops on amusement rides, get ready. How much is this going to cost you? $25. Okay, what are you saying? 25,000? 25,000? No. $25 a week. Every week. Go over there and deliver some milk bottles or whatever it is you do to make some money. And $25 a week. You heard it here. $25 a week. You get yourself a membership in my real estate trust program, and you're set for Bitcoin prosperity and real estate prosperity. And you know that if Bitcoin goes down the tube, which most people don't believe it will, you still got the real estate, baby. And that's producing 6 to 7 figures for you. One way or another, your millionaire status is set. Okay? And that's the best way for normal folk right now in this day and age who miss the Bitcoin bandwagon to get them Bitcoin, and in a big way. Now, I know that some of you out there have some Bitcoin, but you're thinking. Good for you. $25. Send it to https mycbh. I'm sorry, that's not it. PayPal.me/ and mycbh. That's the mycbh. mycbh/ $25. That's all you need to get started. Send your first payment. You get me my email from me. Make sure that email, that PayPal, the email you send me is your email. And then you just follow the instructions. $25 a week. That's all you need to do. And you're set. Thanks a lot. Okay, this video is for the pay for itself lifestyle, and what we're going to talk about today is a low ticket item just out of the blue that you may have already in your kitchen or in your home. So what could something be? I'll just pick up something, maybe cookie molds. You have a bunch of cookie molds in your home. How can we use that for the pay for itself lifestyle? Well, you just simply make some cookies. Now you can get some recipes from online very easily, and you can get some old-fashioned recipes, because that would be actually new tastes to people, and it will give you some way to compete against all the others who are doing new recipes or the new flavors and whatnot. So you can take and start perfecting your recipe, make it different, make it old-fashioned, this and that. And maybe in those days there was no such thing as old-fashioned, let's just say, I don't know, macadamia nuts. I don't know if that was a thing back in the old days, but maybe it's something you can do. Make it a change, bring in something new to an old recipe, and get those cookie dishes, cookie molds to the task. Okay, and you can start making that. Now you're gonna say, oh, but you're gonna have to start making baking, and then how are you gonna get customers and this and that and blah blah blah? Well, the secret to that one is to develop your market. You know, a lot of people gripe that they don't have the money, you know, to start a business, and then even when they start a business, then you don't have the money to market, to get it known by people, etc., etc. So why don't you use this time, the time where you're researching, getting your recipes together, figuring out a schedule, how you're going to do this and that and blah blah blah. But at the same token, at the same time, why don't you locate your future customers? Why don't you join the groups they're in already? Make yourself known. You know, talk about, you know, I'm thinking of doing a new type of bringing back some old recipe with new ideas on that. Some cookies and this and that, which, you know, I'm looking for tasters. That's another thing. While you're going and looking for other groups to join, why don't you start your own? Start a group. Entice them with free samples, you know? And you can start getting a meeting together once the COVID thing is over with. But even without it, you know, people need a place to go. And if you offer them a place to come, you know, COVID safe, in other words, 6 feet apart, everyone, you know, don't pack them in. They have to reserve a spot, and you're going to give them a nice 1 hour presentation and eating, testing a taste, recipe polling. The people can taste a few ideas of yours and actually vote and participate. It gives them an evening out doing something different, novelty of something that has never been or hasn't been, at least they haven't tasted or known about before. And it also exposes your service, your future business to your future customers, their potential customers. And if they've tried what you have, you say, you know, I really like that. I can't wait till you get the final product. If you take their lists, you can send them newsletter and let them know when the orders will be, when your recipe is ready for ordering. And that's that. You can use that with any type of food, not just the one I gave you. But these are things you can do now and build up your business now without baking one thing yet. So that's the idea. Take care. Pay for itself lifestyle. Really, think about it. It's a great philosophy. And welcome. Another overcast day over here in the neighborhood. Very rare for Florida, but hey, listen, I appreciate it. And if it rains, even better. But, you know, it's always been incredible to me how many people just don't realize that you're slaving every day to pay bills. Incredible. Paying bills. And one of the biggest bills you have is your rent, right? You're paying that rent. Then comes the car payment, right? You're paying for the car. And then you got to pay the mechanic. It's not like the car doesn't break down or anything like that. So, and if you're paying a mortgage, you know, good for you. But still, you're paying a mortgage. You know you're going to pay like 3 times the house, right? By the time you finish on a 30-year, it's incredible. I don't think people really sit down and look at what you're actually doing. So I'm going to talk to you how to stop that. You're living a pay everyone else lifestyle, and you're working every day just to pay someone else. You got to stop that. At the end of the time, a period, whatever, the week, months, years, what do you have? You know, and if you lose a job and you miss a payment or two, they were already taken away after you've been working and slaving over years to pay the house, and then they're coming to take your house away. How can we live like that? I don't know about you, but that's horrible. Refuse to do that. You know that? Refuse that. So, why don't you change your mentality and adopt a pay-for-itself lifestyle? And ever since I've been living a pay-for-itself lifestyle, I don't have any of those worries. Even during the COVID-19 thing and people losing their jobs and their income, I paid my bills without an issue. Had no problem at all maintaining the things I want and need paid without a single problem and without a worry, in fact. That's really good. It's good to see your children every morning and know that they don't have anything to worry about, you know, because daddy took care of it. Okay, it's time for you guys to take care of things. You guys can start changing your life around by simply changing. I have been over my usual walking distance. By simply changing your thinking, changing the way you do things, okay? And especially changing those bills. Those bills, after you reduce those bills really should be making money for you. You really shouldn't be paying large amounts of money on something that's not making money for you. You really have to change that mindset. It's totally dumb. And can you imagine if the mortgage you're paying, just the other day, a friend of mine, old friend, calls me up because he's having, you know, like everyone else, a little difficulty getting over a previous delay in paying the mortgage. And though he's up to the, you know, in terms of paying the mortgage every month, he still can't make up those 3-4 months that he fell behind. You know, you're behind the 8 ball. This is happening all across America. This is happening to many people, good people. And it's just because of the mindset that you get trapped in. You get trapped in. They do it on purpose. It's on purpose. Remember about those 40 acres and a mule? What happened? You know, Sherman gave the field order to give the slaves 40 acres and a mule. And they started giving out these slaves 40 acres and a mule. You know what the bankers did? They started coming in and started making deals. You know, hey, you need some money to get things going here. You got to get this and get that. So let's give you a loan on the property. You can use this money to do whatever you want to do. And so they started mortgaging, putting loans, using the property as collateral. And these guys took their property away. That's what happened to the 40 acres and a mule. 40 acres and a mule was mortgaged and then got lost. It's not a winning deal. It's not a winning deal. What you need to do is do like I did, and that is to turn your bills into profit centers. You're going to pay for mortgage. You're going to pay a third of your income. Some of you even a half of your income to pay rent. You need that rent to pay for itself. You need to make it pay you money, not just the landlord and not just the bank who holds your mortgage. You need to make money. Make money from what you're paying. Even years ago in New York, I had a mortgage, and we made that mortgage pay. We made that mortgage pay us. As a matter of fact, we used that money to come into Florida and to buy here and to get control of property here. And that's what started everything for us. But it wasn't until we changed the mentality of struggling and slavery, paying other people money and other institutions money to keep us enslaved. When we changed that mentality into a pay for itself mentality, then we were able to become financially independent and turn things around. And that's what you can do. You have to change your mind, change your mentality, and turn these big bills into profit centers. So most people have the mortgage or the rental as their big bill. Both of those you can change into paying you money. Now, whatever your situation and whatever you're renting, you can probably turn that into add in some type of profit center, and at least the things that we are promoting, at least bring in an income of $60,000 per year. $60,000 on just one of our programs that you start. You can be adding $60,000 in income to your household, and obviously that's something that you can use to pay off your home, pay off that mortgage, and pay the rent if you're paying rent. Doesn't matter. Rental, by the way, is not a bad idea. Very smart. People used to say it's not smart to pay rent. You never have any, sometimes the rental is better than doing the mortgage. So that's not an issue. Both of y'all are doing the wrong thing if you're not making money from the money you're spending. So that's the way people who live the pay-for-itself lifestyle look at it. So it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter if you're paying $1,800 in rent or $1,200 in the mortgage. Oh, I'm saving $600. You're losing money because you're not making anything. All right. So that's it. That's it in a nutshell. And also the car. If you're paying a car payment, then you got the bill, the mechanical bills, upkeep, maintenance. Again, not too bright. You have to make that car pay for itself. Get that money coming in for you having the car, for you going out, driving up and down the road. Have it pay off for you. Even myself right now, I'm walking back and forth waiting for the kids' school bus. I'm taking advantage of the time. I'm not going to stand and do nothing at the corner waiting for a school bus. I'm going to walk and get some exercise, otherwise I wouldn't do. And then also, I'm making a video talking to you. That rhymed, didn't it? I might as well add rhyming to what I'm doing. Okay, so you get the idea. You have to turn the things that you're doing into benefits for yourself. So think about that, mull it over, and when you get a chance, or if it's continuing after this video, look at the programs we have. We have real estate programs, pay for itself. You can turn, and these are things that you're not going to buy real estate right now. You don't need to. You're just turning where you live, what you have right now, and turning it into a profit center. And then the car as well. We have the car workshops that you can start turning your car. And if you're interested in purchasing a car with a profit center connected to that car purchase, then also that's something you need to look into, and we're able to provide that networking and that service for you. So I would really look into that. You know what it is for your car to be producing 60,000. That's just an example. It's just one example of many that we have, but it is real. 60,000 from your car, that your car's paying you $60,000. Okay? Then add to that, in your home, having your rented property or your mortgage property paying you $60,000. Okay? These are real numbers of real programs that we have available that you really should be implementing. There ain't no reason. I mean, everyone listening to me right now should be able to turn their car into $60,000 a year income, and their home, rented or mortgage, doesn't matter, into another $60,000. That's $120,000. If you rent a home, if you own a car, if you're making payments on either or, doesn't matter. That's $120,000. Everyone listening of driving age could be making every year, and that's without a job. Okay, without a job. So look into our programs. They are very, you say, how can that be? How can that be? Well, the number one reason it can be is that everyone can't do it. We just don't have the ability to just let everyone come in and to join it. So there is a very tight limit. Okay, it goes by area, but it's very, very limited. So that means that the people who jump in on it right now, right away, they're the ones that are lucky, and they'll live the life, the pay for itself lifestyle, and have nothing to worry about. So that's the plain, simple. It wasn't that short, but as short as I can make it. So have a good day, do something, look at the other programs that we have, and take some action because the spots are limited. Take care. I've talked to you in terms of the pay for itself lifestyle about things that you have or that you desire and how to obtain these things by the pay for itself lifestyle. There's things that you already have that you should also be paying for itself, that should be paying for itself. Something that everybody has is experience in many things. You know, there's things that you've experienced in your life. You don't even have to pay for. You already lived it. You went through it. You know what? And listen, there's a lot of people out there that are either going through or they fear going through things that you already went through. And, you know, there's thousands of them. Just think about it for a second. You know, do a search on Google and look at how many people suffer from XYZ, or how many people will face XYZ in the following year, stuff like that. And notice, you know, the quantity of people, folks, that really should be concerned about having to deal with this or that. It could be a disease, it could be some accident that you suffered, it could be something that happened in the family, just regular like life, you know. And depending on the gravity, on the uniqueness of the experience that you have, you know, you can put it up, make some videos like I do these videos, and you can put it behind a paywall. What is a paywall? It's simply an asking for some money for people to watch what you have. There's certain platforms, not YouTube, but certain other platforms where people can pay to see the content. You can make your own website, have someone make it for you. But there are other websites that have traffic. See, if you make your own website, then you got to worry about getting people to the website. You know, it's a whole malarkey there. There's a whole bunch of mess. What you want is easy ways of turning what you already know into some money. You don't have to break a sweat at it. So you go to other platforms that already have people. They have people looking for information. They have people who are used to or prepared mentally, you know, to drop $5 to watch a video, okay? So listen, and if there's thousands, 10,000s of people that would be interested in knowing something about what happened, I mean, there's people who read books after all. People who read books and, you know, maybe you have a story. You can make a story up. You don't have to write. You say, I'm not a writer, but are you a talker? Can you talk? Listen, I know some kids that can talk your head off. I'm surprised their head is still on their body. Simple. They should make millions of dollars. They talk. All right? I talk myself, but they really beat me to the money. Let me tell you. But in any case, make up a story. Be a storyteller, and you know, and do that. You know, some of you could put some slides and get some, common, what do you call that? The commons, copyright-free type of images. You know, go to Pixabay, go to some other places, There's videos there also on other places, and even on Pixabay, there's videos you can use. There's no royalty free, and you simply make your story and just tell it and put it behind a paywall. Make it really good, and there's different niches, different genres. There's already stuff. If you need an idea, just go to Amazon, look at look at the titles, look what's selling, what are the hot sellers out there, and you know what? Make your own version. You don't have to copy. Just get the idea from their book title, and you know what? You know enough to make a story about that. Then go for it, man. Go for it. And another idea you guys can do also is there's a royalty-free works of writing, the things that you can actually even reprint and sell because there's no copyright on them. They're public domain. But instead of doing that, use them to make your own story. Just copy the storyline, change the names. You can do that easy in a word processor. You just change Bob to Bill and other things like that. Just change the name to something else instead of a white donkey. You change white to red, and you change the donkey to an alligator, and then you change it that way, and then you go around restructuring the story a little bit, blah blah blah. But it's so easy. It's very easy. And then obviously people don't like to read anymore, so you take these old stories, you rework it, and then you make videos, and you make them nice, and you can make them entertaining. Some of you have certain other skills, and maybe you like making jokes. So you can, and you ad-lib a lot. So you can take this story and just ad-lib it and make a series of videos and just name it something that tells people, what to expect. This is going to be funny. It's comedy. And so, oh my, let me go and watch that. $5, something cheap. Even $1.99, $2, where if in a high traffic platform. And I'll get those for you. I forget the name of one that I have in my head. It's in the head, but it's like not out of the file cabinet, right? But anyway, you can charge anything you want. And, they get thousands and thousands of people that go watching other people's content and things like that. You got something there for 99 cents, for $1. But think about it. If you get 10,000 views, get 1,000. Listen, just look at it for every week. You get 100 views every week. That's 100 extra dollars you didn't have yesterday. It's just as simple as that. And you can start developing an income from this. That's just one piece of work. Now, if you want to do a series that people subscribe to, there's other options. There's Patreon. People can subscribe to a series of work output or work throughput that you do, work product. And you can have a series every week or whatever the frequency is, and you can have people paying $2, each time, $2 a week, $2 a month, whatever, $5. And again, the more money it is, even $5, it has to be something. People are not gonna give up some deli coffee and bagel money for just any little thing. You gotta, it has to be something. You got to think about numbers, not about making money on 1 or 2 views. You understand? So you got to keep it low, keep the quality high. Whatever it is, make it really high quality in terms of content, and then just charge a little and just have the traffic. What you're doing is using the platform's traffic as far as it can go. That's all. You make whatever you do, and that's fine. Just keep making some more stuff. And you can pretty much adjust or regulate according to the response, the feedback, what the first 1 or 2 perform for you, how much is produced from that. You can then adjust your work product, your output, to increase that income, if you like, to something that you can practically live on, if you like. These are things you can do. YouTube is like a long wait. You have to be real lucky. I mean, there's a case, right, I've been watching just recently. This guy, his channel was doing nothing. Then the elections came for Trump and Biden and all that mess. and his channel blew up because he started talking about Trump. He's pro-Trump. It doesn't matter, you know. I guess the pro-Trump has more fire to it than the anti-Trump. I'm just guessing, but in any case, his channel blew up. Now, but the thing is this: the YouTube started cutting his ad revenue. See that? So that's why I don't like YouTube. And YouTube, you shouldn't really develop using YouTube. You can be on YouTube. Matter of fact, you can talk about your paywall, the content you have on this other platform, but don't depend on YouTube for anything other than, you know, getting the word out there. You know, think of it as a Google. Be careful what you do on there. Try to attract attention, and then point them in the direction of your paywall. That's what you want to use YouTube for. Really, don't rely heavily, because you can get you know, your account blocked or put down or whatever. Anyway, don't depend on that for money, folks. You know, those people out there, they're creators, that's fine. If you're really outrageous, you should be able to make money. Let's put it this way. If you're good to make a lot of money on YouTube, you should be making money on these other platforms first. You should be able to do that. And that shows you, well, maybe I can do some YouTube, but don't do the same stuff there. Just make a difference. I'm going to make an analysis on what works on YouTube as opposed to what works on these other platforms behind the paywall. And I'll do that review and analysis for you guys in another video. All right, that's it for now. Think about that. You know, take the old, change it a bit, and change the format, obviously. Make it into video. Video is where the thing is at. And put it behind a paywall. Use what you already have. Have it pay for itself. I mean, you're living, you're breathing, you're thinking, you know. Yeah, I thought about that. You might as well make money with your thoughts. Take care. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to learn an unique strategy that only I am teaching. So this is not about just regular real estate investing that you can find any place online now. See all these YouTube videos. You got good people out there willing to teach you and tell you a lot for free, and that's good. Okay, there's a lot of free things. We're going to talk about those free things and why they're free. Mine isn't free, and there's a reason for that. It's totally different from what you're going to get for free, and it's up to you to decide if what makes my my program different is it's enough for you to you know, to participate in it. It's time sensitive and it's limited. I can only have 100 folks in a city, in a major city, involved in the program. Can't have any more. So the program is limited. That's number one. It's not like these other guys that keep recruiting and bringing people in and all that. This is not possible in my program. My program has a limit to its membership, so it's first come, first served, folks. It's more highly profitable than any of the other real estate programs out there. So even though you can get information for free, and you can even get mentors, and there's my stuff is more profitable than the $50,000 a ticket seminars they do. They upsell you at these free seminars out there. So again, it's up to you. We have a limit, and I'm only going to give this in a city one time. That's it. This is not my business, and my business isn't giving classes on real estate investing. So let's get that off the right out there in front. My business is the extreme. That's what I'm focused on the extreme. I make it happen for all of you folks who get into the program. So that's where my business is at. That's what I'm spending time at. I'm only taking time now these next 2 to 3 years, to get people situated. Again, 100 in each city, and that's it.
And so that's what I'm taking that time out for. Other than that, I'm focused on the extreme part of this program. You guys are set to make a lot of money in the real estate investing part of it. And again, it's very different than what you can find online. You can study everything online for free. You can take all these gurus courses, by the way. Take all of them. You will not know what we're doing. You will not be able to compete with us in any market. Even when there's not a market in your city or town, we will have a market. It is that unique and that exclusive. You know anything about real estate investing already, or even about real estate, that means something to you. So that is, again, part of the decision making that you have to make. So right now, what I'm doing right now is setting up all the dates for the next 2 to 3 years. And like I said before, the availability is just one time. So I'm going to read off these dates to you, and you have to live in the city where I'm giving the seminar. It doesn't work for you, and we won't take up a seat. If you don't live in the city that I'm giving the seminar, we won't give you a seat because it ties it up to someone who actually lives there. You have to be in the city, living in the city, or relatively close. Relatively close, maybe an hour away at most. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to allow you to take this seminar, take someone's seat. If it comes push to shove that somebody is 100 people at cap, and there's someone who lives in the city and you're an hour or two away, you're not going to really beat out the guy who lives there. So this is what it's about. So you need to be in one of these cities to participate in this seminar series at this point. There are some options that may open up for you guys later on, throughout the following months. If you don't live in one of these cities, you want to reach out to me. I'll look at your city. I'll look at where you're at. I'll give you some options, and maybe we can bring it into that city. But I'm not making any promises at this point. So again, limited to just 100 for this seminar. So you need to get into this seminar, register for it as early as possible. Because the thing is, there's only 100. We're only going to have 100. There's only 100 tickets available. Simple. There's no more. So, and there's not going to be no more. I'm not going to open it up for more. The program that we have has a limit to how many people can benefit from it, because we want our folks to be wealthy. You're going to have all the deals, all the transactions that are going to be occurring is for the group, and you have great amplitude for profit. And that's why we're limiting it, because we're not doing like these other guys who are getting silly out there, where they're teaching your competition. So they keep giving these seminars, and they're creating new competition for you. How are you going to make any money? You guys are, people, you got to wake up and smell the coffee. Wake up and smell the coffee. This is a strategic seminar. The information that I'm going to share with you is strategic, very strategic, okay? Exclusive and unique. Because no one else is teaching this. No one else is able to do this for you. Because, again, it's not the basic run-of-your-mill real estate investing information, which you can get online for free. So, you can get that and be fighting, cutthroats out there, fighting for properties and this and that. And we're laughing and going to the bank because we just, you guys can fight with the small and ever smaller markets you guys deal with out there because of all the competition that your gurus and your mentors are creating for you. It's ridiculous. They don't care because they're making money. Either way, you're going to bring them the deal. They're going to split with you. They're going to make the money. They don't care if it's you or the other guy or the other guy or 1,000 other people that they recruited into their seminars. That's what's happening. So you're not going to make money with these guys, not what we're making and not what our people are going to be making. So that's obvious. So again, this is a limited opportunity. 100 people, period. Doors closed. These 100 people, and it don't have to be 100. I don't need 100. I need 1, 2, 3. Doesn't matter to me. Like I said, this is a unique program. You can be in it or you don't need to be in it. It doesn't matter. If you want to have high profits, if you want to have a strategy that no one else is doing, no one else has, then this is the thing for you to do. And if you don't, then you don't do it. It's simple as that. It's not making any difference to me. I don't have a website for it. No, I don't have a funnel for you to go through and watch this video, that video, and try to convince you of this. I don't need to convince you. You're too, dull that you cannot, see the uniqueness and exclusivity of this program having an edge over all the others. Then that's you. That you deserve to get what you get and do what you do, and that's that. Good luck. It's just fine and dandy with me. Simple. But if you're looking for a strategy to give you an advantage, even an unfair advantage over all the other guys out there, then look into this. It's just simple. This is a simple thing. We only need 100. We're not doing any fancy promotions or anything like that. Just doing this little simple little video here. Take it or leave it. That's it. So that's as simple as can be. All right. A few more cities here. After Cleveland, Ohio, April 9th, 2021, we have Bakersfield, California, April 16, 2021. By the way, all the dates can be found on our TV page, our Mycbh-Tv page, because I don't have a real estate page for you guys on Facebook or anything. I'm not, like I said, I'm not promoting this like I would usually promote something that I do, because those things are permanent. I would do that if this was a permanent thing and we were wanting to keep recruiting more competition for you to make your life miserable and that's not what we're doing. So I'm not bothering with that because this is a short-term thing. Just simple. I go in the city, give the class to 2 to 3 to 50 to 100 tops, and then the program is initiated in that city, and I go to the next one and the next one, and I formulate the extreme part of it so that you guys can make a lot of money. And that's it. That's what it's all about. So my dedication is in the extreme part of this real estate investing program. And that's what I'm looking at and what I'm doing. Creating more recruits so that you don't have a way to, you have to compete to find properties and this and that. I just found another guy on Facebook here with a sponsored ad saying we're coming, we're looking to recruit you into our program and help you start into flipping. Of course, it's a free thing because they want you to start looking for properties so that they can split with you. See, you do the work. The dirty work is finding the properties. That's the hard thing. It's finding the properties that could qualify for a flip and fix or fix and flip actually, or any other type of transaction that they're looking to do on a certain property. And they need you out there. These guys that are making big money in real estate, they need you to go out and find the deals for them. And they keep giving these classes. They keep offering free classes because, of course, every sucker out there gets drawn into a free class. And then, hey, go out there and find some property. We'll make the deal. We'll cut the thing. We'll do the paperwork for you. We'll split the profits. Hey, it's easy as that. So, but then they've always training more and more competition. If it was just you, So you can go out there and pick up 10, 20, 50 homes to flip, then that'll be great because you can make some money that way. But they're recruiting 100, 1,000 people. They're going out. You guys are bumping into each other, and this is the guy you're honking the horn is another student. You know, he already got the contract for the house. You go and knock on the door. Hey, you interested? No, I just gave the contract. That's all you're going to be hearing day after day after day. That's what's happening now in the real estate field because of this lunacy out there. Okay? So again, we're not dealing with that lunacy. 100 folks to take action. Take your action. Do it now. Take the action. And get something that'll make you exclusive, get you ahead of all the rest, and make your real estate business flourish. He's in California. The funny thing about California is that these real estate guys who learn real estate either online or at a seminar, they're not doing any business in California. They're actually not doing any business in California. To do what they've been taught in regular traditional real estate investing, they have to look elsewhere. They're going to places like Florida, for example, moseying into the backyard of Floridians here, taking up our properties. And then what they're doing is they're selling that property to you, or if you live in Florida, or wherever you're probably going to be buying it from a Californian because they can't do this business in California anymore. And they have too many competitors and too little inventory, really, that is fixable and flippable. The prices are sky high. The place in California, I don't know how people live this there. But anyway, that's what's going on in California right now. That's the truth of the matter. It's probably that ad looking for recruiting people on Facebook. They're probably Californians. Yeah, I have little doubt because it fits. So that's the reality of what's happening in the real estate investing industry right now. So these are the realities you have to deal with. See? Now, what's different about our programs is the Californians can now again do business in California. It doesn't matter. The conditions, the regular real estate investing, that you have certain limits. You're limited to what's called the open market and whatnot. You're trying to figure out, well, what else is there? Well, there is something else. This is the thing that we've mastered and that we'll be featuring in our real estate program. This is the reason. Now, again, it's also the reason why there's only 100 youth tops in the cities that I'm listed that can come into this program and participate in this program. So that is the one thing that you guys need to realize, and as early as possible. I'm announcing these dates early because, again, there's only 100 seats available, and the first 100, that's it. Once this 100 is done, it's closed. There's nothing I can do for you, and you'll be seeing me, my face talking about this great program all the way through to the seminar date in your town, and you can't do anything about it. You'll be out. So I advise you to not stay out, to do something, to get involved. And I'm just going to take one of the sample ones here so that we can just view it. If you saw that, you didn't see that. No, you didn't, of course not. Okay, so then we have, I'm going to show you the Philadelphia screen for our Philadelphia program. I'm just checking that our mics are still on. Very good. And as you can see here, you can see, first look at this graphic here. The graphic I have here is the header. And you can read what it says. It's a 3-day workshop in extreme real estate investing. These are the features of it in terms of profitability of what we're teaching. And when you're studying for free online or going to these free seminars, you're not going to get any information that can turn a property, a piece of raw land, of $1,000 and to turn it into $61,000. You're not going to hear anything about that. You say, oh, well, if you build a house on it, this is without doing any house building. Okay, basically transferring a piece of land to someone else and making a $60,000 profit on it. You're not going to hear that or know how to do that from any other real estate program, period. Absolutely not. Okay, our program is unique, it's exclusive, it's profitable. You can even forget about fixing and flipping. Just use my exclusive strategies to profit from $60,000 through $180,000 per deal. Okay, this is what we're talking about. Now you can't find that for free anywhere. You can't even find it for $10,000 except through my seminar. And you can't get it from any other programs that cost more, like $50,000. They won't be able to teach you this because they just don't know how to do this. You will learn how to make your property irresistible to any buyer without compromising on your price. This information is applicable to all zonings, commercial, industrial, homes, and non-lots in any condition. Okay, in this graphic, you see that it's limited to 36 participants. Okay, that has been able to be increased since we started. When we first started designing this program, it was limited to 36. We were able to make a few improvements to the program, and now we are able to accept 100 participants, and that's why you have that difference right now. So right now the cap is at 100, and that is all these seminars will allow through the door. Now, you can see that the regular price for this is $10,000. It's $9,995 in this graphic, and that is the regular price. However, because the ticket is going to rise in price by $1,000 every month until it reaches the $10,000 mark, which is the regular price for this seminar, and well worth it indeed. Well worth it. This seminar is worth way more than $50,000. Okay, so even at the $10,000 price, it's a great deal. A great deal. But I know that a lot of you guys are starting out, and you're going to need some help. You know, after I started seeing what these so-called gurus are doing to you guys out there, I really decided to change my pricing. That's one of the reasons I did that, because I see that you guys are just getting done. You know, they're getting you into these free seminars. Let me tell you about these free seminars. You ever heard that let me adjust this camera. You ever heard that saying that nothing's for free? Nothing's for free. It's true. Nothing is for free. When they're giving you free stuff, there's a reason they're giving you free stuff. They first of all, they're gonna try one of the things, and I have this on this description on the ticket sales page. One of the things they do is that they market to you another product, and it's called an upsell. So you got this free information. What they do, you go to the free seminar, and all the seminar is about, it can be about real estate investing, but it's going to be trying to sell you from the first thing on, the second session, the third session, and all of that. It's going to give you just enough information to make you feel, I'm going to have to need something more. And this guy's talking about this other thing. You know, they start talking about this other thing that could really give you some great information more about this, and that other, program that you can find more about at the back tables or wherever, or we'll talk about it later tonight or whatever. There's always something else. And that something else is to get you to pay them more money, because obviously if you are just starting out in real estate investing, you don't know nothing, right? So if they tell you, they give you some information, they make you feel, oh, this is good. This is something that I can do. But then they tell you, well, if you really want to do this, well, and learn from the masters in this business, or like myself, like this and that, then you can get my coaching. So they'll try to get you on coaching, mentoring, and everybody knows that mentoring is great. Have somebody take you by the hand, and they say, we'll take you by the hand, and this and that. But all of that is going to cost you. It's going to cost you money. So the free thing is just free advertising for them. What it's free is the free ad that they get. They get a free exposure to people who are interested in real estate investing. That's you. So you're interested in real estate investing. They get free exposure to you, and you're sitting there because they have you captured for that day or 2 days or whatever, and you're stuck there having to listen because you want to listen, because you want to learn something, and they got you there in their jaws, ready to bite you, to bring you in to their paid program, right? So that's what they try to do. So it's not really free. We know about free over here in Orlando. You come to Orlando, they'll offer you free tickets to go to see the rat over there, the Mickey Mouse, right? Or they'll give you free tickets for Universal. And you see the sign, free tickets or discount tickets, this and that. And so what do they tell you? Oh, you can get this free ticket if you go to a presentation. So what's that? It's another sales job. So if you expose yourself to someone selling you a timeshare, something like that, then you can get this free ticket. So basically, that's the same thing these guys are doing in the real estate investing seminar and seminar offers out there, the free ones, because they're offering it for free, but in reality, they're asking you to sit into a presentation. It's an elaborate presentation. And by the time you're finished and you got the money, you're probably going to want to buy into one of the programs because really, there's so much in real estate investing. How can't you? There's so much to learn and to master. You'll really be stuck sooner or later without having someone guiding you and someone to help you along. So that's it's a given. So that's why they do these free things for you. Now, you'll say, okay, but what's wrong with that? Well, what's wrong with that is that because they're dealing with open markets, there's also a limit to the open market. Also, open markets have certain characteristics that make availability of inventory, which means I'm talking real estate now. It means how many houses there are that you can actually make a profit on. It's very little in certain markets, and most markets at this point. Now, if you have 100 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people, because these guys trained people last year. How long have you been seeing these real estate ads out there? For years. You've seen them on TV. They've been coming around for at least 10 years. So these guys who learned 10 years ago, who went through their course and then bought into something more, more elaborate, they've been out there for 10 years and they're out there right now. The 10 years ago people, the graduates from 9 years ago, the 1,000 from 8 years ago, the other 1,500 from 7 years ago, the other 1,000 from 6 years ago, the other 2,500 from 5 years ago, the other 3,000 from 4 years ago, the other 5,000 from 3 years ago, the other 2,500 from 2 years ago, last year's 1,500. That's a lot of people, for goodness sakes, that are out there at any given moment of the day finding that property that now you can get because now you just started, You went to get the free seminar. And so, yeah, you just go out there and find the house. You're going out, busting your butt. And there's already 20,000 people already beating you down the road already. What's happening now is that when you find a deal, if you find it, it's already taken. What does that mean? It means that the many deals that you find are already wholesalers. They're already contracted to someone who's selling the property through a wholesale contract. Now, they'll either sell it to you, that you buy it and then fix it, flip it, or you buy it as another wholesaler if you're going to do wholesaling. And so then you're just another few $1,000s added on to the price. There's a thing called chain wholesaling. Yeah, there has to be because the inventory is low. Chain wholesaling is when 1, 2, 3, 4 wholesalers are taking part of the profits here. So by the time it gets sold to an end buyer, a contractor, somebody's actually going to flip this house, he's already in the hole, $10,000, $12,000, $15,000. The property is already more a higher cost, and obviously the only one who can probably make a profit from that is not the typical flipper. Not if you're interested in flipping real estate, you won't be able to do that deal. And if you do, you're foolish. You'll have to be getting loans and all that. You're going to get into trouble. This is the problem. They're creating problems. The only one who could take a house like that would be a contractor at that point. The contractor then can take that house and has the wherewithal to put the money into a fix-up and to sit on it and sell it eventually, knowing the market. And he has some other long-term strategies. So he's the only one that could probably pocket this deal down the road. But in terms of you guys getting into real estate investing, it's a tougher thing than it used to be because of these free seminars going around giving up this free trading, which is really just a way to recruit you into their higher paying programs. And at the end of the day, free or upselling you to a another package deal. In either case, both of you will be competing with each other because the bottom line is someone has to go out there and find the house to flip. That's the bottom line, okay? So that is what's going on, and that's why if you see this deal that I'm offering you now, an exclusive real estate strategy that no one else has, that makes your house more appealing to a buyer than the regular fix and flips. What does that tell you? See that? And here we can care less about wholesalers or about the other parts of real estate investing, about what they're doing. They're not competing with us. Matter of fact, they're trying to convince people to give them the contract. They'll be trying to convince people to sell them the house. Our program will beat them at all of it. You will not be able to compete with us in the cities that we've established our working groups. You won't be able to compete. Owners will be looking for us and our members in our program to handle their real estate deal. That is that. So this is why they can keep on doing those free seminars, keep pulling people in and recruiting them into that REI, real estate investing, and that open market of theirs. We're not concerned with that, and our students are not concerned with that. Really doesn't matter to us. You guys can fight over whatever you guys got to fight over, but our students will be making profit, period. That's it. Done deal. But again, there's only a 100 limit. That's the only thing bad about our program. And that is that only 100 of you in your city can get involved with it. So again, if you're listening to this now, it's your time to move on this. Another thing that that makes us different, obviously, is that we're not just teaching you the regular REI stuff. Of course, REI is real estate investing. Now, if you're new, you don't know anything about real estate investing, everything that we're teaching, even though it's exclusive and it's a unique strategy, it is still done within the construct of real estate investing. So you will be able to learn real estate investing, even though you are being shown a strategy that no one else is even thinking about. So you get, in other words, you'll get two birds for one stone. You'll be learning real estate investing, but you'll also be learning our unique strategy. So this is a definite win-win for you, because otherwise you would just be a real estate investor like all the others, and you'll have to just find your way after a few years, which is the typical truth of what's happening right now in the industry. Everybody that goes to these seminars, it's like I was seeing some guys talking in real estate scams on YouTube the other night. I was hearing what they were talking about, and a lot of them were talking about that they talked to so many people who took the free classes, and none of them really. One of the guys said in all his years in real estate investing and meeting real estate investors, he never heard any one investor ever say, "Oh, this seminar that I took was the absolute thing that made me successful." He never heard that. Okay, so that's telling. Most of the investors, they take the course, yeah, they learn things, but they really had to do it themselves. They had to go out there and get things done, and they had struggles. They had to struggle like anybody else in any other business. They didn't have this strategy. They didn't have what I'm teaching now through this course, through this 3-day workshop. So that's the difference. What we're talking about is a unique content, that will make you 600 times the more profits than any other method in real estate investing there is. 600 times more. Do you understand what the potential is for you at this point? 600 times more profitability. So, and again, like I said before, you cannot find this information for $10,000, for $50,000, not even for $75,000 anywhere on the planet Earth. It is simply not there. Okay, our strategies are so impacting that we're really looking into development and really making changes. I call it the future of real estate. Really, what we're doing is so far futuristic, it is not funny. And you're going to be coming into it right here. You'll be locked into that group. Again, up to 100 max. It could be less. And you guys will be the only ones allowed to do this thing. Okay? You know what the profits are going to be for you guys? You're the only group that's handling this and doing this in your city. It's astronomical. It's just simply astronomical. So this is why I'm not giving this information away for free. And I'm not trying to give you a free seminar. This is it right here. This is the only thing free I'm giving. It's right there. These little broadcasts here. So again, exclusive, unique information. You will be getting ahead of the crowd with this information. So it's a strategy for you, and it's an advantage. How much is the advantage worth to you? So that's the decision you have to make. But the longer you wait, the more it's going to be costing. So At $10,000, it's definitely worth it. Okay, and you guys spend more than that on other garbage out there. Okay, what it isn't as well is that we don't keep recruiting, like I said before. We're giving this seminar one time in your city, period, and it's done. Again, I don't have time for this silliness. I really don't have time for it. I'm going to give the teaching. I'm going to help you guys. I'm going to give the workshop. I'm giving you guys 3 days of my life, and it's over. I'm not meaning that I'm not going to deal with you guys anymore. I'll deal with you, the ones who attend. Those who didn't attend, I don't care about. That's it. I gave you the chance. You had it for $995. You waited too long. It went into $1995. You waited too long. It went up to $29.95. You waited too long. It went up. It'll be going up every month. You guys waiting on the sidelines, and then I'm going to give the seminar, and that's that. You will not see that seminar again in your city, and that's it. And listen, look, I'm getting up there. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to focus on my extreme. That's what my business is. So that's what I'm going to be doing. Okay? So I'm just taking a time right now to just do these seminars, go across the country, and that will be it. So this is the time for you to get into real estate investing and to learn from me this special, unique strategy that I devised. No one else has it. Simple as that. If you're going to sit around and wait, you'll be fooled. You'll really be very foolish. I cannot begin to tell you how foolish you are if you sit around and wait. I cannot begin even to tell you that. When you come and take the workshop, you will realize we will have a moment of prayer and meditation for all those people who passed up on this program. That's how serious this is. This is very serious, okay? We're going to be praying for y'all, really. Okay, so now, okay, so we're not going to keep on recruiting or anything like that, like these other guys do to destroy your business. Basically, you ever heard of Donald Trump? We're going to make you a Donald Trump. Not the bad stuff. I'm talking about the portfolios, the money, even into the developing stage. And we have it limited. And if there's only 10 people in your city, for example, that come into the seminar, that's it. It's just 10 you. You guys will be the 10 future Donald Trumps in your city. Simple, period. No question about it. Absolutely. Because there's no way you won't be. Okay, again, this is part of a program. These things have to happen. Things have to be done and accomplished in your city. Okay, so you are going to be the ones sitting on top of all of it. And if there's 10 of you, then only 10 of you will be sitting on top of all of this. This will make 100 of you billionaires. But if there's only 10, so then you'll be 10 billionaires, or whatever you call that, trillionaires, simply because there's less of you handling all of it. But there is all of it to this. In other words, every city has an all of it. So actually, the less of you, the less that come and attend the seminar, the better. So I'm not trying to fill up the seminar either. Okay, I'm just saying there's 100. That's the capacity. I'm only going to allow 100 in. And if less of you come in, even better for the ones who came in. It's just simple as that. It doesn't matter to me because what's going to happen is going to happen, period. With you or without you. The question is, are you going to be part? Are you going to have your part? Don't be crying later. But I think people, if I had known, if I would have done this, I should have done that. Oh, you guys, you should have. That's going to happen. That's human nature. Human nature. Okay. What's not going to happen in this seminar either is that we're not asking you for any more money. Beautiful. You're going to take the seminar. You're going to go there Friday. You're going to be there Saturday. You're going to be there Sunday. And you're going to leave. I'm not making you an offer. You're not going to be, there's nothing to buy. You will not be able to buy anything. The only thing that you can buy extra, there is one thing. But that's just during the seminar. I have a special VIP session. It's all here on the sales page here at and the VIP are VIP strategies. They're not the same as the ones I'm giving to you guys that take the regular workshop. These are very, very special strategies that I will disclose only to the VIPs. The VIPs, they pay a special, separate price to me. You can't buy it you have to send that to me separately. The information is on the sales page. And those VIPs, after we say goodnight to everyone else, you guys are going to spend a few more hours with me. And we're going to be telling you some really great goodies that you guys will be able to implement with the strategy that that I'll be teaching. So that's the only thing. And that won't be available at the seminar. When you get to the seminar, you're either a VIP attendee or you're not. And when we go to VIP sessions, we say goodbye to everybody who's not a VIP. And the VIP people will move to the VIP room, or if it's dinner, you guys have dinner with me. You usually have your meals with me, because then that's where I'll be talking about the VIP stuff, okay? So that's the privilege that you guys get. We also have, in some cities, we'll be having the yacht. We have the VIP on the yacht, or on a coach, an executive coach, depending on the city and the date and availability of those things, okay? So that is also reserved for VIP attendees only. But that's the only thing. Everything else, when you come to the seminar, I'm not going to sell you a book. I'm not going to sell you a video series. There's nothing more to buy. Absolutely nothing more to buy. I'm going to be spilling the beans during the seminar to you. I'm giving you all the training, both the REI basis and then the extreme that we are applying. And I'm going to show you how to make all that a profit, and how to have that strategy, and how this beats all of these guys in REI hands down. I'm going to be teaching you that during the 3 days. And you're going to come out there, you're going to be a part of a winning team right off the bat, without worrying about any competition or anything like that. No, you will have no competition. You will have a unique presence in the marketplace when you finish our 3-day workshop. Okay? And again, and that will be it. There's no more other workshop. I may have some gatherings. I may go to your town and get together with you guys that already took the class, and we'll get together and we'll have a meeting or whatnot, hang out. And I may tell you some new stuff or whatever as the updates as they occur. But that's it. Then that's not going to be charged to you or anything like that. It's just you're part of the team, period. So we're not going to sell you anything else. There's nothing else to buy. And I think I'm going to make a special announcement, which will probably be that when you finish this 3-day, you will already, listen to this, you will already be a real estate investor by taking this 3-day course. You may not own anything before you come and take this workshop, but you're going to leave a real estate investor without paying anything extra. Okay? You're going to leave a real estate investor. You heard that? That's big. So I'm pretty sure we're going to add that to this program to your ticket. So, hey, listen, you're not. I'm giving you what no one else is giving you. I'm giving you is real estate investing training information. I'm giving you an exclusive, unique strategies, multiple strategies that cannot be beat. No one else has them. They don't even have the foggiest out there. And you have an advantage over everyone else, everybody else in the market. And then on top of that, there's nothing else to buy. I'm not upselling you anything. There's nothing else to buy. And when you leave on Sunday afternoon, you will be a real estate investor, not somebody that's going to start to invest, but someone who's already invested in real estate. So you will be receiving up to $4,600 a year without adding anything else to the mix. Nothing. Okay, you're just sitting pretty. You'll be adding $4,600 a year to your income just by attending this seminar. That's how big of a deal it is. So that's pretty fantastic. So by the end of the year, you'll be looking at $4,600, and then the second year, another $4,600 is $9,200. By the time 2 years have passed, you've practically made your money back. And you'll be already real estate investing without even going out to find a deal. Okay, so that's it, folks. You can't get better than that. No one's going to give you anything better than that. Now, the fifth thing is that, again, like I said before, this is not a program that's going to sell you on any coaching or any mentoring of any type. Any of our training and updates are included, like I mentioned before. They're included in our regular day-to-day with you. So you'll be getting more training, in many different aspects of our business, real estate investing, and you will not have a lack of training. You will not pay anything more for the training. Okay, so we're not going to do another seminar that you have to pay for. We're not going to do any upselling to you that you have to pay for or anything like that. Remember, the only thing that we have extra is the VIP. You don't need to do the VIP sessions to realize the profits that we talked about. Remember, these profits were created when the program was just for 36 people. Remember the original banner that we had? It says 30, limited to 36 per city. When that was done, and when we designed the program for 36, the profits, there was no VIP program. There was no VIP sessions at all. Because we were able to add on some more features of this program, and we were able to add on now the capacity up to 100 that we could support in this program. That also developed the VIP sessions. Okay, so that's how the VIP sessions came into play. But for the basic program, the basic profitability, the 60,000 for the 1,000 that you invest in a raw piece of property, that is just a basic program. That has nothing to do with the VIP sessions. Okay, so you can understand that you don't need to do the VIP session unless you really want to be Donald Trump, in a year or two. If you want to be Donald Trump in a year, then you need the VIP sessions. You need to do it. But don't do it if you're struggling for money. If you're struggling for money, don't do the VIP session. I'll tell you right now. You don't do the VIP sessions. You can always get the VIP sessions with us, later. You can always do that later. Make your money first. Do the regular basic. Get into this 3-day workshop and just work it. Do our program, make the money, and then with that profit, you can wait to get the 4,600, at the end of the year, and invest that into the VIP session. Because the VIP sessions will always be, what was the price? Around 3,000. What's the price of the VIP? VIP sessions are, how much is that? $3,995. So the VIP session is $3,995. What's included in the VIP session is the license to do the strategies. Okay, it's the license for us to engage your business, your person, and with those strategies. Because all the things that we're doing need the support of our company. So if you're licensed to do the VIP sessions, which is what that pays for, then you are licensed for the VIP strategies. Okay, so you understand? So the VIP covers not only the training, the sessions, it also covers the license, the permit to do those things with our company. Okay, so that's what the VIP sessions are for. Again, those VIP sessions are always available. The license is always available to members, to the ones who took the workshop. So you don't need to take it at this time unless you are bent on becoming super, super wealthy in real estate. You're really going to move. And really, you want to implement all the strategies whenever and wherever they can be. And so you'll need the VIP to do that. Then do that. You simply, if you're not strapped, basically, if you have the money for it, do it. Absolutely. But if you don't have the money for it, you don't need to do it. Just do the regular 3-day workshop and make it work for you. That is what you need to do. Absolutely. All right.
So if the pandemic wasn't bad enough for you, now, and the unknown presidential outcome of the election, that wasn't worded right, but you know what I'm talking about. If that wasn't bad enough, now that apparently that solar activity on the sun is getting ready to potentially knock our power out. That's it. So y'all with your crypto, you better lock that bad boy up someplace, wrapped in lead. And everyone else, you've got some issues. I've been telling you guys, even if it doesn't happen, I'm not gonna frighten you guys, but you should be ready by now, aren't you? Don't tell me. I don't want to hear it that you are watching this and you are not ready for an emergency. After all this already, come on. Okay. So listen, we have our programs, our Emergency Owners Association program. We have our Farm Owners program. If you're not farming right now, you don't have a farm, that's another thing. You're really, really risking it. Even if you live in a studio apartment in a big city, you can have a farm. Our program shows you how you can do that, and you can be receiving, when there's no food in the supermarket, you can be receiving food in your home. Okay? Receiving food, staying alive. All right, while other people are scavenging and whatever to survive and dying, you will survive, you and your family. Again, if you don't have these things in place, there are just a few spots available. especially for that emergency program. Don't fool around with it. A lot of people like to troll my videos and say negative things and call me a grifter and scam artist and all this, all this false accusations. But the bottom line, when the sun solar flare hits the fan, that's going to be the end of all of that BS. Okay, and those people who took my advice, those are the ones that are going to survive. Make it you and your family. Stop the silliness, stop your stupid thinking, and take some action. So, I'm gonna give you guys, and I'm praying that this solar thing is nothing right now, but one of these days it's going to be. One of these days something's gonna happen, and you know that. You guys gotta feel it in your gut, but then it'll be too late. You gotta get started now. So, I'm also... Crypto games on Fiverr.com by Automated Profit. Join us for this brief presentation. What makes more profit faster? Think about it. Is it buying and holding crypto? Is it day trading crypto? Or is it having your own crypto earning app? The answer is number 3, owning your own app. Users pay you crypto to get your app. Your crypto holdings go up. Users pay you to get game assets. Your crypto holdings go up. Users pay you to gain abilities. Your crypto holdings go up. Users need to maintain their progress. Your crypto holdings go up. Identity of a really good opportunity. There's 3 smart qualities. Number 1, is it an appealing product? This game is crypto-based. It earns you crypto as the owner. It earns the players, the users, crypto as they play. And it's a game. Who doesn't like to play a game? Number 2, the developer makes money with good user base. I keep updating your game and improving user experiences while earning from game usage. And number 3, one-time payment. Your game keeps growing and so do profits at no further cost to you. Right? So it's a no-brainer. Why wait for your crypto to moon when, with your own blockchain game app, you will be earning massive crypto and be on the moon while all the others are still waiting, seemingly forever. So this is the general presentation of the Fiverr gig Automated Profit is offering right now on Fiverr.com. This is the quickest way for crypto success. Massive crypto growth without waiting for the moon. Thanks for watching.
I drive 65,000 miles each year in my bus. If people knew what I know, lives could be saved. You don't want to be in the blind spot of a 40,000-pound bus when I have less than a second to react. I do what I can by changing lanes and taking turns slowly. It really helps when people look out for me too. Give me room to operate safely. It's our roads, it's our safety.
There were times during the COVID pandemic first wave that I was thinking I should be on the farm instead of being in the city, because there's certain things got really tight. We've got very close situations to supermarkets having to close, or at least running out of food. I mean, they ran out of toilet paper after all. And I started thinking, you know what, it would be good if I could be in the city and still have a farm. And even if the supermarket closes or runs out of food, I wouldn't run out of food for my family. And that's what I did. I created a way for anyone in the big city, wherever city you find yourself, and even out in the country, but you don't know what to do or don't have space or whatnot. And I put together a way that you can own some farm production and be putting food on your table every week from your own little farm unit. I call them farm modules. And in any type of emergency, you will still have your food coming in and your family will be fed. And that's what we created in our Emergency Owners Association. We have a little video. I said a little, right? It's over 2 hours long, but it gives you a lot of information. And it's a limited option. There's not a lot of availability. You have to move on this quickly. But I encourage you, if you're a family man or a mother, I encourage you to look into this seriously, because it'll keep emergency supplies available for you and your family when things get tough. And with the political climate, the suspicious elections, you don't know what's going to go on in the next 4 years or more. I think it's a smart thing to do. Let's go with your gut and make preparations. Look at the video and take action. A limited opportunity, so don't waste time. And don't wait, because you need to get started as soon as possible. See you later. Hello everyone and welcome. Just a moment here. Today, welcome. We're broadcasting today, and it's been stirring up inside of me, so I decided to get on the air and do a broadcast. And so, what we're going to talk today about is it's a mistake that everyone is making. If you're involved and not involved with Bitcoin, in today's broadcast, I'm going to show you why you're doing the wrong thing. And if you're involved in Bitcoin in any way and hodling to any degree, why you're also doing the wrong thing. So it's wrong for you not to be in Bitcoin, and it's wrong for you to be in Bitcoin and to be hodling or holding. And I'm going to show you why that is. It's a mistake that everyone's making. I'm going to point out to you a few things today you're going to learn. Now, this is going to help you immensely turn things around in most of your lives. So pay attention to what I'm going to say today. Be intelligent. Don't be stupid.
and listen carefully to what I'll be teaching you today. And so and also invite some of your friends. Make sure you like and follow. I'm trying to do everything the other guys do. Hey, like and follow, and pay attention to your emails or whatever it is. Take a snapshot, share it, follow, like, subscribe, whatever. Chase my tail, whatever it is. Just do it and share, share, share. All right. So this video today in this broadcast, we're going to teach you what you need to do. I'm going to give you an idea today. And I'm going to show you how this is the smartest thing to do, smartest way to go about dealing with this cryptocurrency thing. And if you're not in crypto yet, why you really should start considering it. And I'm going to show you also, and not that you need to do it, I'm going to show you that you don't need to do it to do what I'm going to suggest to you. So this is a method that you can use without being in crypto, without having crypto. So you can do this without getting involved in crypto, period. But again, then you'll be missing out on potentialities that crypto may offer to you. And then those who are in crypto already, and I'm going to show you how you're doing it the wrong way and which is the better way for you to go about your crypto speculation. I can't call it investing right now. So right now it's really just speculation. So let me just make a share out and make sure this thing's going out to the Mycbh-Tv network. And I'm going to share that to that Facebook page, by the way. Those of you on Facebook, go ahead and share this. Everyone needs to see this. This also it may have worldwide usage. So anywhere in the world, if you guys are watching this, you can share with your friends, and they should also benefit from this teaching. It should be something useful for everyone, no matter where you are on the planet. Now, so let's get into it. Most of you that are in Bitcoin, and those of you, first of all, everyone should know what Bitcoin is, right? Bitcoin is a highly speculative cryptocurrency. What are cryptocurrencies? Cryptocurrencies is a digital asset. You can look at it as a fabricated value. It's just a digital. It exists only on the internet. Okay. Basically, it's a medium of exchange in most cases. So it's a way for things to happen worldwide between different parties, or basically two parties, and the crypto is really the way of exchanging value from one party to another. Basically, there's a lot of other details in there that either give you the feeling that, hey, this may have some value and may rise in value for some reason in the future or not. So that's basically what everything is functioning on. I've been sharing in a few videos already my sentiment or my observation that obviously most of the cryptocurrencies are functioning or valuating on speculation and not on valuation. Bitcoin is the biggest one that is riding on speculation more than valuation, in my opinion. But because of that is why you have the big highs and then the crashing lows that you've been seeing or hearing about, and which makes people concerned. Because of course you're looking at Bitcoin how am I going to put money into something and then it disappears over, and not even overnight, in a minute or two. It has that I just got a notification. Someone put up a video. Bitcoin could explode to 12,000. See, so this is the type of thing that goes on. So what's happening is that guys like this, they hype, because of course Bitcoin is all about speculation. When you're dealing with speculation, and by the way, before I get into any more of this, I don't have the disclaimer, and I should have it by now, but that's one thing I'm going to work on after I get back from burying my father. I'm not giving any financial advice here. Okay, I'm not a financial guru or financial professional and all of that. All I'm doing is talking about my observances of crypto and using things that I do know about and experiences that I have, and just commenting. So these are just basic commentary. You need to follow your own thinking on what you personally do with your money. Simply, I'm just providing a perspective, and you do whatever you want to do. Okay, so you really need, and also for everything you need your lawyers, and you need your financial professionals that are licensed and accredited. These people can give you some advice and whatnot on how, and what you should do with your money. So get that straight out there in the open. All right, so most of the crypto is based on speculation and not valuation. And then you have these people in the community on YouTube and elsewhere. They're talking about, hey, Bitcoin's going to go up to 12. Like right now, somebody just put it's fresh. I just got the notification. It's right now on YouTube. Somebody's saying that it's going to explode to 12,000, And they're always trying to say this when, of course, Bitcoin is going down. So what is it that they're trying to do? So let's first examine what's happening. Why, when things are going down, right, the people then come online or in your own life and they start saying, well, it's going to get better. Why do they say that? Because obviously, first of all, they're invested in Bitcoin. So they want things to get better. How do the things get better? By more people investing in Bitcoin, and then that makes people feel there's more money coming in, so people start having a different attitude. Even this YouTube video, this guy has thousands of followers, right? I'm talking cents, right? But he has the thousands of followers. I'm the one with 64. But again, that's the way it goes. Everybody likes the hype, and you're going to be a millionaire, this and that. This is going to bust out really soon. So this is the type of stuff you guys like to hear, but you don't like to hear truth and reality, which is with me. I'm as truthful and honest as the ugliness you see in front of you. Okay, fat and ugly. That's the truth. It's the honest truth. So this is what you get here. Who wants it? 64 of you apparently. Who wants to BS? Tens of thousands of you out there. So that's the proof in the pudding. But in any case, why does he need to do that? Because he wants to make sure that all of you who have invested like he has, stay excited, hold your position. Same thing you do like if you're fighting a war, you want your soldiers to hold the ground. So what do you hear the generals doing? Keep your position. We got these guys beat. They're lying to you. They're just lying to you. You're dying. You guys are bleeding, and you guys are at the edge of death. But yet, the commanders and the generals said, "You almost got this one, boys. Keep it going." They're lying to you, Lord ever. But again, but the generals, they may lie to you that you're winning, because of course you don't know. You don't know the big picture. They're looking at it. But the truth is really that, and you can see this in the Bible actually. So what I'm saying to you is real actual truth here. Well, at least that there's a biblical support for this. And that is that, few people can overcome a great number of people. It's not unheard of in the history of the world where a smaller force was able to defeat a larger force. Okay? By what manner? By showing resilience, by having more movement, more bravadura, right? Bravado, I should say, bravado, where the other force say, man, these guys don't give up. They must have some hidden forces behind them someplace. So they get ready to travel and make the other side, even though they are larger in number, make them say, whoa, we got to be careful here. Make them second think, even just that little bit, where the other side may be routing, and because their generals are saying, oh, we got these guys licked, right? So they're not getting that reinforcement. And so, are we okay here? So then doubt comes into the mind. This is a little psychology here. Doubt comes into the mind and say, maybe we're not as good as we think. Maybe we're overconfident here. And while that's happening, they're getting stabbed, they're getting killed, their numbers are starting to go, things can start happening, and you got one brave heart over there breaking through the lines. Okay, I'm scared. I'm done. I'm out. And it could be enough to make the tables turn. So that's why I'm saying that, and that's why they're not trying to wipe out all their men. They're just hoping that their men will rally enough to have a surge of energy and fearlessness and portray to the enemy that you guys are gonna die today, soon. Okay, and as long as that smaller force can impose that fear in the larger force, but they're still individual men. This is where the weakness comes in. You guys can that smaller force can overcome. In the Bible, you have the case where the idea, God gave them the idea, or He woke up with the brilliant stroke of an idea to wake up super early in the morning while the other army is asleep, and to go up from the mountain and start banging and making a lot of noise, like military noise, yelling, screaming, and no one would attack at night. It was the first night attack ever in the history of mankind. And that scared the other army completely out of their wits, and they just ran. These guys split. They won that battle. They won. Another case where they killed a lot of them in their sleep. So these were new strategic strategy, new things that were utilized to overcome the larger numbers. Just brains can overcome it. So again, anything that gives you an advantage can even the tables and can flip them over to your advantage. So what these guys are doing, basically, you see it all over the cryptos, and for most cryptos, they do it all the time because they can't compete with Bitcoin. So then you'll see this coin is going to make it. This more value in this coin than there is in Bitcoin, and stuff like that. Anything has more value than Bitcoin, really, if you look at it. But Bitcoin has the benefit of being the coin of speculation. It's just simply it came at the right time, at the right moment, and made the promises at the right key point in cryptocurrency development, where people took it more seriously than others, because as I saw, as you can see, that XRP started before Bitcoin, but that didn't mean it doesn't matter. And I know in business it really doesn't matter before or after. It's the one who comes in and makes the captures the heart and the desire of the investors, because that's basically what Bitcoin is based on. It's the speculation of its investors. Now, so that's the thing about crypto. So that you have to understand that Bitcoin, if you're going to look at something for speculative investing, then Bitcoin is it. You can't get more speculative than Bitcoin. And so what I'm going to show you here is what everyone is doing. Now, if you haven't gotten into Bitcoin, and you have, again, as with any type of things that you put money away or you're trying to do investing, you really have to be careful. And you need to put money, a small amount of what you have. Never put everything you have into the basket. Putting all your eggs in one basket is dumb. I see this guy, he's living in a car now. He knows who he is. He's living in a car now because he lost his home, because he'd rather put the money that he makes from YouTube, I guess, and put it into crypto, right? So he's really given his all into this crypto dream. So he's living in a car, and I guess he's putting that rent money they used to pay out in rent to a landlord, and he's using that, and I want you to remember that. Remember that. He's using that money to buy more crypto every month. So that's basically what he does. He does his broadcast from a car or from outside walking around. And recently he was at a park, one of these big tree parks. I don't know if it was Yosemite or whatever, but in either case, that's where he's broadcasting his future predictions of cryptocurrency. In his case, he's an XRP coin aficionado. So that's basically what people are doing, and why I'm going to show you why he's doing it the wrong way. I'm going to prove that to you today, and I'm going to show you how you can look at this thing in a better fashion and leverage better. Now, there's people, I'm going to show you, let's go to the screen here. There are people who are expecting Bitcoin to reach $1 million. So we're going to talk about that potential today once we switch our screens. And because of OBS, I have to do that little fancy dance of the screen changing. So right now, let's look. We're looking here at the price of Bitcoin right now is $8,143.04. Now, a week ago or so, it was up well, not even just a few days ago, actually, it was in the 10,000 value. We all know that at one time it had gone up as high as $18,000. Okay. So basically, but let's go through this now. Bitcoin 8,143, Ethereum 170, 153, XRP, which is what used to be called Ripple, I guess, is 24 cents, and Tether is 101. Tether usually is like near the dollar. It's pretty much established there. Bitcoin Cash is at 222.14, Litecoin 54.93. So here you get the basic idea of the top moving coins out there. What I want to show you, though, is how people are doing this in a stupid way. And those who are investing and those who aren't investing in it, both of you guys are having the same similar situation. You're just doing the wrong thing. So I'm going to show you what you need to be looking at. So for this, we are looking at the price of Bitcoin. We're going to use Bitcoin as our example. This applies to all different types of crypto. As I show you, the other crypto coins are lesser in price than Bitcoin is. A lot of people chose to go into those other coins because of that fact. In other words, Bitcoin became too high priced to be considered an entry option for them. So they chose to do the lesser priced or value coin so that they can get some of that and then just ride that horsey for whatever it can be written for. And of course, you have those coins where they try to show you that their coin has more value than the other, or that Bitcoin, so that their coin really will go higher than Bitcoin eventually. I guess when people wake up and smell the coffee, I guess. All right, so here it is. So since it all began, what I want you to take a look at closely is the way Bitcoin, for example, in our example, the way Bitcoin has traditionally, or through its lifetime, has done its growing and its falling, right? I want you to take a look at it because, uh, throughout the years, like a Bitcoin at one time was available for 135.30 back in April 30th, 2013. Some of you were alive and probably had a few dollars then. Okay. And then we see as it went along that it went up and down, right? But it started gaining some speed. It was 300, 400s, 200s here throughout the first 1, 2, 3 years of it, pretty much staying around the in the below the 500s for 3 years. I want you to understand that. Let that soak in for a little bit. For 3 years, it pretty much stayed in the neighborhood. These are things that you can see easily and get an understanding about. Okay, so we have 3 years till 2016 where Bitcoin stayed in the few hundreds, below 500, more or less. Sometimes it broke up, but then it came back down. And then right here in 2016, at about June, a little bit before June, June, it went up to 650. So it started to pump up a little bit. Okay, so it pumped up a little bit, and then it came down to 5, but then went back up to 6, then it went to 7. And then you start seeing this, my goodness, this is going up, right? So then people start putting in, and then you see the thing in the bottom, that's how much money activity is happening. So more money started coming into Bitcoin. More and more people started, this is, hey, it used to be 100. And right now it's broke 1,000. So right now, when it started breaking 1,000, were people who brought this coin at $100. And I know someone that was gifted. Someone had given them a birthday gift of a few Bitcoins, a few hundred Bitcoins. So can you imagine? So he put in a few hundred Bitcoins when it was $100 or less, because Bitcoin was even less than that when it first started. And so you figure the guy maybe brought 2,500, maybe 5,000 Bitcoins, 10,000 Bitcoins. So he gave some of these Bitcoins to a family member as a gift. And I met the guy at one of my meetups. And this guy is sitting on a six-figure amount of Bitcoin right now. Okay, right now, because it was gifted to him. He didn't even buy into it. Isn't that a great thing, right? You wish you had an uncle like that. But in any case, it started going up. Now, $1,000 per Bitcoin back in May of 2017. Well, May of 2007 was 2,000 per Bitcoin plus change. That's a significant amount of money. So this guy practically was gifted the value of a house, back in the day, And right now he could liquidate and buy a house, and that'll be okay. I mean, he would be okay. But what I'm saying is this. Since then, Bitcoin again has gone up and kept going up. And we had a good time about, it looks like about 6 months here where Bitcoin was within the $1,000 to $4,000 area. You see in this blue area here, I have marked off at the 4,000. So Bitcoin existed up and down within that period for about 6 months. So you see here, you have 3 years plus below 500. We have, so right now, what does this tell you? I wanted to show you this because it tells you that this thing about Bitcoin can last. You know, the pricing, the neighborhood of its valuation or speculation can last for 3 years. You know, this is not a thing where this is Bitcoin gonna shoot up in a month or two. You should never think of it that way. You have to always understand that this Bitcoin can endure in terms of the pricing, can go up, it can go down and stay down for up to 3 years. Now, and in any situation, in other words, even the behavior of Bitcoin, because this is a behavior. This 300s, 5, 4, 5, 3, 200s. This is a behavior of the market, right? Because the Bitcoin isn't doing anything. The Bitcoin isn't doing anything, right? It's the way people are responding to it or interacting with it. That's the only thing that it's happening. So we see that people can have an attitude about, in this case, Bitcoin for 3 years or more, right? So this is something to be expected. So there is reason for someone to say, listen, I'm going to invest and hodl or hold Bitcoin for the long run. So he's figuring out that, or accepting the fact that this is definitely going to be a multi-year issue. If you're not in this for the multi-year realities, then you're again being a little dumb. So I'm speaking truth so people can wake up. You're being dumb if you're investing in Bitcoin or think you're going to put money in Bitcoin, and in 6 months you're going to be on Happy Street. Okay, so that's dumb. Simply, in any type of investment, you shouldn't want to be looking at an investment in a short-term point of or perspective, because it just doesn't work that way. In Bitcoin especially, it doesn't work that way. And you can forget about all the other coins. Bitcoin has this type of pattern, and you're expecting any speculation, because I'm not talking about value here. I'm talking about speculation with any of the other coins, then it's unreason for you to do any coin at all without the plan or the understanding and being comfortable with it that your money is going to stay there for multiple years. Okay, so it's understood. Now, I'm telling you that's a mistake, but in putting your money into something and expecting a quick return is a very dangerous and risky play, because usually it doesn't work that way. What you learn from looking at this is the reality of most things in life, even your own business. You're going to start your own business. Mostly in the beginning, it's going to be slow. This is what this shows you. It shows the reality of people and markets and starting something. It's always slow in the beginning. A lot of people just it's silly. I call a lot of people stupid, but it's simple, because you expect, you're still doing that. They look at you,
oh, you're still trying to do this, you're still trying. Of course, that's just the reality of life. It's going to take a few years. I see you're still doing nothing, and it's already been all your life, 26 years, 46 years, 70 years. You've done nothing all your life, right? How's that going? Well, for you, you're successful at that. Okay, so in any case, it takes time, like anything worthwhile. Okay, so that's the first thing. Okay, so you have the 6-month period here where I've already marked out 4,000. I know it doesn't look like that, but it's 4,000 there. The box gets in the way. And so that's an area around 4,000. Let's say you invested in Bitcoin when it was $4,000. And so, fine, you waited a few months, and actually, that was a good time to, if you had the money then and you didn't get into it until then, it was practically the best time to do it. Because as you saw, this thing was going up, and chances were that it was still be going up, and it's exactly what happened. And then Bitcoin entered what I call the $10,000 range, from 5,000 to $10,000 range, and that began the late 17 year 2017 October, and went all the way up. I'm going to tell you right now, all the way up to 18. To the 18. Some of you have to play with this to get it right up there. And just higher, I think it went higher. The graph shows that it did go higher, but it doesn't want to go all the way up there. But at least it did 18,737 on mid-October of 2017. So that's what happened there. Now, if you had your invested when it was 4,000, and over here you sold it at the 18, well, you made about $12,000 profit per Bitcoin. Okay? What does this tell you? It tells you that when Bitcoin goes up, you have a great potential of selling your Bitcoin and having that realizing profit. Okay? And you could have realized profit all the way up here. You didn't have to wait. But a lot of people believe that Bitcoin will go even more higher than this. Okay? Again, this is speculation. So, of course, they're right. In terms of speculation, it can go up to $1 million, because if everyone is speculating it will, then it can, because of people's belief. Their belief that it can go up to $1 million will make it go up to $1 million, because it isn't based on any other reality. Just that simply that people believe it. So basically, there are many people, although they won't confess it to you, that believe that Bitcoin can go up to $1 million. Now, I believe that it can, because that's because I understand psychology. I know how people think, and basically this is based on human psychology. People will think this thing can get up to $1 million, so they will believe it, and they will make it happen. I believe in self-fulfilling prophecy, and when it's on a massive scale like this, then it will become a reality. Okay, so, but again, I'm not here to tell you to invest in Bitcoin. I'm just saying that why Bitcoin is the way it is today and where it's heading tomorrow because of these same factors. Okay, so again, right now, as far as you can tell in this video, I've given you the reasons that you should be getting into Bitcoin. Now you're saying, well, Bitcoin costs so much. Now understand that Bitcoin is founded on Satoshi. What are Satoshis? Satoshis, the way I've explained it to when I've done my past videos, Satoshis are like pennies to the dollar. So you have a dollar bill. That's the dollar bill. Bitcoin is like the dollar bill. In other words, that is like the standard money of Bitcoin. It is what it is. The dollar is the dollar. Bitcoin is Bitcoin.
the dollar is made up of 100 pennies. So how you divide it's 100 pennies. The Bitcoin is divided into satoshis. I'm not going to get into you what is a 0.000001 on there. Something like that. I probably missed the zero here and there. But the point is that the Satoshi is part of Bitcoin. It is what makes Bitcoin, like a penny makes a dollar, right? 100 of them make a dollar. So about, what is it, 10,000 Satoshis or so or more make the Bitcoin. Again, I'm not sure the number there, but it's a lot of little Satoshis that make up a Bitcoin. So you don't need, in other words, when Bitcoin becomes $1 million, let's say, you don't need to have one Bitcoin to make a lot of money. All you need is a lot of Satoshis. So you have to look at Bitcoin as Satoshis, not just one Bitcoin. So in other words, if a dollar ever became $1 million, if you only had one penny, you would be looking at $10,000, basically. So that's the thing. Your penny would now be worth $10,000, and that's only because Bitcoin is transferable to a dollar. You understand? So you can change it into dollars, and it has a value then, and vice versa. That's the only reason, right? So so let's say if you had a penny, a U.S. penny, for let's say the Japanese yen would be valued at $10. So you can then exchange your penny for $10, and by buying another currency, then that's what you would do, right? So that's the example. That's the way you have to think about it. So again, so don't think of it like, oh, Bitcoin is already 8,000. Bitcoin is already 10,000. It's too much money. I don't have it. I can't invest in Bitcoin. That's not true. You can always, whatever you have in terms of dollars, if you have $40, if you have $100, if you have $10, if you have $1, you can always go and buy Bitcoin. You can buy Satoshis, pennies, right? Like pennies. And when the Bitcoin goes, let's say you put $1 in, and let's say Bitcoin, starting from the 10,000 mark, goes up by 10 to 100,000. Your penny would then, your dollar would then go up 10 times, and then you'll have $10. So that's how it works. If you put in $1,000, not enough to buy a Bitcoin, but $1,000 worth of Satoshi, of the Bitcoin pennies. So then when the Bitcoin goes up to 100,000 10 times, your $1,000 will now be $10,000. So that's the way you have to understand that. So it doesn't matter how many Satoshis you buy. If it goes up 10 times, then your money has gone up 10 times. So it doesn't matter. It goes up 100 times to go up to 1 million. Then your dollar has gone up. I'm sorry, your 1,000. What did I say? $1? You say we still with the dollar has gone up 100 times, which would mean $100. And if you invested $1,000, that $1,000 would go up 100 times. Yeah, Bitcoin's $1 million, but your $1,000 would now be worth $100,000. So that is how that would work. So yeah, you have a whole bunch of crypto millionaires now, but you have $100,000. Hey, at least you were in it, right? You have something to show from this whole big Bitcoin issue. So that's why I'm saying that if you are not into Bitcoin now, you really should get into it. There's really no reason for you not to have some stake in this phenomenon. Just simply, why not, right? So you can put that in, get some Satoshi, and ride it through. whatever happens, yeah, it goes up to 1 million like you guys want. Good, good for you. I mean, it would do better there